I have a band of brothers, filled with fervor, unwavering in their loyalty, united in life and death, striving solely for the glory of forging an indomitable warrior spirit. Shin Yes Quote 1. My first summon is the zombie matriarch Tower Soul, capable of enslaving a legion of the undead. The second summon is the zombie tank bridge fiend, a formidable force that needs no further explanation. The third summon is the zombie wraith, adept at severing the enemy's head within a 15-meter radius. Shin Yes Quote 2. Zombie Summoner New Recruits, 1st Battalion. Chapter 1, Global Apostles. In the office of an intern general manager at E-City International Company, Chen Yi stood before his desk, addressing his superior with a remarkably nonchalant tone. Boss, I have arrived. Opposite him, Zhao Yin, the boss Chen referred to, was engrossed in a cutting-edge gaming magazine. Upon hearing Chen's voice, he lifted his head, his long, tousled hair framing a handsome visage, and his deep-set eyes twinkled with a friendly smile. Isn't there still a few days left before university commences? Zhao Yin inquired. I need to complete my enrollment procedures in advance. Chen Yi replied, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. Oh, you have worked part-time for exactly 2 months and 3 days, which entitles you to a salary of 3,150 yuan. Zhao Yin paused momentarily, and upon seeing Chen nod in acknowledgement, he continued, You must have heard of the online game Global Apostles. Chen Yi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. After the college entrance examination, he had arrived early in the city where he would attend university, taking on a part-time job for 2 months. His intention was to save money to purchase a gaming helmet for Global Apostle. Although Zhao Yin had privately mentioned he would play this game and establish his own commercial empire within it, Chen Yi had not anticipated he was speaking the truth. As Chen Yi stood in a daze, Zhao Yin retrieved a square box from the drawer, the surface of which bore the words Global Apostle Gaming Helmet. This box was specifically designed to contain the gaming helmet. You must be aware of the value of this gaming helmet. Zhao Yin reclined in his chair, gesturing towards the helmet with a questioning gaze. Indeed, Global Apostle features 5 types of helmets, 2 types of gaming pods, and a specialized gaming studio. This helmet appears to be a silver variant, slightly superior to the ordinary ones, priced at 30,000 yuan. Chen Yi articulated with enthusiasm. He had long dreamed of owning a helmet of this caliber, but his limited finances only allowed him to afford a modest 3,000 yuan helmet. Very well. Consider this helmet as your salary, Zhao Yin said nonchalantly, nudging the gaming helmet forward. I cannot accept that. Chen Yi immediately declined. He was not one to take advantage of others. You have 2 choices. Either take the helmet and leave, or depart empty-handed, for your 2 months of part-time wages will vanish, Zhao Yin said, closing his eyes with a hint of resignation. Chen Yi stood frozen for a moment, then seized the gaming helmet and retorted fiercely, You certainly know how to play your cards. Safe travels, and I shall not see you off, Zhao Yin replied, keeping his eyes shut. Thank you, boss. Chen Yi cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Yin before turning to leave. Damn it, dead leaf, always so unserious, Zhao Yin muttered, rolling his eyes at Chen Yi's retreating figure. Upon returning to his modest rented apartment, Chen Yi tossed his helmet onto the bed and proceeded to the convenience store downstairs to procure provisions for the next 5 days. That he grabbed a whole box of instant noodles, along with an assortment of ham sausages, dehydrated vegetables, and fresh eggs. Most notably, he purchased 12 large bottles of mineral water, each weighing 3 kilograms. This audacious act was the source of great astonishment for the store owner, as Chen Yi effortlessly hoisted the 36 kilograms of water onto one shoulder while carrying the other packed food in his opposite hand, calmly vanishing from the incredulous gazes of onlookers as he strolled down the street. Chen Yi was not a professional gamer, he was merely striving to fulfill a dream that resided within him. Everyone harbors a dream that serves as a guiding light on their journey. For Chen Yi, that dream was an indelible competitive aspiration. It had taken root in his heart from the moment he first witnessed a CS competitive match on television. As he progressed through middle school, he encountered several online competitive games: Counter-Strike, Biohazard Battlefield, Global Mission, among others, but what left the most profound impression on him was the recurring experience of being forcibly voted out mid-game, the justification often being accusations of using cheats. Perhaps only a few of Chen Yi's close companions, who played alongside him, truly understand whether he utilized cheats in gaming. However, as time progressed, his enthusiasm for competitive games began to wane, primarily due to the disruption caused by cheats within the gaming realm. During his senior year of high school, an extraordinary virtual competitive online game titled Global Apostle made its unexpected debut, just 2 weeks before the college entrance examination. Chinny learned about this game through a friend, and upon hearing its accolades, unparalleled virtuality, absolutely no cheats, and humanity's second world of flickering, ember of his once dormant dream was reignited. Consequently, his examination scores surged by 5 percentage points, enabling him to gain admission to his desired university. Upon the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Chun-Yi departed from the daunting mountainous terrain and ventured into the city of his dreams, where he sought to awaken the latent aspirations nestled deep within his soul that to pursue this dream. He embarked on a part-time job to save for the purchase of an affordable gaming headset. However, after a mere 2 months, his part-time employer, Zhao Yan, appeared to perceive his true intentions. Instead of issuing his salary, he gifted him a silver-grade gaming headset worth 30,000 yuan. As the saying goes, strange occurrences often herald hidden motives. Chinny would always hold this ancient wisdom close to his heart. While he currently sought nothing more, Zhao Yan's generous gift of such an expensive headset did not preclude the possibility of future events. Nevertheless, Chinny understood that regardless of what lay ahead, Zhao Yan would not betray him, for he held firm to Zhao Yan's words. "We are brothers that I in truth, Zhao Yan and Chun Yi are of similar age, both being passionate youths of 19, that among peers, there are invariably numerous commonalities. For instance, both Chun Yi and Zhao Yan share a profound affection for competitive gaming. Perhaps it is this mutual interest that transformed their relationship from that of employer and employee into that of harmonious comrades in arms." After work each day, Chun Yi finds himself invited by Zhao Yan under the pretext of dining together, leading them to engage in competitive online games on the 2 computers in the office. When fatigue sets in, they venture out for late-night snacks, with Chun Yi never footing the bill, as he is seldom afforded the opportunity to do so. Over time, their camaraderie has flourished. After meticulously arranging the myriad of pre-battle supplies, Chun-Yi eagerly picked up the helmet from the sofa and made his way to the bedroom. He unwrapped the packaging, revealing the sleek, silver-hued, silver-grayed helmet. Following the instructions, he connected the network and power cables before hastily donning the helmet. Although Global Apostles is set for its public beta at midnight, players are granted the privilege of entering a day early to immerse themselves in the visuals and create their characters, preparing for the momentous launch. Upon entering the game, Chun-Yi was engulfed in darkness suddenly. The sound of bells reverberated through the void, echoing until silence descended. Gradually, a line of text emerged in the upper left corner of the black screen. October 25th, 2015, 2 years after the biochemical catastrophe. As the credits rolled to a close, the black screen began to illuminate, and in that moment of brightness, Chun-Yi found himself suspended in midair. The hum of the propeller above him resonated, leading him to discern that he was aboard an armed helicopter, specifically an AH-64 Apache series attack transport aircraft. Touching the frigid metallic compartment and surveying the interior of the helicopter, Chun-Yi experienced an overwhelming sense of realism. He realized he was situated within the transport bay of the armed helicopter. At that moment, the floor of the transport bay began to descend slowly. Fortunately, Chun-Yi reacted swiftly, leaning towards the edge just in time to avoid falling through the opening. Simultaneously, a telescope was lowered before him by a mechanical arm from the upper part of the transport bay. Having seen such entry scenes online, Chun-Yi instinctively grasped the telescope as it appeared, swiftly positioning it before his eyes to gaze down through the open floor of the transport bay. Rows of towering skyscrapers rushed by, and as he adjusted the focus on the telescope, the desolate streets gradually came into view. The scattered vehicles lining the road became distinctly visible, with sluggish corpses lazily positioned throughout the thoroughfare. Agile mutated zombies pursued a lone survivor, while several mutated dogs howled towards the sky. These images flashed by in an instant, yet they left Chun-Yi profoundly shaken. The game felt astonishingly real. From across the globe, the Apostles, your biowarfare arena awaits. Just as Chun-Yi was engrossed in the scene, the transport bay doors swung open, revealing a soldier hefting a fire axe and a camouflage bag. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, he spoke in a resonant tone. "Are you an NPC or a player?" Chun-Yi lowered his binoculars, scrutinizing the unexpectedly appearing figure, and inquired with curiosity, "I am an intelligent NPC equipped with the highest AI," the soldier replied, a sense of pride accentuating his robust features. He then exhaled a puff of smoke towards Chun-Yi and asked, "Novice, reveal your name. You are the 50th million player to enter this realm." Chun-Yi was taken aback. The game had yet to undergo public testing, yet it had already attracted 50 million players. What chaos would ensue upon its official launch? Shutu. Chun-Yi stood up, chuckling softly as he declared the name he had contemplated for 2.5 months. Disciple of the mutant rat. The soldier laughed heartily. A splendid name. Chun-Yi's expression darkened. He was about to correct the misunderstanding when suddenly a notification echoed from the system. Ding. Character generation complete. ID Shutu. Rank Novice. Strength 3. Stamina 5. Agility 5. Luck 5. Hunger 100. Fatigue 100. HP 100. MP 25. Defense 5. Speed 10.0. Jump 1.0. Skill proficiency none. Survival proficiency none. Novice Shutu. Here are your starter equipment. The soldier disdainfully tossed the items in his hands before Chun-Yi. Fire axe. I could really use an automatic rifle like the AK-47 or perhaps the M4, Chun-Yi lamented with a forlorn expression. Below lay the battlefield of biohazards, teeming with mutated creatures that were far from mere figments of imagination. Damn rookie, why do you chatter so much? I've got new players to guide, the soldier exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that sent Chun-Yi tumbling into the hollow transport compartment. He took a drag from his cigar and cursed vehemently. Just as he reached for the telescope intended for players to view the scenery, he realized with dismay that the rookie had absconded with it. Damn it, my multifunctional telescope. Suspended midair, Chun-Yi beamed with delight as the telescope he had acquired from the NPC dangled around his neck. I could see that moment. The view began to ascend along the parachute lines trailing behind him, eventually rising to the canopy's apex. The parachute gradually expanded, and the words Global Apostle became increasingly prominent, ultimately sweeping across the entire screen. In the lower right corner, a countdown for the public test was displayed, indicating 12 hours and 5 minutes remaining. Chapter 2. Entering the game after establishing his initial character, Chun-Yi exited the game and removed his helmet. With still 12 hours remaining until the public launch of Global Apostles, the anticipation felt like an intangible torment for a player eager to immerse himself in the game. Every avid online gamer has experienced the fervent wait for a game's public release or the unveiling of a new expansion, and Chun-Yi was no exception. He vividly recalled his own fervor while awaiting Global Mission, when he would visit the internet CAF daily, almost obsessively, until the day of the public launch. In contrast to the 109 days of waiting he had endured previously, the current 12 hours felt somewhat trivial to Chun-Yi. After enjoying a modest lunch, he laid down for a brief nap, awakening to find it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Rising from his slumber, he ventured into the kitchen to prepare a quick meal of instant noodles, complemented by 2 sausages, a packet of dehydrated vegetables, and 2 boiled eggs. While the noodles soaked, Chun-Yi seized the moment to indulge in a refreshing hot shower, returning just in time to savor his rare culinary treat. Once everything was set, Chun-Yi could hardly contain his excitement as he donned his gaming helmet, with just 15 minutes remaining until the game's launch. As each second ticked by, he felt an unusual slowness in the passage of time. He reminisced about the nights when he would play until dawn, losing track of time, particularly during his sessions in the zombie mode of Counter-Strike. Without the aid of cheats, he would often complete 5 or 6 rounds in a single night, always logging off with a sense of unfulfilled desire for more. As for his usual online activities, Chun-Yi immediately gravitated towards single-player games. The reasons were twofold. Time was scarce, and he had heeded the advice of friends. During this period, he explored various single-player online games related to biohazard themes, such as Left 4 Dead and Resident Evil. With an abundance of gaming experiences, one inevitably begins to draw comparisons, and Chun-Yi was no exception. His 6-year competitive career had ignited a dream within him, the aspiration to merge the mechanics of online and single-player games to forge an entirely new virtual realm. Previously, he could only construct this virtual world in the confines of his imagination. However, with the advent of Global Apostle, a groundbreaking online game set in an ultra-virtual second world, that dream began to materialize into reality. Half a month ago, information regarding this online game gradually surfaced on the official website. Yet the details disclosed were merely the tip of the iceberg, with much more awaiting exploration by the players. Based on the scant official information available, Chen Yi formulated an initial definition of the game, a biohazard-themed competitive survival shooter. Although the definition was somewhat verbose, it encapsulated the fervent anticipation that resided in his heart. Upon experiencing the opening scene, Chen Yi understood that this would become an indelible virtual world in his mind. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly chimed in. Ding! There are 5 minutes remaining until the game's public beta test begins. The system is now scanning the generated characters. Ding! Character scan complete. Dear player, Shutu, greetings. The system has performed an iris scan of your identity and simulated your appearance. Would you like to make adjustments? Adjustment range, -20 to 20. A reduction of 20. Chen Yi firmly believed that humility is the true path, even extending this principle to his appearance. Ding! Facial appearance confirmed. Please select your sensory perception. Vision 100, smell 40. Hearing 100, taste 100, touch 15. Ding! Sensory perception settings completed, evaluation set to normal. Ding! Scanning account information, loading. Ding! Esteemed member of the Iron Blood War Soul Guild, you have the privilege of entering the game early. Would you like to proceed now? Without hesitation, Chen Yi clicked confirm, though a faint pang of regret stirred within him. Had he known, he would not have accepted Zhao Yan's suggestion. The only helmet capable of binding to the game guild was a diamond-grade helmet, priced at a staggering 150,000 yuan. Even if Zhao Yan wished to invite Chen Yi into his guild, he would not need to expend such a great cost. A mere spoken invitation would suffice. And Chen Yi would naturally not decline. It seems he truly regards me as a brother, Chen Yi murmured to himself. At that moment, the white parachute on the screen began to gradually shrink, the 4 large characters above it also diminishing in size, as the screen reverted to the scene of the parachute drop. Just then, an invisible force instantaneously transformed Chen Yi's translucent body into data, which surged towards his own body suspended beneath the parachute. As the data flowed in, Chen Yi, bearing the parachute, opened his tightly shut eyes. Feeling the rush of wind beneath him and the tension of the parachute above, a sensation of parachuting he experienced for the very first time. He gazed at the sky surrounding him, where an increasing number of white, sail-like parachutes gently descended. A sudden sense of awe welled up within Chen Yi. This was indeed a masterpiece. Unlike traditional online games that typically burst forth with a kaleidoscope of colors, spawning characters immediately in a novice village. The characters in Global Apostle manifested high in the air, parachuting directly onto the battleground rather than the safe haven of a beginner's base. Chen Yi could not help but admire this. If the opening scene was crafted with such finesse, the content within the game must surely be equally remarkable. Moreover, it was said that players who parachuted onto the biohazard battlefield would need to seek out the hidden novice village bases tucked away within the city. Of course, players could opt not to search for the novice village and instead head straight for the designated safe zones, provided they possessed sufficient strength. Typically, a player's prowess could be gauged by the weapon they wielded. A player armed solely with a crowbar would be deemed powerless on the novice map. Thus, to enhance their strength, one must venture to the novice village base to claim limited firepower weapons free of charge. This, however, was merely one of the methods to bolster one's capabilities. Should fortune favor you, and you be the first to land near an abandoned police station or military base, where remnants of weaponry lay, congratulations would be in order. Your strength would surge significantly. Yet, the second method of enhancing strength was no longer within Chen Yi's reach, as he had descended upon the rooftop of a skyscraper. How unfortunate! He mused as he observed the cars below, appearing as tiny as ants. In that moment, he activated his novice camouflage backpack. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the Rookie Protection Kit, comprising 1 life syringe and 1 adrenaline. The Rookie Protection Kit consists of 3 items, a camouflage vest, a pair of military trousers, and a pair of Liberation brand rubber shoes, offering a total defense of 25. The Fire Axe possesses an attack damage of 5 to 10 points, along with a critical hit effect. This critical hit effect refers to striking an enemy's vital points. For instance, if the Fire Axe decapitates an opponent, the damage is deemed a critical hit rather than merely damage output. In the realm of Global Apostles, approximately 90 of the weapons feature a critical hit effect. After donning the rookie gear, Chen Yi casually opened his attribute panel. ID, Shutu rank, Rookie, 0200, Strength, 3 Stamina, 5 Agility, 5 Luck, 5 Hunger, 100 Fatigue, 100. Secondary attributes panel HP, 100 MP, 25 attack, 5 to 10 defense, 25 speed, 10. 0 jump, 10. Equipment panel main weapon, not equipped secondary weapon, not equipped melee weapon, severely worn fire axe equipment. Rookie kit. Subsequent displays will only list the secondary attributes. It is common for 9 out of 10 individuals to possess such a secondary attributes panel. And Chun-Yi was indifferent to this fact. He then retrieved the 2 syringes he had obtained. Life syringe, basic, description, restores 100 HP. Usage method, injection. Injection time, 5 seconds, restores 20 HP per second. Adrenaline, primary, description, increases the user's speed by 20. Method of administration, injection, with a duration of 4 seconds, increasing by 5 each second. The speed enhancement lasts for 2 minutes. The 2 potions are stored in a 12-slot backpack. Chun-Yi glanced at the nylon ropes of the parachute on the ground, and without uttering a word, he grasped the fire axe and set to work. Approximately 5 minutes later, the nylon ropes from the parachute were fully secured to his back. Chapter 3. The employment letter of a hidden profession through the azure lens of the telescope. A landscape of desolation and decay unfolds, with chaotic streets soaked in blood, and mutated creatures aimlessly wandering about. It is at this moment that a novice player enters the telescope's field of vision, only to tragically find himself amidst a horde of 5 zombies. Before the parachute could fully descend, the player is besieged and swiftly meets his demise. The system dictates that upon a player's death, their body remains for 2 minutes, during which they exist in a spectral state. Consequently, during the brief span in which the player's corpse lingers, Chun-Yi is left with a fleeting glimpse of the player's severed thigh. Although Chun-Yi cannot fathom the emotions that turmoil within the player's spirit as he observes his own body being devoured by the zombies, he is acutely aware that such a fallen player can only re-enter the game once the system regenerates their corporeal form, a process that takes 10 minutes. After feasting on the player's flesh, the 5 zombies undergo a startling transformation. Their decaying skin begins to slough off, with shriveled muscles slowly revitalizing. New putrid flesh filling the void left behind. The designation of zombie is now augmented with the title Level 1 Awakened. Damn it. To encounter 5 Level 1 Awakened zombies right at the game's onset, Chun-Yi curses under his breath. In the early stages of the game, novice players are typically confronted with unawakened creatures, which possess neither skills nor speed, and certainly lack high AI. To them, such monsters are merely moving targets. However, if the mutated or infected creatures consume the corpses of players, they will acquire evolutionary energy, thereby enhancing their levels. Occasionally, this elevation in rank is accompanied by the emergence of new skills. Currently, Chun-Yi has discerned that the evolutionary levels of monsters are categorized into 3 tiers: Awakeners, Evolvers, and Devourers. Each tier is further divided into 1 to 9 sublevels. Thus, in this game, it is not only the players who ascend in rank. The mutated creatures also undergo upgrades, and the NPC's telescope is indeed remarkable. Chun-Yi gazed at the telescope in his hand, gleaming with a dark metallic hue, and couldn't help but express his satisfaction. The earlier gruesome scene had completely slipped from his mind. After all, this was merely a game, albeit with an exceedingly realistic portrayal. Just then, a ding interrupted his thoughts, the notification sound of the mail system. Ding. Yunnan Z requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Chun-Yi, without a moment's hesitation, clicked confirm. Yunnan Z was none other than his boss, Zhao Yan's virtual world ID. Yi, where have you landed? Upon accepting the friend request, Yunnan Z promptly sent a message. On top of a skyscraper. Boss, what about you? Chun-Yi quickly replied. Don't ask. As soon as I touched down, I was torn apart by a pack of mutated dogs. Yunnan Z sent a grimacing emoji. Boss, it's so late. Aren't you going to sleep? You have work tomorrow. Not anymore. My parents have concluded their summer assessment, and besides, I need to prepare for university. You're not the boss of that company? Chun-Yi expressed his astonishment. It is no longer the case. My parents have urged me to embark on a journey into the realm of global apostles, where I shall forge a new venture. Yezi, my discernment is quite keen, I assent it. Indeed, I possess a modicum of insight, yet your helmet is rather exorbitant. Currently, I owe you a sum of 146,850 yuan, which I shall repay in due time. Yezi, heed my words. If you dare to bring up money again, our brotherhood shall be forfeit. Very well. Let us speak no more of it. Yet the debt must still be settled. Chun-Yi contemplated and replied. Damn. Bringing up money again. You have some nerve. Then you should focus on leveling up. Remember, from this moment forth, you are in my service. A soldier of the iron-blooded soul. How could I not be in your service when I owe you such a substantial amount? Chen Yi, resigned, closed the chat interface. In a state of disembodiment, Zhao Yin nearly spat blood upon reading this message. However, Chen Yi remained oblivious to Zhao Yin's expression. He leapt from the rooftop, only to feel an icy sensation at the back of his head the moment he landed. Before he could turn around, a voice, even colder, rang out. Young man, could you do me a favor? Chen Yi surmised that the cold sensation against his skull was the barrel of a gun, cursing inwardly, damn it. With a gun to my head, is there even room for negotiation? Nevertheless, he responded with utmost deference. I would be more than willing to assist. Ding. You have accepted Major Niecheng's mission. Eliminate the Corpse King. Task description. Within the towering skyscraper lurks a zombie king, roaming the corridors in a bid to escape. Major Niecheng has tasked you with eliminating this formidable foe, and upon successful completion, you shall be rewarded with a hidden class certification. Task difficulty, Supreme. Although the chilling muzzle of a gun vanished the moment the mission was generated, Chen Yi's heart raced with exhilaration upon glimpsing the reward, a hidden class certification. The game Global Apostle has only briefly mentioned hidden classes on its official website, offering little in the way of detailed description. What circulates online are mere speculations among players. Some assert that the odds of obtaining a hidden class in Global Apostle are even slimmer than winning 5 million in the lottery, while others contend that the number of hidden classes is but a fraction of the likelihood of parachuting near a police station or military base. Countless such conjectures abound, yet they share a singular consensus. Hidden classes exist within Global Apostle, and their scarcity is unparalleled. Now, with the hidden class certification materializing in Chen Yi's task log, it is no wonder that his spirits soared. However, upon noting the supreme difficulty rating of the task, the thrill was abruptly doused, leaving him to grapple with a sobering reality. Within Global Apostle, task difficulties are categorized into 5 levels: low, secondary, intermediate, advanced, and supreme, each corresponding to the player's own capabilities. The higher the level, the more arduous the task becomes. For Chen Yi, armed solely with a severely damaged fire axe, a supreme task seemed nothing short of an insurmountable challenge. The level of the Zombie King must reach at least the 2nd evolutionary stage. Even ordinary zombies in the first awakening stage are beyond Chen Yi's capacity to eliminate, let alone the formidable Zombie King in the 2nd evolutionary stage. Newbie, why are you dawdling? Came the cold voice of NPC Niecheng from behind. Turning around, Chen Yi beheld an NPC clad in a black cloak. Standing 10 meters away with his back turned, the Barrett sniper rifle slung conspicuously across his back. A chilling realization struck Chen Yi as he recalled the object pressed against the back of his head. The thought of being shot in the head by a Barrett sniper rifle filled him with dread, akin to the image of a massive iron spike crushing a watermelon, utterly obliterated. I merely require your assistance in luring the Zombie King from the 90th floor to the top level. The rest will be handled by me, Niecheng continued. What? Lure it from the 90th floor to the top? Are you jesting? This skyscraper boasts at least 150 floors. You expect me to run up and down 60 floors, all while attracting a king-level zombie? Just considering the former. The sheer height of 120 floors is beyond my stamina, Chen Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the game, a player's stamina diminishes with every movement and monster encounter. The lower the stamina, the more sluggish the player's actions become. In a state of quietude, a player can recover 1 point of stamina every 10 seconds. A novice begins with an initial stamina of 100 points, and in the absence of any provisions, this 100 points serves as the sole assurance for newcomers seeking to reach the novice village base. Should Chen Yi expend a significant amount of stamina on this task, the time taken to arrive at the novice village base may be delayed, resulting in the limited weapons within the base being seized by players who arrive ahead of him. It is quite possible that when Chen Yi eventually reaches the novice village base, he may find himself empty-handed. To go, or not to go? Ignoring the incredulous expression on Chen Yi's face, the NPC Niecheng swiftly drew the silver Desert Eagle, turning to aim it directly at Chen Yi without room for debate. Go, of course. Chen Yi did not believe that bullets fired from the Desert Eagle within a 10-meter range would merely graze past him, even if the first bullet missed. It did not guarantee that the subsequent second or third bullets would also fail to find their mark. Thus, Chen Yi responded with unwavering resolve. Chapter 4. The Maternal Zombie, damn it. I have never encountered an NPC that forces tasks upon me. Shinyi grumbled inwardly. Although the allure of a hidden class was immense, he was acutely aware of his current capabilities. Armed with a severely damaged fire axe, he had no chance against a king-level zombie. Yet, under the menacing gaze of NPC Nye Chong and the dark muzzle of his gun, Shinyi had no choice but to steel himself and open the iron door leading to the stairwell. As the door creaked open, a faint scent of blood wafted toward him. Shinyi glanced into the pitch-black corridor and turned to the NPC, lamenting, "I say, Commander, I can't even see the path down there, let alone lure any monsters." Bang! A gunshot rang out, accompanied by a metallic spark. Shinyi turned his head to behold a smoking bullet hole in the iron door, swallowing hard as he thought. This NPC has quite the temper. What I meant to say is, I will descend immediately, he quickly added, before darting into the stairwell. The light filtering through the iron door illuminated the corridor just enough. Yet it still retained an eerie, shadowy quality. Shinyi's previous claim of not being able to see was merely a ruse to procure an unexpected item from the NPC. However, his intention was swiftly discerned by the astute NPC, resulting in the bullet hole's emergence. The stairwell of the skyscraper was designed as a scenic pathway. Thus it was relatively spacious, allowing Shinyi to wield his fire axe freely. A zombie blocking the center of the stairwell naturally became his target. With a soft grunt, Shinyi advanced toward it. Monster name, Zombie HP, 50 MP, 15 attack, 5 to 10 defense, 15 speed, 0 jump, 2 description. Once a corporate employee of the Jinghui building, this individual was unable to escape the ensuing biochemical catastrophe. 5 days post-disaster, he was bitten by a colleague who had transformed into a zombie. As he sought refuge in this place, he succumbed entirely to the virus, becoming one of the undead. With a swift motion, as the monster's entry appeared in the bestiary, Shinyi drove the blade of his fire axe deep into the zombie's partially exposed cranium. No crimson damage indicators arose, for a fatal blow icon had already manifested above the zombie's head, a golden skull, with a diminutive blood-stained fire axe embedded at its center. The zombie, now deprived of half its head, had no time to lament its fate, its body collapsing limply to the ground. Upon vanquishing this undead foe and earning 10 experience points, Shinyi chose not to descend further, but rather crouched beside the corpse of the zombie. He removed a nylon rope from his shoulder, meticulously splitting it into several lengths of approximately 10 meters each. He then fashioned a noose at the front end of each rope, allowing these nooses to dangle through the gaps of the stairwell railing, cascading down to the lower corridor. "Novice, you go and lure the monsters. I can handle this," NPC Nyechung declared, having appeared at the stairwell entrance. Observing Qinyu's handiwork with the nooses, he quickly grasped Chunye's intention. Taken aback by the NPC's relatively calm tone, Chunyi lifted his gaze to meet the gaze of the gas mask, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he grasped a nearby fire axe and descended the stairs. Unintentionally, his gaze fell upon the number indicating the floor on the wall, the 139th level. Fortunately, this skyscraper was not excessively tall. Reaching the 89th floor was a mere 20 floors fewer than he had anticipated. Shinyi typically required a minute to descend each floor, which included clearing the scant few zombies obstructing the stairwell. By the time he reached the 90th floor, merely 25 minutes had elapsed. Killing a single zombie could elevate his military rank. Leaning against the railing, Shinyi exhaled heavily, noting that he had accumulated 190 experience points, leaving him just 10 points shy of a rank promotion. Perhaps fortune favored him, for at the end of the corridor on the 90th floor stood a female zombie, bewildered in the center of the staircase. A faint smile graced Chunye's lips as he approached, raising his axe. "Ding! Congratulations on your promotion to peasant. You have received 3 free attribute points." A cascade of colorful light enveloped Chunye, and he felt a warm sensation wash over him, the fatigue dissipating instantaneously. The leveling system of Global Apostle adhered to the traditional competitive online gaming model, where advancing in rank allowed access to a broader array of weaponry. Now, as a peasant, Shinyi was permitted to wield agricultural implements, such as hoes. With each rank advancement, the system rewarded characters with free attribute points, though the allocation of these points was entirely random, ranging from 1 to 5 points. Some individuals might receive 5 points upon promotion, while others could find themselves with merely 2 points. It was akin to the moment when Chunyi first received a promotion in military rank, earning himself 3 attribute points. 3 attribute points were quite commendable. Chunyi allocated all 3 points to his strength, then effortlessly access the attribute interface. ID, Shu 2 military rank, Farmer HP, 125, increases by 25 with each rank elevation, MP, 30, increases by 5 with each rank elevation, attack, 11, 16 defense, 25 speed, 10 jump, 1. 0 stamina, 110, increases by 10 with each rank elevation, fatigue, 95. With the addition of 3 points in strength, his total attack surged by 6 points. Although it may not seem particularly formidable, it was more than sufficient to vanquish ordinary zombies. Most importantly, Chun-Yi had shed the novice rank, and upon returning to complete his quest, he would undoubtedly garner the respect of that pompous NPC. However, Chun-Yi found himself perplexed. Could a farmer truly be considered a military rank? Dismissing his concerns about the rank, he firmly planted his feet as he stood in the corridor of the 89th floor. The recent elevation in rank had restored a significant portion of his stamina, and he felt confident that he could sprint to the top floor in one go, provided that the king of zombies did not manage to slay him along the way. I am their slave. A deep, mournful wail suddenly echoed through the dim corridor. Chun-Yi's heart leaped with joy. How familiar that sound was. In his previous escapades in Counter-Strike, whenever a player was infected by the mother entity, they would emit such a lament, audible even across vast distances on the map. In the present day, the sound unexpectedly resonated within the game Global Apostles, stirring a sense of nostalgia within Chun-Yi. We have arrived. Another wail echoed, seemingly drawing closer. Lost in reminiscence, Chun-Yi was jolted back to reality and hastily retrieved adrenaline, injecting it into his arm. Just as the injection reached its midpoint, the system announced that he had been locked onto by the maternal zombie, plunging him into combat. The situation escalated into a perilous crisis. Chun-Yi swiftly discarded the syringe, dashing down the corridor without even turning to discern the visage of the zombie king. With only half of the adrenaline administered, his speed increased by a mere 10. Although Chun-Yi's velocity had improved, the relentless footsteps of the maternal zombie pursued him ever closer. Simultaneously, the attributes of the maternal zombie were recorded in Chun-Yi's monster compendium. Monster name: Maternal Zombie, 9th level awakened, HP, 2000 MP, 500 attack, defense, speed, 10 jump, 1, 5 skills, frenzied acceleration description, a primitive zombie that has feasted upon human flesh. Having evolved into a maternal zombie with infectious capabilities during the biochemical catastrophe. The true reason this towering skyscraper has devolved into a hellish abode lies within this very maternal zombie. Chapter 5. Dismemberment. Chun-Yi matched the speed of the mother zombie, despite his adrenaline-fueled surge of a 10 increase over 2 minutes. The mother zombie, however, unleashed its own frenzied acceleration skill, augmenting its speed by an equal 10. With both parties originally possessing a velocity of 10 meters per second, their enhancements rendered them locked in a stalemate. If, after 2 minutes, the mother zombie's state of frenzied acceleration persisted, Chun-Yi could only resign himself to fate, lamenting his misfortune. At that moment, however, Chun-Yi's singular focus was on survival. Thoughts of the mother zombie's frenzied acceleration, the hidden class advancement, or the assistance of NPCs to vanquish the zombie king were all cast aside. Once life is extinguished, all pleasures are rendered moot. Guided by the unwavering belief of as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Chun-Yi propelled himself forward with reckless abandon. Pursuing him relentlessly was the mother zombie, occasionally emitting chilling wails that instilled terror. Had Chun-Yi possessed a fragile disposition, he might have succumbed to paralysis at the sound of those horrifying cries. If he had dared to glance back, he would have been astonished to discover the mother zombie was a mere 2 meters behind him. Fortunately, the mother zombie's frenzied acceleration only lasted a minute before dissipating, while Chun-Yi's boost still had a minute remaining. Seizing this precious moment, he gradually extended the distance between himself and the mother zombie. And as he rounded the corner on the 102nd floor, he caught a clear glimpse of the relentless pursuer behind him. Before him stood a zombie clad in tattered camouflage military attire, its garb stained with blood and dust. The decayed visage was infested with white maggots, and its 2 crimson eyes fixated intently on Chun-Yi, emanating an aura of chilling dread. A mere glance sent shivers down his spine, as an unprecedented terror surged within him. The fear intensified when he witnessed the maternal zombie scuttling up the staircase, prompting him to quicken his pace. As Chun-Yi began his frantic ascent, his stamina rapidly waned. By the time he reached the 118th floor, His initial stamina of 110 points had dwindled to a mere 50, with 19 floors still separating him from the pinnacle. He calculated that without the aid of any restorative substances, he would expend 3 points of stamina for every 2 floors he climbed, meaning he required an additional 28 points to reach the top, although 50 points remained. The game's mechanics dictated that once a player's stamina fell below 10 of their total, they would enter a state of weakness. In this diminished state, all capacities for activity would plummet significantly, affecting both speed and defensive capabilities. Given that 10 of Chunye's stamina equated to 22 points, the likelihood of entering this weakened state upon reaching the apex was high. Thus, his chances of successfully completing the task appeared grim, should he succumb to weakness upon arrival. And if the NPC compelling him to undertake this mission were to appear in a timely manner, perhaps the task could still be fulfilled. Driven by an unwavering belief in his ability to accomplish the task at hand, Chunyi dashed towards the uppermost floor with the fervor of a desperate warrior. The anguished wails of the maternal zombies behind him seemed to fade into oblivion. Earlier, while clearing the corridor, he had fortuitously moved the corpses of the zombies to the sides of the walls. Otherwise, his frantic sprint would have been far less seamless. Initially, he had intended to use the zombie bodies as obstacles to impede the advance of the maternal zombies. However, it now appeared that these corpses, rather than serving as barriers against the agile maternal zombies, only hindered his own flight. How infuriating! A 9th-tier awakened maternal zombie possesses such incredible speed. He felt fortunate that he had not encountered the anticipated evolved zombies. As time silently slipped away, the numbers on the wall indicating the floors continued to rise during this relentless pursuit. Yet, when the iron door at the top floor came into view, a heaviness settled in Xinye's heart. To his dismay, there were no traps or snares surrounding the door or in the corridor. The traps that had previously hung from the staircase had vanished without a trace. He had presumed that the NPC compelling him to undertake this task would comprehend his intentions. Yet it seemed the opposite occurred. Not only did the NPC fail to grasp his meaning, but they also removed the snares meant to restrain the maternal zombies, forcing Chun-Yi onto a path of desperation. Novice, do not give up. At that moment, the cold voice of NPC Niecheng echoed from beyond the iron door. Chun-Yi gazed at the dwindling 22 points of stamina. With a single step forward, he would plunge into a state of weakness, allowing the maternal zombie behind him to swiftly close the gap. Yet, it seemed that retreat was no longer an option for Chun-Yi. The moment his stamina dwindled to 21 points, he sprang into action, soaring through the air in a rapid somersault towards the iron gate. In a desperate bid to buy himself a fleeting moment, he hurled the fire axe in his grasp towards the advancing maternal zombie, hoping to impede its progress, even if just for a heartbeat. Alas, the fire axe, tasked with the noble mission of buying time, lingered in the air for but a second before the maternal zombie's iron-like hand shattered it. Despair washed over Chun-Yi as he beheld the maternal zombie drawing ever closer, with half of his body already escaping through the iron gate. In that fleeting instant, he looked up to see an NPC crouched atop the rooftop, the glimmer of a Nepalese kukri poised in their hand. Yet, before the blade could descend, the maternal zombie lunged at Chun-Yi, who was still in mid-flight. At that critical moment, 2 loops of parachute cord, fashioned into a noose, ensnared the maternal zombie, tightening instantaneously. The tremendous force exerted from behind yanked the maternal zombie away from Chun-Yi, binding it securely to the iron gate with a nylon rope. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the maternal zombie, ensnared and suspended against the iron gate, began to thrash violently, emitting a bone-chilling wail directed at the fallen Chun-Yi. However, this wailing lasted only for 2 brief cries before being overshadowed by the thunderous report of the Barrett sniper rifle. Chun-Yi, sprawled upon the ground, clearly witnessed the NPC pressing the muzzle of the Barrett against the forehead of the mother zombie. As the deep and resounding gunshot echoed, the skull of the mother zombie erupted instantaneously, resembling the shrapnel dispersal of an anti-armor grenade. Yet, unlike the grenade, what the mother zombie expelled was a viscous mixture of crimson and white fluid along with shredded flesh. The body of the mother zombie was cleaved in 2 by the high-velocity bullet, which exited the chamber and promptly embedded itself into the concrete floor, raising a cloud of dust. Novice indeed. The mission is accomplished. The NPC Major Niecheng, who had executed the fatal headshot that nearly cost Chen his life, remarked with a hint of satisfaction. He then produced a blood-red tome and tossed it toward Chun-Yi. At the moment the sanguine book soared through the air, Chen Yi heard the system's notification signaling the completion of the task. Ding. Congratulations on assisting NPC Niecheng in completing Kill the Zombie King. You have gained 1,000 experience points and a hidden class employment book. Ding. Congratulations on advancing 2 ranks to Citizen, receiving 8 free attribute allocation points. The experience rewards post-mission propelled Chen Yi up 2 military ranks and granted him 8 free attribute points, an outcome that undoubtedly surpassed his wildest expectations. With the consecutive elevation of his ranks, his stamina naturally restored to full capacity. It seemed that having survived the ordeal, Chen Yi lay feebly on the ground, allowing the hidden class book to thud against his face. Major, I beg your pardon. I am no longer a novice. I am a citizen, Chen Yi exclaimed, grasping the Book of Fortune and correcting himself with wide eyes. Very well, citizen. For now, you must rely solely on your bare hands to seek out the novice village base, for your fire axe has been utterly rendered useless, the major replied nonchalantly. Stowing away his Barrett sniper rifle, Chen Yi gazed at the broken fire axe, now in 2 pieces before the iron gate, as a somewhat cunning idea began to form in his mind. Chapter 6. Employment of the Zombie Summoner Major. I sacrificed my severely damaged fire axe to assist you in your quest. Don't you think you should compensate me? With a radiant smile, Chen Yi continued. As for the anti-material rifle behind you, I shall forego it. You may keep the Desert Eagle. But I would appreciate it if you could hand me the Nepalese army knife you hold. Indeed. NPC Niecheng responded with a condescending chuckle. How could the other party be so easily deceived? Chen Yi pondered quietly. Regardless of that, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity to acquire the NPC's equipment. However, I have a condition. I wish to exchange it for the employment scroll of your hidden class. As NPC Niecheng spoke, he began to retreat towards the rooftop's edge. You truly are impressive, rookie. I can't believe that such a foolish NPC could be so easily tricked by you. Farewell. Hey, that parachute is my property. How dare you, as an NPC, make use of a player's belongings? I will certainly report you, Chen Yi shouted after the jumping NPC Niecheng. Yet, the parachute, guided by the winds, soared towards the horizon, completely disregarding Chen Yi's cries. Despite not acquiring any equipment, Chen Yi felt no disappointment. The hidden class employment scroll in his possession filled him with elation. If he were to auction this scroll, it would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. Nevertheless, Chen Yi had no intention of selling it. He had nearly reconstructed his body for this scroll, and to not learn from it would be a disservice to the sacrificed cellular vitality. Title of the Hidden Occupation, Zombie Summoner Description. This tome, painstakingly crafted by Dr. G, elucidates the arcane methods of summoning the undead. However, amidst the fierce contest between righteous and malevolent NPCs, this book was lost, fortuitously discovered by Major Niecheng. Zombie Summoner. Chen Yi pondered, resting his chin in contemplation. What manner of hidden occupation is this? Ding. Congratulations, you have attained the rank of Zombie Summoner, the second highest hidden occupation in the Chinese region. With a crisp sound, an image resembling a skill was automatically inserted into Chen Yi's specialized skill bar. Observing this, Chen Yi frantically pointed at the skill icon. Specialization name, basic summoning skill description, summon a common zombie to assist in combat. MP cost, 45 points, summoning limitation, muddy soil. Skill cooldown time, 10 minutes. The ability to summon a zombie for cooperative combat was exhilarating, and Chen Yi was immediately swept away by excitement. Moreover, this was the second-ranked hidden occupation on the leaderboard. It is well known that hidden occupations within Global Mission are indeed unique entities, surely possessing extraordinary damage output. The official rankings concerning hidden occupations appear to be accurate. A hidden occupation that ranks second undoubtedly possesses formidable strength. Simultaneously, worldwide announcements fervently proclaimed the emergence of hidden occupations in the Chinese region. Ding. Worldwide announcement. A player from the Chinese region has successfully attained a hidden occupation. The system hereby announces it throughout the day. Ding. Worldwide announcement. A player from the Chinese region has successfully attained a hidden occupation. The system hereby announces it throughout the day. Chen Yi anxiously gazed at the global announcement. Fortunately, the system notification did not reveal player IDs or concealed class titles, for such exposure would have shattered his principle of progressing and engaging in combat with discretion. As the saying goes, fame is a double-edged sword, and Chen Yi merely aspired to fulfill his initial dreams within the game. To him, titles and accolades were mere illusions, for he firmly believed that true greatness lies in humility. Yezi, did you see? A hidden class has emerged in the Chinese region. I wonder which lucky fellow stumbled upon it. Zhao Yan's message prompted a flicker of achievement within Chen Yi. With this newfound sense of accomplishment, he calmly replied, I saw it. Once again, you remain so composed. By the way, let me inform you that my current rank has plummeted to that of a peasant. But soon I shall ascend to that of a resident. By the way, what is your current level? Citizen. Chen Yi responded honestly. Damn, you're leveling up quite swiftly. I must hasten my training. Tonight I shall catch up to you. After concluding their conversation, Chen Yi made his way toward the stairwell. He felt an urgent need to elevate his rank. Weapons were of little concern to him, for while cleaning the stairwell, he had inadvertently discovered a fire axe abandoned on the 109th floor. The reason he had not picked it up earlier was his intention to request a weapon from the NPC Niecheng. With a new fire axe in hand, he could no longer feign poverty. For someone like Chen Yi, who firmly believed that only by appearing destitute could he evoke sympathy from NPCs, the new fire axe would merely become a burden. However, the tactic of feigning poverty failed with the NPC Niecheng. Fortunately, the hidden class job book provided some consolation for Chen Yi. Yet, the mere thought of the hidden class intensified his urgency to elevate his rank. As his current military rank corresponded to a meager MP value of only 40, while the invocation of a summoning skill required 45 MP. The disparity of a single rank rendered Chen Yi's hidden class virtually ineffectual, but he understood that it was merely a matter of time. Swiftly ascending to the 109th floor corridor, he gazed upon the fire axe within arm's reach and, without hesitation, extended his hand. Ding! You have picked up a rusty fire axe. Item name: Rusty Fire Axe. Rank requirement: Farmer attack, 10 to 15 skill. Critical hit durability, 100. This axe boasted an increase of a full 10 points in attack limit compared to the previous one. Chen Yi quickly equipped it and opened his attributes interface. The 8 points of free attributes gained from his recent rank elevation had all been allocated to his strength, resulting in a slight modification of his stats. ID: Shu 2 rank, Citizen HP, 175 MP, 40 attack, 24 to 39 defense, 25 speed, 10 jump, 0 stamina, 130 fatigue, 85 now. Chen Yi's maximum attack had reached an impressive 39 points, allowing him to easily dispatch ordinary zombies with 50 HP in just 2 strikes. However, he preferred to deliver a decisive blow directly to the head, achieving a lethal critical hit. With a formidable weapon in hand, Chen Yi naturally possessed the means to expedite his ascent in rank. The next military rank required 200 experience points, and he planned to slay foes as he traversed the area, aiming to elevate his rank before departing from the skyscraper. Players continually descended into this biowarfare battleground from the skies, yet none were aware of Chen Yi's solitary struggle within the confines of a nearby edifice. 5 hours later, he emerged from the skyscraper, his body drenched in blood. The weapon he now wielded was no longer the fire axe he had scavenged from the 109th floor, but rather one retrieved from the fire cabinet in the first floor corridor. Throughout this ordeal, he had lost count of the fire axes and kitchen knives he had exchanged. He had meticulously cleared every zombie from the 30 floors at the base of the skyscraper, and even the mutated rats had not evaded the blade of his knife. Despite his efforts, his rank remained at the citizen level, with an additional 435 experience points required to reach the next tier. Killing ordinary zombies that only offered 10 experience points each would likely take until dusk, rendering any hope of rank elevation futile. The in-game clock marked 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was likely that night would soon envelop the landscape. For a novice player without night vision equipment, nighttime was ill-suited for leveling up. Thus, Chen Yi needed to elevate his rank before darkness fell. With 5 level 1 awakened zombies nearby presenting themselves as prime targets for his advancement. Chapter 7. The first summoning confronting 5 level 1 awakened zombies. Chen Yi felt utterly unconfident. Not to mention level 1 awakened zombies, he doubted his ability to eliminate even 3 ordinary zombies. However, if he could utilize the various abandoned vehicles scattered across the street as obstacles, his chances of survival would significantly improve. With great caution, Chen Yi approached the location of the zombies, halting before a rusted Hummer. The 5 level 1 awakened zombies behind the vehicle meandered lazily, completely oblivious to the commotion behind them. Carefully, Chen Yi picked up a fragment of stone from the ground and hurled it towards the nearest zombie. The stone traced a perfect arc through the air before striking the zombie's head with precision. To Chen Yi's astonishment, the stone rebounded off the zombie's skull. inflicting 1 point of damage. Could a mere stone serve as a projectile? Could it truly harm a zombie? Shinyi found himself perplexed. Suddenly, as he pondered this, the struck zombie emitted 2 mournful wails. Shinyi cursed under his breath. Not only had he revealed his presence, but the cries had also drawn the attention of the remaining 4 zombies. The unfolding events surpassed Chun Ye's expectations. Initially, he intended to lure the zombie with some gravel, believing that the creature, struck by the stones, would discreetly abandon its group to indulge in a solitary feast. To his surprise, not only did the zombie refrain from acting alone, but it also summoned several others to encircle Chunyi for a coordinated ambush. Left with no choice, Chunyi ascended to the rooftop of the rugged Hummer, leveraging the vehicle's height to confront 5 first-level awakened zombies. Monster name: Zombie, first level awakened, HP, 100 MP, 30 attack, 20 to 35 defense, 20 speed, 3, 0 jump, 1. 0 description: a common zombie that has consumed the flesh and blood of players, meeting the conditions for first-level awakening, with attributes doubling upon awakening. Observing the attributes of the first-level awakened zombies, Chinyu silently rejoiced at having avoided a confrontation on the ground. The zombie's attack power was sufficient to breach the meager 25 points of defense afforded by his novice gear, and their combat style involved a dual strike, utilizing both hands, thus inflicting double the damage. With Chunye's health at 175 points, enduring 3 rounds under the assault of a first-level awakened zombie would be commendable. At that moment, the 5 first-level awakened zombies had surrounded the Hummer, extending their hands toward Chunyi on the rooftop. Relying on the elevation of the vehicle, he felt no apprehension regarding their reach. Consequently, a zombie that managed to climb onto the front of the car became Chunye's primary target. The fire axe swung through the air, striking the head of the advancing zombie with a resounding thud. The blade embedded itself into the creature's skull, and as Chunyi withdrew it, a skeletal figure emerged, signaling a fatal blow had been dealt. To his astonishment, he received 50 experience points, an astonishing 5-fold increase compared to the usual yield from an ordinary zombie. Eliminating the remaining 4 would net him a total of 200 experience points, thereby facilitating an elevation in his military rank. Chinyi felt a surge of joy. With a rank increase, he could summon a zombie to assist him. At that moment, he mused that facing not just 3 ordinary zombies, but even 5 first-tier awakened zombies, would be a mere formality. Lost in his exhilarating thoughts, he was oblivious to a group of novice players nearby, their eager gazes fixed upon him. After dispatching the last 4 zombies, the players gradually approached. "Hey there, you were incredible just now." Chinyi, who was in the midst of replenishing his health, was startled by a sultry voice. He quickly paused his actions and looked up, spotting a cluster of beginner-level players approaching him. Their faces bore no immediate signs of malevolent intent. However, upon reflection, Chunyi realized that beyond his somewhat superior fire axe, he had little else of value to offer. "You're too kind," he chuckled. "What brings you all here?" The group consisted of 7 individuals, 4 males and 3 females, each clad in novice gear. The males wielded fire axes while the females brandished iron swords. The individual who had just praised Chunyi was the most alluring among the 3 women, appearing to be merely 17 or 18, yet possessing an irresistible charm. The one in charge was a young man with dyed blonde hair. "Hello, my friend. We are a team heading to the Novice Village base. If you don't mind, perhaps you could join us for mutual support," the blonde youth said with a smile. "Do you know the way to the Novice Village base?" Chunyi inquired, his expression reflecting a hint of curiosity. "Of course. As long as you follow me, I can guarantee that you will reach the Novice Village base," the blonde youth assured confidently, then leaned closer to Chinye's ear and whispered that Novice Village base was discovered by a buddy of mine. "I've heard there are many firearms inside." "Oh, is that so?" Chinyi responded, slightly taken aback. "Could you share the coordinates with me?" The blonde youth paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Why do you need the coordinates, my friend? Just stick with me. There's strength in numbers, wouldn't you agree?" "That makes sense," Chinyi nodded. "However, I have some matters to attend to at the moment, so..." Seeing the bittersweet expression on Chunye's face, the blonde youth sighed. "In that case, I want to press you. Let us add each other as friends. This game is not meant to be played alone." Ding. Player Smoke Dust has sent you a friend request. Would you like to accept? Accept. After receiving the base coordinates from Smoke Dust, Chunyi expressed his gratitude and began to walk in the direction from which this group of players had just arrived. After Chunyi departed, a woman, possessing an innocent charm tinged with a hint of cold allure, stuck out her tongue and rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Brother, you wouldn't have just given him a false coordinate, would you?" "Ziyan, when have I ever provided anyone with false coordinates?" Yanchen retorted with a serious demeanor. "Then why is it that the base coordinates you give to everyone are different?" The girl named Ziyan blinked innocently. "Have I?" Yanchen replied, feigning innocence. "I must leave now. If I'm late, I won't be able to claim the limited weapon." Unbeknownst to them, Chenyi could not hear their conversation. He continued his search for first-level awakened zombies, but unfortunately, the streets were only populated by ordinary zombies and mutated rats. In exasperation, he resorted to battling these creatures. After approximately half an hour, an exhilarating notification sound resonated from the system. "Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to the rank of Reserve Soldier, earning 5 free attribute points." The elevation of his rank filled Chunyi with joy, but the unexpected reward of full attribute points sent his spirits soaring. He promptly allocated all 5 points to his strength, resulting in a remarkable increase in his attack power, which surged to a total of 49 points. With such formidable offensive capability, even against ordinary zombies, a single strike would suffice, even if it wasn't a lethal blow. After distributing his points, Chenyi quickly accessed his skill bar and selected the basic summoning skill. Ding! Initiating basic zombie summoning, loading. As the progress bar continued to advance, Chenyi observed the soil of the green belt before him begin to swell. The anguished wails of the undead echoed forth, and soon a desiccated arm broke through the earth, followed by a decaying head, a rotting torso, and ultimately, the legs. When a summoning zombie, appearing slightly more pristine than the ordinary undead, materialized before Chenyi, he eagerly cast an identification spell to ascertain the attributes of the summoned creature. Monster name: Junior Zombie, Level 2 Awakening. HP: 300 MP, 60 attack, 30 to 45 defense, 50 speed, 4, 5 jump, 1. 0 skills. Frenzied acceleration notes. A junior zombie summoned by the Necromancer's disciple, its every action is governed by the will of the summoner. Chapter 8. The beautiful arrival. Chun-Yi gazed in delight at the rudimentary zombie he had summoned. With a mere thought, he pointed towards a nearby streetlight and commanded, "Crash into the pole." Bang! Bang! My heavens! I instructed you to crash, and you actually did, Chun-Yi exclaimed, hastily attempting to halt the chaos. The damage inflicted by each collision pained him deeply. A total of 300 health points had already diminished by 20 without even engaging a foe. Nonetheless, Chun-Yi felt an immense satisfaction. With such a formidable zombie obedient to his will, facing 5 first-tier awakened zombies was no longer a daunting task. "Go! Unleash your fury and eliminate the ordinary zombie ahead," he silently urged. Instantly, the rudimentary zombie sprang into action, the words "Fury Acceleration" appearing above it as its speed surged. Racing towards the ordinary zombie. Upon closing in to within a meter, it launched its attack. 45. The ordinary zombie had no chance to retaliate. Swiftly obliterated by the impending doom, the rudimentary zombie, with its crimson eyes, glanced at the defeated foe lying helplessly on the ground, then turned towards Chun-Yi, emitting a triumphant wail. If one were to encapsulate Chun-Yi's emotions in but 2 words at that moment, they would undeniably be impressive. The offensive power of the summoned zombie left him utterly astounded. His eyes, wide as saucers, could easily accommodate an egg. Just one strike from a mere 2-hit combo had reduced the ordinary zombie to a pitiful state, exhibiting an attacking prowess that rivaled his own. With such a trump card in hand, Chun-Yi no longer harbored any concerns regarding his ability to repay his debts. He surveyed his surroundings. Where ordinary zombies aimlessly wandered the streets, and the experience gained from vanquishing them no longer sufficed to meet Chun-Yi's aspirations for a military promotion. As night fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a splendid glow across the evening sky, he found himself unable to locate a first-tier awakened zombie to further validate the capabilities of the lowly undead. Thus, he resolved to seek out a safe haven for his offline state. In the game Global Apostles, a player's virtual body remains in a corpse-like state within the game world upon logging off. This corpse remains vulnerable to attacks from all mutated creatures in the game, except for the player themselves, who may even be devoured. Should you find, upon logging in one day, that your corpse is missing, do not hesitate to request the system to reconstruct your body. Rest assured, your equipment will remain intact. It will be packaged by the system and delivered to your character upon your resurrection, to ensure that his body would not be consumed by mutated creatures after logging off. Chunyi returned to the skyscraper. He made his way to a room on the 5th floor, then climbed into the ventilation duct of that room, sealing the vent. He bid goodnight to the lowly zombies below and clicked to log off. When the night enveloped the virtual world, it coincided with the dawn of reality. Chunyi removed his gaming headset and gazed out at the fresh dawn. After stretching languidly, he rose and hurriedly attended to his morning routine in the bathroom. He then made his way to the kitchen, where he consumed a box of dinner milk and a few slices of bread before returning to his bedroom. Just as he reclined on his bed, he heard Xian's voice singing even in death, "I will love." "Hey, Yananzi, what's up?" Chunyi said as he pressed the answer button on his phone. "Have you located the novice village base?" Zhao Yan inquired from the other end of the line. "I only have one coordinate. I haven't gone to search yet." "Yezi, can you be a bit more proactive? If you log in tonight, the limited weapons in the base might all be claimed by the players. Is it really that easy to find the novice village base?" Chunyi was puzzled. Didn't the official website state that players would need at least half a day to locate it? "Once they find it, I just need a coordinate." "You're too clever for your own good, you lazy bum. Enough of that. By the way, which lost city did you parachute into?" "I'm in Lost City number 9. They say there's an abandoned arms factory there," Zhao Yan said smugly. "I'm in Lost City number 26. "Yezi, you must have stumbled upon some incredible luck today," Zhao Yan exclaimed excitedly from the phone. "Let me tell you, in Lost City number 26, there's a bioweapons research facility that supposedly houses the legendary bioweapons." "How do you know so much?" "It's as if your family developed this game," Chunyi remarked, increasingly perplexed. Nevertheless, he was indeed intrigued by the rumored bioweapons. "Hee. I won't reveal everything just yet. That's all for now. I need to get some sleep." After Zhao Yan concluded the call, he hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound on the other end, Chunyi set down his device, now accustomed to Zhao Yan's tantalizing manner of speaking. He interlaced his fingers behind his head, envisioning how he would appear once he acquired the biological weapon, and before long, he drifted into slumber. At precisely 4:30 in the afternoon, the alarm rang, awakening the protagonist of his dream, Chunyi. Rising from his repose, he donned a pristine white tracksuit and commenced his daily afternoon exercise. An hour later, drenched in perspiration, Chunyi returned to his modest rented accommodation. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he recalled the words he had spoken to the instructor during military training at university. "Even if I do not participate in this military training, you will not triumph over me. Should I lose, I willingly withdraw from school." In that moment, Chunyi had been audacious. Eager to immerse himself in the world of global apostles, he chose to forego military training, issuing a challenge to that very instructor as he departed. If Chunyi's decision stemmed from youthful impulsiveness, what compelled the instructor and his class advisor to accept the challenge? Was it merely to provide the entire school with a spectacle of Chunyi's potential failure before the training concluded? Nevertheless, Chunyi was determined not to grant them that satisfaction, for he firmly believed in his ability to prevail. After resting on the couch to cool down, Chunyi took a thorough shower in the bathroom, then prepared a sumptuous dinner. Once he had finished his meal, he retreated to his bedroom and donned the gaming headset. The timing was perfect, coinciding with the moment the sun rose in the virtual realm. When players wear the headset, they exist in a state of soul, requiring a command to enter the game. Chunyi donned the gaming headset with the intent of immersing himself in the game. As soon as the command was confirmed, his consciousness swiftly transformed into a stream of data, hurtling through a winding tunnel, the terminus of which was the center of Chunyi's forehead within the virtual realm. With the influx of data, the dormant Chunyi, nestled within the ventilation shaft, gradually opened his eyes, instantly reactivating the various data parameters of the game. At the moment of restoration, Chunyi detected a subtle fragrance wafting through the air ducts. Following the source of the aroma, he was taken aback to discover a female corpse lying ahead in the ventilation tunnel. Due to the proximity, Chunyi could clearly discern her features. Long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her prominent bosom, and a deep, alluring mark accentuated her form. As his gaze traveled upward, he beheld a delicate and enchanting visage. Fair skin tinged with a blush and long, captivating eyelashes beneath elegantly arched brows. The refined curve of her nose and slightly parted soft lips evoked in Chunyi the image of a character from a fairy tale, Sleeping Beauty. However, just as he finished his appraisal, the slumbering beauty abruptly opened her eyes, her large, dark irises locking onto Chunyi's gaze. Miss, why are you sleeping here?" Chunyi stammered, a look of embarrassment crossing his face, his speech faltering as if he were a thief caught in the act. feeling a sudden rush of guilt. Chapter 9. The Enigmatic Reaper. At this moment, Wang Yinran's heart was awash with trepidation. The previous night, just before logging off, she had inadvertently stumbled upon a second-tier awakened zombie. At that time, she surmised that if a first-tier awakened zombie yielded 50 experience points, then a second tier would certainly offer no less than 200. Gazing at the experience bar, which was on the verge of elevating her military rank, Wang Yinran resolved to eliminate the second-tier zombie before logging off. Thus, she stealthily trailed the creature. Along the way, she noted its peculiarity. While ordinary zombies roamed specific areas, this one seemed to have a distinct purpose, making its way towards a towering skyscraper. A sense of unease gripped her, prompting her to abandon her initial plan for a surprise attack and instead follow the zombie to uncover its destination. Eventually, she observed the zombie ascend to the 5th floor and enter Office 505, closing the door behind it. The sound of the door shutting sent her heart racing. She could scarcely believe she had encountered a guardian entity from Global Apostles. These guardians are unique beings that safeguard treasures within the game, concealing items pilfered from players, mutated creatures, and NPCs in designated areas. Discovering one was tantamount to unearthing a treasure trove, the delights of which were beyond imagination. However, when Wang Yinran opened the door to Office 505, the fabled treasure was nowhere to be found, and even the mysterious guardian had inexplicably vanished. The arrangement of the office was utterly transparent, devoid of any concealed spaces. She had initially thought that the guardian creature had discovered her presence and fled through the window. However, upon observing the firmly shut window, that notion quickly dissipated. Subsequently, she scoured every corner of the office, yet the guardian creature remained elusive. As nightfall approached, darkness was poised to envelop the virtual realm. Left with no other recourse, Wang Yinran reluctantly pried open the ventilation window and crawled into the duct. To her astonishment, she discovered the lifeless body of a man lying within the conduit. After a brief appraisal of the corpse, Wang Yinran did not hesitate to clamber over it. With a human barrier obstructing her, she felt no apprehension regarding the suddenly vanished guardian creature. Even if it were to reappear, the presence of this seemingly intact male corpse would ensure her safety. As for when the player controlling the deceased might log in, she was entirely unconcerned. 99 of novice players typically chose to enter the game at dawn. She merely needed to log in a tad earlier, stealthily exiting the ventilation duct without arousing suspicion. However, upon opening her eyes, she found that the player had already awakened, gazing at her with an expression of irreverence. The most troubling aspect was that he posed the most critical question. "Beautiful lady, why are you sleeping here? Was there something amiss?" Though anxiety churned within her, Wang Yinran maintained a facade of calm, furrowing her brow as she responded. The player who dared to pose the pivotal question was Chinyu. He had never anticipated awakening to find a beautiful woman beside him, particularly one of his preferred type, a perfect blend of 6 parts innocence, 3 parts allure, and a dash of cuteness. "Of course, there's no problem," he hastily replied, shaking his head. "But how did you end up in the ventilation duct behind me?" "I merely crawled past your body, naturally from behind you," she responded nonchalantly. In truth, Chunyi had already surmised how she accomplished this feat. What astonished him was her calm demeanor in replying. The young man, who had hoped to catch a hint of shyness on her face, found his expectations dashed. Nonetheless, he held a deep admiration for her composed response. "Oh, now I understand," Chunyi exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. "It seems our meeting is fated. May I add you as a friend?" "Absolutely not," she replied with unwavering firmness. "Let me go?" Chinyu was taken aback by her abrupt refusal, yet he remained confident that she would not deny him twice. "If you wish to be let down, then it must be with the condition of adding me as a friend," he retorted, donning a mischievous grin that was characteristic of a rogue. "Ding. Yin has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" Chunyi was surprised by her swift agreement. The tricky tactic he had planned promptly evaporated, leaving him feeling rather mundane. Reluctantly, he clicked to accept. However, when he looked up to see Yin's indifferent expression, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. "Indeed, a gentleman's word is not to be taken lightly, and I shall take my leave now." Chinyi, with a serene smile, masked the sudden surge of emotions within. He then lifted the skylight cover and leaped down with a fire axe in hand. Yin followed closely behind, and at that moment, Chinyi noticed that she bore no weapon. "Where is your weapon?" Chinyi inquired with curiosity. Yin merely cast him a blank glance, which sufficed as her answer. before approaching the storage cabinet at the office desk. She raised her delicate hands and opened the cabinet door. As the door swung open, a wave of disappointment washed over Chenyi, for within the cabinet lay Yin and Yin's gear, a black reaper's cloak, beneath which the outline of a scythe was faintly discernible. Chenyi watched, astonished, as Yin and Yin gradually draped the cloak over herself, completely enveloping her graceful figure. "Oh, so this is your gear." Chenyi feigned nonchalance, now aware of the source of the inexplicable chill he had felt earlier. His earlier vexation, stemming from Yinran Yin's indifference, dissipated in that moment. Yet, just as Chun Ye's light-hearted remark hung in the air, a flash of white light abruptly appeared. By the time Chun Yi registered the event, the scythe was already poised against his neck, held by Yin and Yin. "Considering you kept watch over me last night, I shall spare your life," she said, a smile gracing her lips, pure and unblemished, yet laced with a chilling aura of menace. "I believe it would be better for you to end my life. That way, it would negate the honor of having guarded you." Chenyi understood that the opponent's offensive power was extraordinarily formidable. Even summoning a low-level zombie would not suffice as a match for her. This was evident from the opponent's rank of a first lieutenant and the gleaming scythe of death he wielded. However, for the sake of her unyielding dignity, Chenyi would rather perish than live in disgrace by safeguarding the dormitory. Yinran Yin had not anticipated that the man before her possessed such unwavering integrity, and her grip on the scythe tightened unconsciously. "Is that so? Then I shall grant you your wish," Yinran Yin coldly declared. The scythe of death was instantly withdrawn from Chen Ye's neck, raised high, and then swiftly brought down again, its sharp edge gleaming ominously, poised to sever Chen Ye's throat. Yet, at that critical moment, Yinran Yin unexpectedly halted, controlling the blade to rest upon Chun Ye's neck. Simultaneously, a crimson numeral indicating damage appeared above Chun Ye's head, 35. Despite Chun Ye's unwavering composure, never once blinking, a flicker of admiration stirred within Yinran Yin. It appeared he was not the hypocrite feigning noble principles. Nonetheless, this newfound appreciation was imperceptible in her tone. "Very well, I retract my previous statement. But I shall not apologize." As Chun Yi listened to the equally frigid words and observed Yinran Yin's departing figure, she felt the cold sweat seeping through her skin. It took her a full minute of dazed contemplation before she slowly murmured, "The scythe of death, Yinran Yin." Chapter 10. Encounter with the mutant dog chasing the dawn within the virtual realm. Chun Yi embarked on his journey to the novice village base. Unbeknownst to him, the coordinates he had obtained from the smoke were, in fact, the lair of a mutated lord. The desolate streets stretched before him, littered with rusted and haphazardly parked vehicles, while moss crept up the glass windows of the abandoned shopping mall. The only entities that captured Chenye's attention in the silent, forsaken city were the aimlessly wandering zombies lurking in every corner of the streets. Chun Yi slowly raised his fire axe, targeting a zombie feasting on decaying flesh before a small car. With a decisive swing, the axe came crashing down, its rusted blade striking precisely at the zombie's nape. However, to Chun Ye's astonishment, the axe failed to sever the neck. It merely sliced through a thin layer of flesh, inflicting a meager 20 points of damage. The zombie, incensed by Chun Ye's assault, swiftly turned its blood-soaked, grotesque visage towards him. With a guttural roar, the zombie issued a challenge before launching an attack. The distance between Chun Yi and the zombie was scarcely a meter. As the creature rose, it closed the gap by half a meter, its powerful right arm poised to strike Chun Ye's head. Yet, instead of retreating, Chun Yi displayed a peculiar smile. At that moment, a shadow surged forth, colliding with the attacking zombie and hurling it violently against the small car. The force of the impact caused the already decayed vehicle to crumple inward, accompanied by the sound of twisting metal. 50. The staggering crimson numbers erupted from the head of the struck zombie as the car crumpled, while the shadow that loomed was none other than the lowly undead summoned by Chun Yi, the necromancer. With a swift command, the primary zombie charged forth, immediately launching a fierce assault under Chun Yi's mental guidance. Brandishing his axe, Chun Yi aimed a deadly strike at the zombie. In that very instant, the primary zombie deftly dodged to the side, exposing the creature to the blade's descent. With a sickening squelch, the level 2 awakened zombie, possessing a formidable 150 health points, found itself utterly defenseless against the combined onslaught of Chun Yi and his summoned minion. It is worth noting that a level 2 awakened zombie is akin to a harbinger of death in the eyes of most players, its terrifying offensive capabilities aside. Its grotesque resilience would ordinarily render Chen Ye's fire axe incapable of inflicting meaningful damage, let alone a fatal blow. Yet, just then, a cacophony of frantic barking erupted from the street ahead, prompting Chen Yi to instinctively tighten his grip on the fire axe. A surge of impending dread compelling him to retreat cautiously. Help! There are so many mutated dogs. The panicked cries echoed from the right street, merely 10 meters from Chen Yi, as he was taken aback by the sight of a blood-soaked player bursting forth from that very path, swiftly followed by a shadow that lunged towards him. In the blink of an eye, the shadow lunged onto the player's back, swiftly bringing him crashing to the ground. Almost instantly, the image of a fatal strike materialized above the fallen player, resulting in his immediate demise. At that moment, as Chen Yi retreated, he finally discerned the true nature of the shadow. It was a massive mutated hound, astonishingly stripped of all its fur. Its body cloaked in a viscous black liquid that dripped slowly onto the lifeless form of the player. Each droplet of this substance seemed to possess a corrosive quality akin to acid, creating a ghastly wound upon the corpse. However, it was not the viscous liquid that instilled the greatest fear. Rather, it was the creature's enormous maw, lined with an array of minute, serrated teeth. Chen Yi realized this as he witnessed the mutated hound open its bloody jaws to devour the player's head. The gushing blood from the severed neck was indeed horrifying. Yet it paled in comparison to the sight of the hound's mouth, which was ominously adorned with countless tiny yellow serrations, including those on its tongue. At this juncture, Chen Yi had retreated a distance of 5 meters, with the low-level zombie following his mental command to withdraw as well. However, a distance of 15 meters did not guarantee safety. From the depths of the street, more mutated hounds emerged, converging upon the player's corpse to feast. These later arrivals were smaller in size but greater in number. Chen Yi silently counted 7 of them in his mind. The previously encountered mutated dog, after devouring the entire head of a player, leapt aside from the lifeless body, quietly observing the scuffle among the smaller mutated pups. Chen Yi cautiously cast 2 identification spells, revealing the attributes of the mutated creatures in the monster encyclopedia. Monster name: Mutated Dog Pup, Secondary Awakening. HP: 100 MP, 35 Attack, 30, 45 Defense, 15 Speed, 15 Jump, 0. 5 Description: the offspring of the maternal mutated dog, having reached the level of Secondary Awakening upon birth. Monster name: Maternal Mutated Dog, Quaternary Awakening. HP: 500 MP, 90 Attack, Defense, Speed, 18 Jump, 2. 0 Skills: Frenzied Pounce, Lethal Venom. Description: the stray mother dog, initially infected by the virus on the streets, acquired the purest evolutionary power and, 6 months after the biochemical catastrophe, gave birth to 8 mutated pups. It subsequently awakened to the quaternary level after mistakenly consuming one of its own offspring. Upon witnessing the attributes of the maternal mutated dog, Chen Yi was momentarily paralyzed by shock. He was acutely aware that this creature, having attained the quaternary awakening, possessed the capability to annihilate any novice player lacking firepower in an instant. Furthermore, the accompanying skills of Frenzied Pounce and Lethal Venom would undoubtedly enhance its lethality, drastically diminishing the escape chances for initial players. While Chen Yi was indeed a novice player, he possessed an advantage over the typical beginner, the trump card of a low-level zombie. Yet even so, he could merely assure that his chances of escape were somewhat higher than those of other novice players. As for confronting the mutated dog, it was not that he had not contemplated it, but rather that he dared not entertain the thought at all. Unconsciously, Chen Yi retreated another 5 meters, and his desperate gaze, searching for cover, finally alighted upon a bus with only the front door ajar, which became his most coveted refuge. With utmost caution, he maneuvered his body closer to the bus and swiftly slipped inside. Slumped in the vehicle, Chen Yi took several deep breaths of the stale air within the bus, then gently set down the fire axe, observing the cold sweat that had formed in his palms. Exhaling slowly, he murmured to himself, "I've temporarily evaded disaster." Bang, bang, bang. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a series of gunshots erupted outside the bus, swiftly followed by the grumbling of players. Damn it! The level 2 awakened zombies yield no experience? Is there a bug in the system? Simultaneously, Chen Yi received a notification from the system. Ding! The low-level zombie you summoned has been slain by the player Night Rain. Chapter 11. The 92 type pistol. The novice zombie was slain by the player Night Rain. Upon reading this information, Chen Ye's heart, which had only just begun to settle, surged once again with anxiety. While the fact that player Night Rain had dispatched a novice zombie ignited a certain degree of anger within Chinyi, he dared not make any rash movements. Instead, he hunched his body and cautiously approached the rear door of the vehicle, peering through the glass to observe the happenings outside. What made Chinyi so wary was not the player Night Rain, who had killed the novice zombie. He bore no fear of the other's capacity for violence, for he possessed little of value that might attract attention. The fire axe he clutched was on the verge of complete disrepair, and his backpack contained merely a half-used vial of adrenaline. As the saying goes, one who walks barefoot fears not the one in shoes. Thus, the impoverished Chun-Yi felt no trepidation towards Night Rain, who wielded a pistol outside. His genuine concern lay with the mutated dogs that might be drawn by the gunfire, and whether Night Rain was equipped to confront such a pack. The reality unfolded before his eyes in silence, revealing that player Night Rain had attracted a total of 8 mutated dogs, including the formidable mother dog. Yet, it became evident that Night Rain lacked the means to contend with them, as Chun-Yi witnessed the player frantically fleeing. What left Chin-Yi in a state of turmoil was the fact that Night Rain had sought refuge on the very bus where he himself was trapped. The 7 young mutated dogs darted swiftly through the abandoned vehicles, and in an instant, the isolated barks coalesced into a cacophony surrounding the bus. Chin-Yi, positioned at the rear door, felt a creeping despair. He now understood that both he and the player known as Night Rain were ensnared within the bus by this pack of mutated dogs. Bang, bang, bang. Once aboard the bus, the Night Rain left little time for an appraisal of the surroundings, as a swiftly lunging mutated puppy seized his attention and demanded the full force of his weaponry. His index finger repeatedly pressed the trigger, the obsidian muzzle emitting fleeting flashes of light. The bullets, whirling through the air at high velocity, traced 3 fiery arcs before the front door. 2 of these arcs instantly found their mark within the gaping maw of the attacking mutated puppy. A staggering crimson numeral of damage materialized. For even a mutated puppy in the second awakening phase could only withstand 2 lethal shots from human firearms. It was at that moment that Chun-Yi discerned the model of the handgun in Night Rain's grasp, the domestically produced Type 92. Renowned for its aesthetic allure and brutal efficiency, this low-failure pistol boasted an impressive lifespan of over 5,000 rounds, a magazine capacity of 15, and the ability to precisely eliminate any target within 50 meters. Moreover, it could be equipped with a powerful flashlight and an infrared sight. Without the necessity of delving deep into his memories, Chin-Yi found that the general specifications of the firearm surfaced almost simultaneously with his recognition of its model. Damn it! A horde of mutated dogs had emerged. At the front door, fully immersed in combat, Night Rain occasionally unleashed a frustrated exclamation, and with each utterance, 3 fiery lines erupted from the Type 92. The first line would always graze the top of a mutated puppy's head, displaying the word MSS. Initially, Cheney attributed this to Night Rain's lack of marksmanship, believing he had simply misfired. However, after witnessing this pattern repeat thrice, Cheney realized that the first bullet had not, in fact, missed. It had struck another mutated puppy entirely. Upon reaching this point, Cheney immediately comprehended Night Rain's strategy, while simultaneously marveling at the unbroken chain of monster slaying. The term uninterrupted monster slaying signifies the initial phase among the 3 stages of competitive mastery. To ascertain whether a competitor belongs to this phase, 2 criteria must be evaluated. Firstly, an accuracy rate exceeding 85, and secondly, the ability to perceive and assimilate 70 of the dynamic and static changes within the surroundings, executing corresponding calculations and strategies within a second, thereby ensuring a continuous stream of monsters delivered to one's firearm. Take, for instance, the player at the front door, Night Rain. His accuracy is beyond reproach. Except for a slight deviation with the first shot aimed at luring the monsters, the subsequent 2 shots fired at the oncoming mutated puppy creature struck nearly the same spot, indicating that he had fulfilled the first requirement of uninterrupted monster slaying. As for the more stringent second criterion, his ability to summon 7 mutated dogs to his gun's muzzle and eliminate them all within a mere 5 seconds, inclusive of the time taken to reload, clearly demonstrates his proficiency. Although Chun-Yi regarded Night Rain as a formidable competitor, more than capable of handling the 7 mutated puppies, he harbored concerns in his heart. The mother mutated dog posed a 60 likelihood of eliminating Night Rain, while simultaneously threatening a 40 chance of taking his own life. After dispatching the 7 mutated pups, Night Rain was left with only 9 bullets in his pistol, having changed the magazine in the process. Chunyi observed that the player Night Rain had no intention of reloading his magazine, and he began to suspect that Night Rain was running low on ammunition. He then contemplated the grim possibility that if Night Rain were to fall to the mutated beast, he might very well become the next target of its wrath. Suddenly, Chunyi realized that he and Night Rain, who was entirely oblivious to his presence, shared a bond akin to that of the teeth and lips. One's demise would spell disaster for the other. He deemed it essential to ally with Night Rain. However, to his astonishment, the enraged mutated beast offered them no opportunity to unite. As the skill-frenzied charge activated above the beast's head, its massive body leapt from the ground like a cannonball, vanishing from Chunyi's sight. Almost immediately, he felt the bus sway violently. Simultaneously, the upper metal roof of the bus was struck by a heavy object, causing the already decaying vehicle to warp. The impacted metal buckled severely, and had Night Rain not taken cover in time, Chunyi would have likely been confronted with nothing but a lifeless corpse. My God, is that really a mutated beast? Night Rain exclaimed in a state of panic. Yet, his 92-style pistol did not cease firing. The bullets erupted from the barrel, effortlessly tearing through the dented metal and piercing the body of the beast above. No, Chunyi finally shouted, but it was too late. In a state of distress, Night Rain turned to face the suddenly appeared player on the bus, revealing a look of astonishment, as if he were genuinely taken aback by Chunyi's presence. Yet, Night Rain remained oblivious to the fact that at the moment he turned his head, a viscous black liquid oozing from the bullet holes was rapidly corroding the dented metal of the bus. In the blink of an eye, the iron sheet was entirely consumed, only to be followed by a torrent of the black, viscous liquid. With no metallic barrier to impede its descent, the liquid cascaded down upon Night Rain. 120, 120, 150. In an instant, 3 figures ascended above Night Rain's head, as his upper body was transformed into a pool of blood by the deluge of the black liquid. The concave roof of the bus was hollowed out by the viscous substance, allowing the massive form of the mutated canine to descend into the gaping void. A surge of elation surged through Chunyi as he quickly scrambled towards the remnants of Night Rain's form. Initially, he intended to retrieve the 92 Type pistol, which still contained 2 bullets, and deliver a couple of shots to the critically injured mutated canine. However, just as he reached out, the mutated creature suddenly descended from above, landing directly in front of him. Chapter 12. The promotion of the novice zombie. In the moment the mutated mother dog descended abruptly, it thrust Chunyi into an inescapable predicament. He instinctively withdrew his left hand, which had reached for the firearm, realizing that retreat was no longer an option. With no avenue for escape, he could only summon the courage to advance. Chunyi grasped the fire axe and swiftly aimed for the skull of the mutated mother dog. The distance between them a mere 20 centimeters, the axe descending with precision and force. Just a second before the axe struck, Chunyi's heart leapt to his throat. If the rusted fire axe failed to cleave through the last vestiges of the mutated mother dog's blood, he would be utterly defenseless against its impending assault. The outcome was inevitable. With a mere 200 points of vitality, he could not withstand the lethal blow of a 4th-level awakened mutated mother dog. A sharp crack echoed, not the sound of the axe biting into flesh, but rather the sound of the axe handle shattering. Upon hearing this, as the weight of the fire axe in his right hand suddenly diminished, his heart sank once more, descending into the abyss of despair within him. 85. A striking red damage number materialized above the mutated mother dog's head. However, Chunyi could not behold this glaring figure, for he had closed his eyes, bracing himself for the fatal strike. Instead, he only heard the shattering of a bus window under the impact of a heavy object, vividly imagining the blade of the broken axe shattering the glass. I have once again succumbed, Yinzi. The sum of 146,850 yuan that I owe you appears to be postponed yet again. Chunyi, with a bittersweet smile, braced himself for the imminent demise. Time slipped away, 1 second after another, yet the anticipated encounter with the maiden's demise remained elusive, replaced instead by the mournful cries of the mutated canine's death. Abruptly, Chunyi's eyes flew open in astonishment as he discovered the mutated canine had collapsed. He could hardly believe it. How could the fire axe, which had clearly rebounded and fractured, still inflict harm upon the mutated creature? He promptly accessed the battle log, and upon reading the line, "You dealt a fatal blow to the mutated canine, causing 85 points of damage." A wave of confusion mingled with elation washed over him. What bewildered Xinyi was how the axe, which had flown out the window, managed to harm the mutated canine. While his joy stemmed from the realization that the axe had delivered a decisive strike at the most critical moment. The double damage from the fatal hit had caused the severely weakened creature to explode. However, what delighted him most was the shimmering pile of gold beneath the lifeless body of the mutated canine. "It has dropped equipment," Xinyi exclaimed with a radiant smile. The thought of heaven and hell hanging in a delicate balance flickered through his mind. In the realm of global apostles, ordinary monsters yield no loot, only those formidable bosses, akin to the mutated creature, drop equipment. To ensure they drop items, one must maintain the integrity of the boss's corpse. The greater the integrity, the more plentiful and superior the loot. It is akin to the encounter Chun-Yi had with the mother zombie within the towering skyscraper. At the moment it was struck by the anti-material weapon wielded by the NPC Nye Chong, its skull was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, while its lower body was cleaved in twain, leaving the integrity of the corpse irreparably compromised. Consequently, upon the demise of the mother zombie, no equipment was dropped. In contrast, the mother mutated hound was able to yield equipment because, upon its demise, its body remained intact. Aside from a few bullet holes in the abdomen and slight deformation of the head, the rest of its form remained undamaged. Xinyi noted that the integrity of the mother mutated hound's corpse was an impressive 95, making the drop of equipment entirely reasonable. However, Xinyi did not immediately collect the equipment dropped by the mother mutated hound. Instead, he picked up the 92 style pistol that the player Yi Yu had dropped upon his demise. Weapon name: 92 style pistol attack, 60 to 80 magazine capacity, 215 rate of fire, 150 effective range, 50 after acquiring the pistol. Chun-Yi hastily crouched down to retrieve the equipment dropped by the mother mutated hound. After a thorough search, he discovered 2 items. Item name: primary tuberculosis, level 1, quality, 4 stars. Description: a devouring virus that gradually accumulates within the brain of the mutated creature. Players holding this item can exchange it for corresponding gold coins and supply equipment at the base. Equipment name: dogskin boots, white tier equipment, defense, 25 speed, 0. 1 with great swiftness. Chun-Yi equipped the 92 style pistol and the dogskin boots, then promptly accessed the attributes interface. ID: Shutu rank, reserve soldier HP, 200 MP, 45 attack, 79 to 99 defense, 45 speed, 10. 1 jump, 1. 0 stamina, 140 fatigue, 85 upon equipping the Type 92 pistol. Xinyi's assault transformed into a formidable force, boasting an impressive attack power of 100 points, sufficient to eliminate a level 2 awakened zombie with a single bullet. Furthermore, his defense was augmented by 20 points due to the dogskin boots, rendering him impervious to the attacks of ordinary zombies. With palpable joy, Xinyi twirled the Type 92 pistol in his hand. Although it was a fortunate find, it had nearly cost him his life. Had he not collected this weapon, the system would have reclaimed it in 2 minutes. Adhering to the spirit of frugality and resourcefulness, reminiscent of the selfless hero Lei Feng, Xinyi was resolute in preventing the pistol, which had nearly claimed his life, from being taken back by the system. Simultaneously, this pistol reminded Chun-Yi of the initial zombie he had vanquished. Observing his HP restored to full, he promptly leaped from the shattered car window and made his way to a nearby greenbelt. There, he summoned the initial zombie and commanded it to feast upon the cranium of the mutated canine. Xinyi's intention behind this action was to elevate the level of the summoned zombie. Although the zombie summoner is classified as a variant of the summoner profession, the attributes of the summoned zombies are not inherently linked to the summoner. To enhance the attributes of the summoned undead, they must devour other mutated creatures to acquire evolutionary energy, excluding their fellow zombies. Regrettably, Xinyi encountered predominantly low-level zombies throughout his journey. It was only recently that he stumbled upon a pack of mutated dogs. However, neither he nor the low-level zombies possessed the strength to contend with this ferocious group. Fortunately, the player known as Yi Yu came to his aid, not only vanquishing the mutated dogs, but also leaving behind a 92 style pistol after his valiant sacrifice. Chun-Yi's initial ire towards Yi Yu for dispatching the low-level zombies swiftly transformed into genuine gratitude for his selfless spirit. Unbeknownst to Chun-Yi, Yi Yu, now in a spectral state, was attentively observing his every move. Just as the newly emerged low-level zombie rushed towards the bus, it unhesitatingly sank its teeth into the cranium of the mutant dog. As a zombie summoner, Chun-Yi received a prompt from the system. Ding. Your low-level zombie is consuming the carcass of the mutant dog, acquiring evolution energy. Ding! The low-level zombie has completed the acquisition of evolution energy, successfully elevating its level to the third awakening phase. Chapter 13. The Liquid Gathering Corpse Lord Ding. Due to your primary zombie successfully reaching the third awakening phase, the system rewards you with the skill, Flesh and Bone Sacrifice. The system's notifications appeared in rapid succession at the moment the primary zombie leveled up, and the final message filled Chun-Yi with immediate excitement. Skills in Global Apostles are exceedingly rare, apart from acquiring corresponding vocational skills during job assignments. There are few instances where skill books can be found. Even when they do appear, they are typically reserved for affluent and resourceful high-tier groups. It is said that any skill book in Global Apostles holds a value equivalent to that of a specialized gaming studio's production cost. Chun-Yi understood that he had obtained something akin to a unique gaming studio, and the joy within him was beyond words. He quickly accessed the newly acquired Flesh and Bone Sacrifice skill, and the skill description information promptly materialized. Skill name: Flesh and Bone Sacrifice. Skill description: Sacrifice a summoned zombie. The zombie summoner will receive 25 of the sacrificed zombie's health upon successful sacrifice. Skill cost: 50 MP. Cooldown time: 5 minutes. A mobile reservoir of blood. Chun-Yi could hardly contain his excitement and exclaimed, "A mobile reservoir of blood." This was the first thought that crossed Chun-Yi's mind upon reading the description of the Flesh and Bone Sacrifice skill. Instantly converting 25 of the summoned zombie's health for personal use is an invaluable means of survival, whether on the biochemical battlefield or in player competitions. If utilized wisely, it could very well become a potential tool for turning the tide in dire situations. Chun-Yi's thoughts began to meander aimlessly until a low-level zombie, having reached the third awakening phase, devoured the brain cores of 4 mutated puppy cubs. It was only then that he snapped back to reality and promptly summoned the attribute interface of the advanced low-level zombie. Monster name: Low-level zombie, third awakening. HP: 500 MP, 80 attack, 60 to 90 defense, 70 speed, 5-0 jump, 1-2 stamina, 350 skills, frenzied acceleration. LV2 evolution status. Early stage of third awakening. Once again, Chun-Yi was greeted by a delightful attribute interface. The low-level zombie had merely progressed to a new awakening phase, yet its attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its health surged to 500, while its maximum attack skyrocketed to a staggering 90, falling short of Chun-Yi's equipped 92 type pistol by a mere 9 points. However, this slight deficit in attack power was more than compensated for by the zombie's robust stamina of 350. Most exhilarating for Chun-Yi was the fact that the frenzied acceleration skill of the low-level zombie had also ascended by a level. Initially, at the first level, this skill enhanced the zombie's speed by 10. Now, at the second level, it doubled the increase to an impressive 20. Such a degree of growth would delight anyone, especially someone like Chun-Yi, who was burdened with a significant amount of debt. At that moment, Chun-Yi began to grasp the terrifying potential of the hidden profession, zombie summoner. He could hardly fathom what a zombie summoner at the pinnacle of their power would be like, and he found himself eagerly anticipating that moment. The novice zombie, having devoured the last mutated puppy's brain core, returned to Chun-Yi's side with a grotesque residue at the corner of its mouth, wailing with joy at its advancement. Indeed, the consumption of 7 mutated puppy brain cores has elevated you by 1/3 of a level. Chun-Yi smiled at the novice zombie, which stood slightly taller than himself, and suddenly found it somewhat endearing. The 1/3 level he referred to pertains to the current status of the novice zombie. The game system categorizes each level into early, mid, and late stages. Although distinct levels exist, they do not affect the novice zombie's attributes, serving merely to indicate its evolutionary progress and to provide insight into the pace toward the next level of evolution. Thus, Chun-Yi broadly substituted these 3 stages with fractional numbers. So the 1/3 he mentioned aligns with the game system's classification of an early stage awakened novice zombie at level 3. After praising the advancing novice zombie, Chun-Yi set off towards the novice village's base. Despite possessing only a Type 92 pistol with 2 remaining bullets, enough to dispatch perhaps 2 second-level awakened zombies or mutated dogs, though under unfortunate circumstances, 2 ordinary zombies could easily deplete these rounds. He strode resolutely towards the village base. For behind him lay a trump card capable of dealing with any mutated creatures that might emerge during the remaining third of his journey, the level 3 awakened novice zombie. As anticipated by Qinyi, the mutated creatures encountered along the way succumbed to the dual assault of the primary zombies, with only a scant few enduring for 2 rounds. However, during these 2 rounds, the primary zombies suffered negligible losses, for most of the mutated beings could not even breach their defenses, rendering the inflicted damage merely symbolic. And they swiftly regenerated to full capacity. As the master of the primary zombies, Qinyi adhered to the unwavering principle of consuming the brain cores of the mutated creatures while harvesting experience. A third of the journey to the novice village base quietly elapsed as he wielded his will to command the primary zombies in their hunt for monsters. Before long, Qinyi arrived at the coordinates of the novice village base amidst swirling dust. Yet, what met his gaze was an even taller skyscraper, surrounded by an absence of any defensive structures. Not a single abandoned vehicle was in sight. Instead, an eerily tranquil ambience enveloped the area, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. The bustling figures of anticipated gamers were conspicuously absent, as Qinyi discerned that not a single player was present, nor was there a trace of mutated creatures. An unsettling feeling began to rise within him, compelling his gaze to wander restlessly. However, all he beheld was a serene and quiet street, adorned with shops and clusters of buildings. Consequently, his scrutiny shifted back towards the skyscraper. It was at the 36th floor that Qinyi paused, for there he discerned a colossal and indistinct silhouette. Qinyi retrieved a telescope from his backpack, adjusting the focus as he directed his gaze toward a shadowy figure. The indistinct silhouette soon became clear through the lens, yet as Qinyi discerned its form, a chilling sensation coursed through his scalp and heart. The terror within him rendered it impossible to articulate the nature of the apparition he beheld. His sole thought was of his own insignificance. However, the monstrous attribute profile that appeared in the telescope elucidated the identity of the figure he encountered. Monster name: Liquid Fusion Corpse Lord, 9th level awakening. HP: 3000 MP, 500 attack. Defense: Speed: 0 jump, 0 skills, Toxic Rain, Endless Fusion. Mental manipulation description: an awakened zombie capable of secreting fusion slime. One day, it suddenly discovered the utility of its slime, enabling it to forcibly adhere similar zombies to its body, thereby acquiring the skills possessed by those zombies. Thus commenced its frenzied fusion endeavors. When it transitioned from an ordinary awakened zombie to a lord, it had already fused with 52 awakened zombies and 200 ordinary zombies. Its enormous form became a burden, rendering it immobile. Nevertheless, empowered by formidable mental manipulation, the fusion process remained unimpeded. Chapter 14: The Weaknesses of Concealed Professions in Global Apostles. The hierarchy of the mutated beings' BOSS titles ascends from the maternal, the aberrant maternal, the lord, the aberrant lord, the aberrant king, the tyrant, the aberrant emperor, to the aberrant sovereign. Each title reflects a gradient distribution of attributes, with the disparity growing increasingly pronounced as one ascends the ranks, consequently altering their corresponding power. The official documentation provides a clear delineation of the titles and strengths associated with these mutated beings. A maternal-level boss cannot, under any circumstances, challenge an aberrant maternal boss. However, should 4 maternal bosses unite, they might stand a chance against an aberrant maternal. If their numbers increase further, they could potentially engage with a lord-level boss. Nevertheless, their ability to challenge higher tiers ceases here. Even in greater numbers, they cannot usurp the authority of an aberrant lord. To them, the aberrant lord appears as a giant, and the act of extinguishing their lives would be merely a matter of a flick of a finger. In essence, battles among mutated bosses allow for a maximum of 2-tier advancements in challenge. However, such endeavors come at a considerable cost. Although the confrontations between players and mutated bosses are not adjudicated by titles, the existence of these titles remains an undeniable truth. Players aspiring to challenge a boss of a particular title must possess an equivalent combat prowess. Lacking sufficient strength while still seeking to engage typically results in the player's demise. Presently, Qinyi's combat abilities are evidently insufficient to confront a boss of the Lord title. Do not refer to the lordly title as BSS, even when faced with a mother zombie. He lacks the strength to confront it, especially one that has surpassed 2 titles to become a lord-level mutated creature. Even if Qinyi possessed such power now, he would not dare challenge the towering figure composed of countless zombies, known as the Liquid Corpse Lord, for he has already been defeated by its grotesquely bloated form. Retreating is the wisest course of action. Qinyi firmly believes that a measured display of weakness can also be a form of strategy. Thus, he retracted his telescope and began to retreat along his path. Chunye's retreat was composed. He did not believe that a Lord-level mutated creature, devoid of mobility, could catch up to him and bring about his demise. Likewise, he doubted his own ability to vanquish such a creature, as its mental manipulation abilities could easily extinguish any thoughts of victory in their infancy. Although mental manipulation skills do not affect players, they can certainly influence the wandering mutated beings on the streets. While there were no mutated creatures in the vicinity of the skyscraper, this does not imply that none exist within. It is entirely possible that the skyscraper serves as the ultimate trap set by the Liquid Corpse Lord, merely a tantalizing bait that lures most players. The low-level zombie has departed. Chunyi communicated to the still stationary low-level zombie. He is among the rare players sensitive to bait, aware of what he can engage with and what he cannot. However, the low-level zombie seemed oblivious to Chunye's commands, as it not only failed to retreat but instead ambled toward the towering skyscraper. Upon witnessing this, Chunye's heart sank. The low-level zombie was defying his orders. For someone like Chunyi, a necromancer, such insubordination from the summoned low-level zombie was nothing short of a desecration and a negation of his identity. Yet, rather than succumbing to anger, Chunyi chose to remain calm and ponder the reasons behind the zombie's defiance. Soon, the crux of the matter dawned upon him. By this time, the low-level zombie had already reached the center of the street before the skyscraper. Chunyi promptly accessed the attributes interface of the low-level zombie, where he soon discovered the pivotal explanation in the final notes of its attributes. Your low-level zombie is now under the mental control of the Liquid Corpse Lord. This was the answer Chunyi had suspected, yet when the reality confirmed his hypothesis, he felt no joy. The fact that the low-level zombie was under the control of the Liquid Corpse Lord meant that he had effectively lost a powerful card in his hand. Not only in this moment, but if the Liquid Corpse Lord were to assimilate the low-level zombie into its body, Chunyi would be deprived of its assistance before he logged off. With merely 2 bullets left in his Type 92 pistol, traversing the streets teeming with mutated creatures was an impossible endeavor, let alone seeking the true novice village base. Furthermore, once he logged off, whether the assimilated low-level zombie would remain under the Liquid Corpse Lord's influence posed yet another vexing dilemma. In the midst of swirling smoke and ash, Chunyi could only silently lament his fate as he watched the lowly zombie gradually approach the towering skyscraper. At this moment, all he felt was a profound sense of helplessness. However, he did glean a critical insight into the fatal weakness of zombie summoners. Any zombie endowed with mental manipulation abilities was the natural nemesis of those who summoned the undead. Yet, Chunyi was unaware of how many mutated beings possessed such powers in the realm of Global Apostle. Return, I command you to return, you belong to me. Chunyi implored in vain, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Ironically, the lowly zombie quickened its pace in response to his desperate cries. Chunyi glanced at the system reward, the skill Flesh and Bone Ritual, feeling even more powerless. The use of Flesh and Bone Ritual required a consumption of 50 MP, yet his current MP limit was a mere 45 points, leaving him 5 points short. This seemingly trivial deficit became an agonizing barrier at such a critical juncture. Chunyi yearned to charge forward and eradicate the lowly zombie, but as a zombie summoner, he was bound to a mode of peaceful coexistence, devoid of provocation or bloodshed. A wave of futility washed over him once more. Just as Chunyi was pushed to the brink of despair, a striking figure suddenly appeared to the right of the approaching lowly zombie, with a chilling sight that seemed to freeze the very air, and a visage of unparalleled beauty concealed beneath the cloak of death. Chunyi recognized the identity of this figure the moment he laid eyes upon it. It was the Grim Reaper, enchanting and ethereal. Yanran Yin's subsequent actions mirrored Chunyi's thoughts almost perfectly. The Grim Reaper's scythe was raised high, its silvery blade slicing through the air with an ethereal chill, tracing an elegant arc before reappearing in its elevated stance. Around the neck of the low-level zombie, a thin circle of black lines gradually manifested, encircling its throat. In the next moment, the zombie's head began to slide slowly away from its neck, and with Chunyi's astonished gaze fixed upon it, the head detached and fell perpendicularly to the ground, followed by the body collapsing. The notification of Yanran Yin's triumph over the low-level zombie soon followed. Collect your little one. After dispatching the creature, Yanran Yin turned to Chunyi and spoke in a calm tone. Little one. Still reeling from the terror of Yanran Yin's formidable attack, Chunyi found himself whispering the endearing term she had given the low-level zombie, unable to suppress a smile at the absurdity of her calling it little one. Despite the amusement swelling within him, he maintained a composed facade and remarked, "How come you are here?" This inquiry felt less like a question and more akin to a casual greeting between acquaintances, though Yin Ren did not provide a direct response. She raised her scythe once more. Following the direction of the blade's sharp edge, Chen was taken aback to discover that it pointed directly towards a massive silhouette within a room on the 36th floor of a skyscraper. A surge of alarm coursed through Chen Yi as a question arose in his mind. Was she intending to confront the liquid-gathering zombie lord? Chapter 15. Mental manipulation. Chen Yi gazed at Yin Ran's serene, yet resolute expression, and involuntarily swallowed hard, hesitantly confirming, "You are not intending to slay that grotesque lord, are you?" Beneath the dark cloak, Yin Ran slightly raised her head, revealing a visage both pure and strikingly cold. With a subtle glance at Chen Yi, her eyelashes fluttered and her delicate brows knitted slightly as she inquired, "Is there a problem?" "Of course not." Chen Yi quickly shook his head in response. Yet, despite his words, a sense of uncertainty gnawed at him. Yin Ran had attained the rank of a first-class officer, but even with such a title, her combat prowess seemed insufficient to confront a lord-level liquid corpse. Even with the scythe of death capable of annihilating low-level zombies, the tide of battle could not be turned. When Chun Yi parachuted onto the biochemical battlefield, he encountered a mother zombie, whose formidable attributes instilled a lingering dread within him. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the NPC Nie Chong, Chun Yi knew he would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the mother zombie's assault. In the presence of the mother zombie, he had not even a fleeting chance to escape, let alone confront such a formidable foe. Subsequently, he faced a mother-mutated dog, and once again, he lacked the combat strength to vanquish it. His only option remained to flee. Ultimately, his victory over the mother-mutated dog was not due to his own might, but sheer luck. Without the intervention of the player Yiyu, who had drained a significant portion of the mother-mutated dog's health, there was no way Chen Yi could have turned the tide at the last moment with merely a fire axe. At this moment, a mutated creature bearing the title of Lord appeared before Chen Yi, a formidable entity that spanned 2 tiers above the mutated creatures designated as Mother. The chasm of strength between these 2 tiers was sufficient to instill a sense of dread within him, leaving him with no option but to flee. Yet, Yin Ranyan seemed oblivious to this designation, as if she had failed to perceive the mental manipulation within the skill set of the liquid-gathering corpse. It was as though she were ensnared by the deadly allure of the liquid-gathering lord, her gaze lost in confusion. Of course, this was merely Chun Yi's conjecture, for he remained entirely unaware of Yin Ranyan's internal deliberations. Ding. Player Yin Ranyan requests you to join her party. Do you agree? Just then, Yin Ranyan unexpectedly solicited Chun Yi to join her team, sending a chill coursing through his heart, as he speculated. Could she be attempting to drag me into danger? What is her intention? Suppressing the unease within him, Chun Yi calmly inquired. To share experience, was Yin Ranyan's equally composed reply. What experience? You will understand once you join, she said with a faint smile. Allow me a moment to consider. No sooner had Chun Yi spoken than Yin Ranyan's scythe, the instrument of death, was poised against his neck. Join, or I shall send you to the heavens, she remarked with a serene smile. Damn it. Without even locating the novice village base, he was coerced by an NPC into undertaking a hidden class quest, only to be further pressured by a female player to serve as fodder. Was this truly the second-ranked hidden class of zombie summoner? Chun Yi grumbled internally, then nodded at Yin Ranyan, and said, You certainly play hardball. After Chen Yi completed his statement, he clicked to agree to join the team and resolutely ascended the stairs of the skyscraper. A 92-style pistol materialized in his right hand without a hint, its dark muzzle aimed at the quiet and dim first-floor lobby of the towering building. Yin Ranyan followed closely behind him, brandishing the scythe of death high above her head. Chun Yi refrained from firing at Yin Ranyan, uncertain whether the firepower of the 92-style pistol could penetrate the protective barrier of the deathly cloak she wore. The lobby on the first floor of the skyscraper was immaculate and pristine, starkly contrasting with the chaotic and bloody scenes on the street outside. Yet, this unique elegance served as a constant reminder to Chun Yi that danger lurked in every corner. The crosshair moved swiftly across the lobby, soon revealing several visual blind spots in his mind, behind the counter, behind the reception sofa, and at the corners of the walls. Had Chun Yi possessed high-explosive grenades in his backpack, he would have unhesitatingly hurled them into these blind spots before devising his next tactical move. However, with only a 92-style pistol and 2 bullets in his possession, He could not afford to squander these precious rounds on merely startling potential threats. As Yin Ranyin carelessly strolled past these three visual blind spots, Chenye's caution began to feel unnecessary, for there lay no ambushers concealed within. They were there. Yin Ranyin stood at the corner of the wall, the scythe of death angled toward the staircase, a smirk playing on her lips as she spoke with disdain. Chenye suddenly realized that he felt diminutive in the presence of Yin Ranyin. Despite being merely a woman, she exhibited an assertive demeanor and a commanding presence, while he, a man of unwavering integrity, approached tasks with extreme caution and a desire for stability. However, Chenye chose not to dwell on these disparities. In the realm of the virtual world, the differences in power and equipment could profoundly alter the disposition of individuals. At this moment, it was evident that he lacked the formidable prowess that Yin Ranyin possessed, and thus he would not adopt her decisive approach, even if he were capable of doing so. As he gazed in the direction indicated by the scythe of death, he was astonished to see that on each step of the staircase, there were at least 5 ordinary zombies standing in formation. They resembled soldiers awaiting orders, their postures languid, yet possessing a semblance of order. Simultaneously, they silently proclaimed that for Yin Ranyin to ascend from the staircase to the 36th floor, she would have to tread upon the bodies of these ordinary zombies. The mental manipulation abilities of the liquid-gathering zombie lord truly astonished Chenye. He could scarcely believe that this level 9 awakened lord could wield such formidable psychic control. The number of ordinary zombies on the first-floor corridor was no less than 100, indicating that the liquid-gathering zombie lord had completely dominated these zombies through its mental prowess. Whether a similar assembly of controlled ordinary zombies existed on the second-floor corridor was a speculation he dared not entertain. If such were the case, it would only signify that the mental manipulation capabilities of the liquid-gathering zombie had reached a terrifying level, one potent enough to halt both him and Yin Ranyin in their tracks. However, Yin Ranyin harbored no intentions of halting her advance, wielding the scythe of the Grim Reaper to cleave through the ordinary zombies on the first tier. A fatal strike. A fatal strike. A fatal strike. Any ordinary zombie tainted by the scythe would be marked with a fatal strike damage notification above its head. Chenye's gaze shifted to one of astonishment. He yearned to examine the attributes of the 2 pieces of Grim Reaper equipment adorning Yin Ranyin. Yet, without her consent, the properties of these items were beyond Chenye's perception. It seemed that Yin Ranyin had no desire to allow Chenye to investigate her gear. Each time he made a request, she would promptly decline, followed by a playful smile that seemed to convey, "You can't see it, and what will you do about it?" Chapter 16. The Lord's disguise. Observing Yinran's playful provocations, Chenye felt an overwhelming urge to push her to the ground at that very moment, only to find his wicked thoughts dissipating like mist when he witnessed her scythe of death mercilessly reaping the ordinary zombies in the corridor, akin to harvesting straw. "Are you planning to climb over the corpses of those ordinary zombies?" Chenye called out loudly from the entrance of the corridor. "Why not?" Yinran replied nonchalantly, continuing her grim harvest in the hallway. Madwoman. Chenye could only curse inwardly, imagining the consequences if his words reached Yinran's ears. The scythe in her hand would undoubtedly no longer rest gently against her neck. Why aren't those ordinary zombies fighting back? Although standing at the lower end of the corridor, Chenye's 92-style pistol was ever vigilant, its aim shifting around Yinran's form, ready to respond should she falter. It was during this moment he noticed that the ordinary zombies standing in the corridor resembled mere scarecrows, utterly motionless, awaiting Yinran's grim reaping. The mental controllability of the mother fluid's aggregation of corpses is insufficient, Yinran replied indifferently, then added, "Don't just stand there with your gun raised. Come up quickly." Taken aback by her words, which bore a double entendre, Chenye hesitated, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he stammered, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" At his remark, Yinran too found herself momentarily speechless, yet she dismissed it with a sweet smile, saying, "What's inappropriate about it?" As her smile faded, Chenye beheld the scythe of death in her hand cleave towards the crown of an ordinary zombie, descending swiftly, its blade gleaming like a flash of lightning. Although he did not hear the sound of the blade slicing through flesh and shattering bone, he witnessed the ordinary zombie's body split in two in astonishment after the scythe was withdrawn. It seemed truly dire. With a resigned shrug, Chenye remarked, "The fate of that ordinary zombie left him with a disconcerting sensation, as if it were not the zombie being slain, but rather himself." "Ah, you mentioned the mother body liquid gathering corpse rather than the lord liquid gathering corpse." Suddenly, Chen Yi recalled the first phrase in Yin Ran's response to his inquiry, where the title he had dreaded, the Lord, had transformed into that of the mother body. With a hint of surprise and confusion, he expressed his thoughts. Yin Ran appeared to sense the bewilderment in Chen Yi's heart and promptly sent him an illustration of a mutated creature. The contents of the illustration instilled in Chen Yi a feeling of having been deceived. Monster name, Mother Body Liquid Gathering Corpse, 9th level awakened. HP, 2000 MP, 500 attack. Defense. Speed, 0 jump, 0 skills, Venom Ring. Endless Fusion, Mental Manipulation, Lord Disguise Description. Lord Disguise Skill Description, disguises itself, presenting the corresponding attributes and abilities of the Lord title to the first player encountered. Accompanying a tiger to hunt a pig, Chen Yi exclaimed in frustration, casting aside his dignity with such a remark. He could not help but recall the scene upon his initial arrival at the skyscraper. The streets were eerily silent and impeccably tidy, devoid of any trace of mutated creatures, yet an intangible sense of oppression lingered in the air. Subsequently, he was compelled by Yinran's insistence into the skyscraper, where the environment remained pristine and tranquil, yet the atmosphere felt even more stifling, instilling a desire to halt his advance. Almost immediately, he encountered ordinary zombies standing in the corridors like soldiers, amplifying his trepidation. In retrospect, Chen Yi perceived this entire scenario as an illusion crafted by the mother liquid puppeteer, possessing the ability of mental manipulation. Akin to Zhuge Liang's empty city ruse against Sima Yi during the Three Kingdoms era, the only difference being the roles of the deceiver and the deceived had slightly shifted. Although Chen Yi had fallen victim to the machinations of the liquid puppeteer, he felt no despair. Rather, a thrill coursed through him. This exhilaration stemmed from the high intelligence attributed to the mutated creatures in the Global Apostles game. Those with elevated evolutionary levels and prestigious titles would possess superior AI. Perhaps players would ultimately discover that this realm was not merely a virtual gaming world, but rather a foreign continent teeming with mutated beings. Initially skeptical of the high AI attributes assigned to NPCs and mutated creatures in Global Apostles, Chen Yi's continuous discoveries within the game gradually instilled in him a sense of belief and excitement. He realized he was confronting not just a mere collection of data, but genuine adversaries, an experience he had longed for, akin to the anticipation of facing a player capable of besting him in competition. The pig has departed. At this moment, Yinran's words, laced with a hint of sarcasm, pulled Chen Yi back into the realm of the game. Gazing at the corpses of ordinary zombies strewn across the corridor, Chen Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "So soon?" Indeed. Yinran seemed to take pleasure in Chen Yi's current expression, responding coolly. Subsequently, Chen Yi followed closely behind Yinran as they ascended to the 36th floor. Upon reaching the corridor of the 36th floor, a zombie, its body coated in a viscous white substance, emerged slowly from a nearby room, crawling toward the end of the corridor, leaving a trail of the gelatinous material behind. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared in the hallway, brandishing a massive scythe high above. This figure was shrouded in a dark cloak, obscuring its features entirely. Following closely behind was a young man wielding a Type 92 pistol, his appearance striking enough to barely qualify him as handsome. The two figures, of course, were Chen Yi and Yinran. However, when Chen Yi noticed the zombie, its upper body bare and covered in the white goo, crawling in the middle of the corridor, he furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering, why would this mother liquid congealed zombie choose to flee? In Global Apostles, mutated creatures typically only retreat when faced with players of superior strength. Yet, at present, the only players confronting this mother liquid congealed zombie were Chen Yi and Yinran, implying that Yinran's attributes surpassed even those of a level 9 awakened mother zombie. As Chen Yi contemplated this, he couldn't help but glance back, scrutinizing the scythe of death held by Yinran, while pondering the weapon's formidable attack power. Yet, before his thoughts could crystallize, the scythe descended, severing the gelatinous body of the mother liquid creature that writhed upon the ground. A staggering crimson numeral, 1950, unexpectedly erupted above the creature's head, leaving Chen Yi astounded. As he muttered in disbelief, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" With a swift motion, Yinran, having cleaved the mother liquid creature in two, turned to Chen Yi and remarked coolly, "You wouldn't dare claim that your handgun is devoid of ammunition." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi comprehended Yinran's intent, likely concerning the integrity of the corpse post-elimination. While the Scythe of Death possessed an extraordinarily high attack power, it was not a weapon designed for looting equipment. Thus, without hesitation, Chun Ye's index finger pressed the trigger, aligning the sights of his Type 92 pistol on the nape of the mother liquid creature. The sound of gunfire resonated alongside a mournful wail from the zombie, and with a final figure of wealth, the creature succumbed to Chun Ye's shot. As the body crumpled to the ground, 3 golden beams of light flickered into existence. Quick as lightning, Chun Yi crouched down to seize the loot. However, just as his hand reached halfway, the scythe of death was once again poised against his neck. Chapter 17. The blood-red fire shovel. With years of insight into the female psyche, Chun Yi was acutely aware that if his right hand extended a mere centimeter further, the Grim Reaper's scythe poised against his neck would surely pierce his flesh in equal measure deeper. It was conceivable that if Yan Yan's resolve hardened, the scythe would plunge in even more profoundly. Of course, the women Chun Yi had encountered since his recent high school graduation were predominantly under the age of 19, with the remaining 1% occupied by women of a more mature age. Naturally, he categorized Yan among those below 19. Yet, a woman's age is often a sensitive subject. Despite his curiosity regarding Yan's age, he felt compelled to stifle this intrigue in light of her formidable presence. Lady first, Chun Yi wisely retracted his outstretched hand, rising to his feet with a gentlemanly smile. Yan regarded him coolly, responding, "I don't want it. You can keep it." Upon hearing her words, a complex array of emotions surged within him, accompanied by an impulsive urge to retaliate. However, the thought of the scythe in Yan's grasp quelled this impulse, forcing him to suppress it with sheer will. He could only watch helplessly as the 3 piles of golden light diminished as she bent down to collect them, his gaze fixated on her as she scrutinized the equipment. An evolution nucleus flashed past Yan's delicate fingers, swiftly vanishing into her backpack, and Chun Yi recognized that it was no longer his to claim. Immediately before him lay a gruesome liquid amalgamation of a heart, presumably the task item he was meant to acquire, rendering Chun Ye's involvement utterly irrelevant. As a mini fireman's shovel, emblazoned with the words Crimson, materialized before Chun Yi, his heart lurched with a sudden intensity. In the realm of Crossfire, there existed a similar fireman's shovel, yet it boasted a folding feature and lacked the sanguine hue that this one possessed. After inspecting the Crimson fireman's shovel, Yan couldn't help but internally lament the stark disparity in attributes when compared to the Grim Reaper's scythe. Such a paltry item seemed destined to be bestowed upon him. However, upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback by the covetous expression etched across Chun Yi's face as he fixated on this seemingly worthless equipment. Was it truly that outrageous? Yan felt a twinge of disdain for Chun Yi's expression, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found delight in his exaggerated reaction. In an impulsive moment, she conjured an enticing equipment compendium that flitted before Chun Yi's eyes. Weapon name: Crimson Fireman's Shovel, Refined Iron. Rank requirement: Recruit Attack, 35 to 45 Skill. Critical Strike Durability, 150. Weapon status: unidentified. Upon reading this, Chun Yi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The attributes of the Crimson Fireman's Shovel left him utterly astonished. With a maximum attack of 45 points before identification, he could only fathom the potential increase post-identification. Most crucially, his current rank permitted him to wield this weapon. Surely, you cannot desire such a trifling piece of equipment. Chun Yi suppressed his inner excitement and tentatively inquired, "Did I say I wanted it?" Yan replied with a serene smile. "But I never said I didn't want it." In an instant, Chun Yi's previously exhilarated mood was extinguished by Yan's pause and subsequent words, leaving him disheartened as he donned a face of despair to express his dissatisfaction. "I can give it to you, but I have one condition," Yan continued. "What condition?" Chun Yi responded almost instantaneously, as though fearing that this opportunity might be offered to another player. "I haven't yet devised that condition. I'll let you know when the day comes," Yan said, furrowing her brow. "Here you go." A notification chimed. "Player Yan has sent you a trade request. Do you agree?" With his spirits suddenly lifted, Chun Yi had no reason to decline. With such a formidable close combat weapon in his possession, not only was the prospect of engaging in battle secured, but leveling up would also no longer pose a challenge. He quickly clicked to confirm, and a miniature blood-red fire axe materialized in his hands. In Global Apostles, equipment cannot be utilized until a contract is signed, a convention Chun Yi was well aware of, mirroring that of other online games. After carefully examining the weapon, he placed the blood-red fire axe into his backpack. The condition he owed to Yin Ran Yin was swiftly forgotten the moment he acquired the axe. Well, I must return to the base to complete my quest, Yin Ran Yin stated, lifting her scythe. What a coincidence. I too need to return to the base. Chen Yi chuckled lightly, feigning a slight surprise. In truth, he was utterly unaware of the whereabouts of the novice village base. At the moment when Yin and Yin mentioned returning to the base to complete a quest, he was still pondering how to obtain the true coordinates of the base from the smoke and dust. However, it seemed that such a pursuit was no longer necessary. Then let us go? Yin Ran Yin stated matter-of-factly. Subsequently, Chen Yi followed closely behind her as they made their way to the novice village base. With Yin Ran Yin, a formidable ally comparable to a level 9 awakened mother zombie, by his side, Chen Yi felt no need to summon the newly awakened level 3 beginner zombie. Along their journey, it seemed that all the mutated creatures, upon sensing their approach, began to retreat in unison. Chen Yi understood that this peculiar phenomenon was inextricably linked to Yin and Yin, and he harbored a faint suspicion that she might also be a hidden class practitioner. After approximately an hour, under Yin Ran Yin's guidance, Chen Yi finally arrived at the novice village base. Observing the bustling players darting past him and the triple defensive structures in front of the base, he felt a sense of belonging akin to that of home. Yet, when he turned to express his gratitude to Yin Ran Yin, he was taken aback to find that she had mysteriously vanished without a trace. The white Glock 18, priced at 250 copper coins offline, was still available, with only 3 remaining. The white USP 45, accompanied by a magazine of bullets, was offered at a firm price of 360, limited time only. Various beginner recovery syringes were available at 50 copper coins each, with a steady supply. As Chen Yi made his way towards the appraisal office, the lively calls of players peddling their wares echoed around him. He meticulously extracted the prices of various weapons from the cacophony of vendors, and after conducting a comparative analysis, he arrived at a preliminary valuation for his 92 type pistol, 350 yuan. Moreover, this was in real currency, not in-game currency. Chen Yi felt a flicker of joy. He hadn't anticipated that the pistol dropped by Yi Yu after his demise would be worth such a sum. The price of 350 yuan equated to a week's salary from his real-world job. However, the thought of money soon led him to reflect on the staggering 6-figure debt incurred from his diamond-grade helmet, rendering the 350 yuan mere pocket change in the face of that financial burden. It appeared he would need to persevere further. Encouraging himself silently, Chen Yi promptly retrieved the blood-red fire axe from his backpack and placed it reverently on the appraisal table. "Master, I would like to have this equipment appraised," he said with utmost respect. Seated in an ornate armchair was an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, dozing under the inscription of appraiser above his head. Upon hearing Chen Ye's voice, he immediately opened his eyes, revealing a pair of keen, discerning eyes. At last, someone has come for an appraisal. The appraiser felt a surge of excitement. "Young man, you are the first player to seek equipment appraisal. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall offer you a 50 discount. The appraisal fee is 50 silver coins." A 50 discount still meant 50 silver coins. Did that imply the full price was 1 gold coin? For an initial piece of gear to command such a fee, one could only imagine the cost for firearms would be even higher. Chen Yi inwardly lamented, only to then pat his pockets and be struck by the shocking realization that he didn't possess even a single copper coin, let alone the 50 silver coins required. Chapter 18. The Novice Village Base. "Excuse me, master, I lack silver coins," Chen Yi uttered, his expression fraught with embarrassment, his speech becoming increasingly hesitant. The appraiser scrutinized Chen Yi thoroughly, seemingly evaluating his trustworthiness. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Young man, you are the first player to seek equipment appraisal from me. In business, one must aim for a prosperous beginning. Thus, I cannot allow you to depart empty-handed. However, I cannot provide this service without a price." The unfolding of events appeared to exceed Chen Ye's expectations. Initially, he presumed that the NPC would merely adhere to the system's preset protocols and deny his request for appraisal. To his astonishment, the NPC in Global Apostles exhibited a remarkable degree of humanity, demonstrating an understanding of commerce and adaptability. "What price?" Chen Yi inquired respectfully. "Could you procure for me 10 zombie skulls?" The appraiser's demeanor grew serious, his tone laced with a hint of animosity as he spoke slowly. Chen Ye's heart leapt with joy. This cost was, in fact, a task trigger. Not only had the appraiser agreed to assess his equipment for free, but he had also bestowed upon him the opportunity to embark on a quest. It is worth noting that such quests are rare treasures within the game. offering substantial experience and generous item rewards. Each triggered task could potentially lead to the emergence of a piece of equipment, and the quality of such items is typically commendable. Shinyu promptly nodded with a smile, and shortly thereafter, he heard the sound indicating the initiation of a quest. Ding! You have accepted the quest titled The Blood Feud of the Appraiser. Quest name: The Blood Feud of the Appraiser. Quest description: 3 years ago, a biochemical catastrophe transformed a once thriving city, and the appraiser lost all his kin in this disaster. Quest requirements: eliminate 10 zombies that have reached the second awakening phase and bring back their severed heads to the appraiser. Quest rewards: 1,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, 1 unidentified protective suit. Quest difficulty: intermediate. My dear lad, your blood-colored fire axe has been appraised, and I must say, your luck is quite remarkable. The appraiser cheerfully presented the evaluated blood-colored fire axe to Chenyi, still basking in the euphoria of triggering the quest. Chenyi felt a sudden jolt of apprehension upon hearing the appraiser's words. He pondered to himself, the appraiser's praise for the blood-colored fire axe seems exceedingly high. Could it be an extraordinary weapon? He hastily pulled up the attributes of the appraised axe. Weapon name: blood-colored fire axe, refined iron. Rank requirement: recruit attack, 50 to 70 skill, critical strike strength, 2 durability, 180 weave struck gold. Chenyi gasped in astonishment. He was utterly shocked to discover that the appraised blood-colored fire axe's attack had significantly increased, with the maximum attack rising by 25 points. And it boasted an additional strength attribute of 2. Just based on these 2 attributes, Chenyi realized that this refined iron-grade fire axe was worth at least 1,000. In Global Apostles, the weapon grades ascend from low to high as follows: White Edition, Fine Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Alloy, and Exotic Metal. The game has only been available for less than 2 days, and the majority of players possess weapons of the White Edition grade, predominantly close combat weapons. Players like Chenyi, who managed to acquire a fine iron close combat weapon within such a short span, are exceedingly rare in his novice village base. Even if there are others, they are likely to be equipped with defensive gear. Chenyi is well aware that this fine iron weapon would not have come into his possession so easily without the influence of Yin Ran Yin. After all, defeating a level 9 awakened mother zombie is no trivial feat. He must extend his gratitude to Yin Ran Yin for this piece of equipment. With a smile, Chenyi bid farewell to the appraiser. Instead of rushing into quests, he leisurely wandered around the expansive novice village base, seeking other quest triggers and opportunities to claim limited edition weapons. Unfortunately, he found no quests and ended up missing out on the limited weapons as well. However, he did notice that although the novice village base is not large, it is equipped with various player class change stations, weapon and ammunition supply depots, injection shops, auction houses, and even gambling establishments. What left Chenyi feeling somewhat embarrassed was hearing someone belting out a XINS song Die for Love in the KTV room. Their singing voice far from commendable. With goosebumps prickling his skin, Chenyi hurriedly dashed into the post-apocalyptic job placement center. The employment agency of the post-apocalyptic era originated from a chain supermarket, repurposed 2 years after the catastrophic biochemical event. Within its confines, 4 esteemed vocational mentors hail from a primary survivor base, each embodying one of the 4 distinct professions represented in the Global Apostles: the warrior, the traditional soldier, the mecha engineer, and the biochemical maniac. The warrior profession demands the least prerequisites for advancement within the Global Apostles, typically requiring only the rank of a militia. This vocation exhibits remarkable prowess in the early stages, showcasing formidable survival capabilities. However, as the game progresses, without robust equipment or a strong team of warriors, they regress to mere fodder. Nevertheless, a majority of players opt for the warrior class, as they lack the financial and material support afforded by gaming conglomerates. In contrast, the prerequisites for transitioning to a traditional soldier are slightly elevated, necessitating players to attain the rank of a first lieutenant before making the shift. Furthermore, upon transitioning, they must select a corresponding unit type. The traditional soldier encompasses 6 distinct units: the demolitions expert, the assault trooper, the sniper, the machine gunner, the engineer, and the bomb specialist. Chenyi had already determined his vocational path prior to entering the game, opting for the sniper among the traditional soldiers. As for the mecha engineer and biochemical maniac, whose requirements are exceedingly high, Chenyi chose not to delve deeper into their complexities. This was not due to a lack of interest, but rather the official website scanned information on these 2 professions, rendering it nearly impossible to conduct thorough research. However, It was made clear on the website that these two vocations are more suited for gaming conglomerates, which alone can fully harness their combat potential. Upon entering the class change center, Xinyi approached the traditional soldier mentor with a clear objective. He respectfully greeted, "Hello, mentor. I would like to inquire about the requirements for transitioning to a traditional soldier." The mentor, clad in jungle combat attire and adorned with a forest cap, sported a leather holster at his waist, from which gleamed the silver barrel of a desert eagle. His expression was stern, with a hint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. One evolution core from a level 4 awakened mutated creature and a transfer fee of 10 gold coins. The traditional soldier mentor proclaimed in a resonant voice. Upon hearing this, Chunye's countenance darkened instantly. He happened to possess one evolution core from a level 4 mutated creature. However, with not even a single copper coin to his name, where could he possibly procure the exorbitant transfer fee of 10 gold coins? Isn't the transfer fee of 10 gold coins a bit exploitative? Chunye tentatively inquired. I am the one being taken advantage of here. Why are you, a mere recruit, not focusing on leveling up instead of coming to bother me? The mentor's demeanor shifted dramatically as he bellowed at Chunye. Chapter 19. The four-sail Chunye emerged from the job transfer center, his visage marred by the stringent demands of the traditional soldier mentor, leaving him with an overwhelming urge to retch. While he possessed a 4th-level awakened variant creature's mother tuberculosis, the exorbitant transfer fee of 10 gold coins posed a significant hurdle. Fortunately, an appraiser had bestowed upon him a triggering quest, offering a reward of 2 gold coins. However, even with this boon, he still found himself short by 8 coins. The prospect of becoming a sniper seemed increasingly distant. With a silent sigh of resignation, Chunye made his way toward the exit of the novice village base. In the realm of Global Apostle, there exist 2 forms of trading currency. The first is the traditional gold coin transaction model, derived from the conventions of gold, where 1 gold coin equates to 100 silver coins or 10,000 copper coins. This type of currency does not drop from mutated creatures. Players typically acquire it through exchange with NPCs. Various methods of exchange are available in the game, allowing players to trade materials harvested from mutated creatures or their own weapons and equipment with corresponding NPCs. The second type of trading method integrates real currency with virtual currency. Currently, the game system has only enabled the transfer of real currency. The integration system for real and virtual currencies is set to launch in 2 weeks. This approach serves to uphold a sense of fairness within the Global Apostle gaming system. Chunye possesses a mere 1,000 yuan in real currency, which constitutes his living expenses and miscellaneous costs for the first month of university. Investing this sum into the game is utterly impractical, and even if he were to do so, it is unlikely that he would accumulate the remaining 8 gold coins required. The desire to purchase initial game gold with real currency is not unique to him. Many affluent players, primarily RMB players, share this ambition. Thus, Chunye must resort to acquiring the remaining 8 gold coins from mutated creatures. In the early stages of the game, the most valuable item that mutated creatures may possess is the evolutionary tubercle found within their skulls, typically valued between 2 to 5 gold coins each. However, only mutated creatures designated with the title of mother or higher yield evolutionary tubercles. Such creatures, particularly those below the 4th awakening tier, are often the prime targets for gold farming teams at the game's outset. Chunye has no intention of incurring enmity with these teams, especially since mother-tier mutated beings are exceedingly rare. Therefore, he opts to hunt mother-tier mutated creatures that are at or above the 4th awakening tier, though scarce. This choice mitigates the likelihood of encountering rivals for kills. Engaging in combat with mother-tier mutated beings of the 4th awakening tier or higher was previously beyond Chunye's contemplation, especially prior to obtaining the blood-red fire shovel. However, with the aid of a basic zombie and a shovel of refined iron quality, he now feels capable of facing these formidable foes, provided their awakening tier remains manageable. He can still contend with those below the 6th awakening tier. ID, Shutu rank, Recruit HP, 200 MP, 45 attack, 71 to 91 defense, 45 speed, 10, 1 jump, 1, 0 stamina, 140 fatigue, 80 as he approached the entrance of the base. Chunye could not resist the urge to once again inspect the attributes of the blood-red fire shovel. Its formidable attack power captivated him endlessly. Surely, there was no other weapon in the novice village as lethal for close combat. However, this 5-second pause invited 4 pairs of greedy eyes upon him. Casting a sidelong glance at the avaricious gazes emanating from his right, A sinister thought flickered through his mind, an urge to eliminate and plunder. Nonetheless, he maintained an air of nonchalance, humming the trendiest tune as he swaggered out of the novice village's base. Following his lead, four young players stealthily trailed behind him. Not far from the novice village base lay a street that Chun-Yi had deliberately sought out as a battleground for close-quarters combat. Given its proximity to the base, the mutated creatures in this area had long been vanquished by players, leaving only a few severely decayed private cars scattered along the desolate street. In the greenery lining the road, Chun-Yi summoned a low-level zombie, quickly issuing a command. The freshly unearthed zombie obediently made its way into an abandoned supermarket, lying in wait as a hidden assassin. After arranging this lurking killer, Chun-Yi deftly climbed into one of the dilapidated cars, reclining against the windshield, with the blood-red fire shovel resting beside him. Just 2 minutes after Chun-Yi lay down, four players who had been trailing him emerged onto the street. "Boss, he's right here," one of the players, pointing at Chun-Yi in the car, declared to the octopus bully. "Understood," replied the octopus bully with a nod. "You, go over there and negotiate the price with him. If it's reasonable, purchase that axe. If not, you know what to do." The octopus kid nodded, hastening his steps toward the car where Chun-Yi lay. With a crowbar in hand, he impatiently struck the hood several times and called out, "Hey, get up. We need to talk." Chun-Yi, bewildered, raised his head and asked, "What is it?" "Our boss wants to buy the shovel you have. Just name your price." The octopus kid's gaze fixated on the blood-red fire shovel lying beside Chun-Yi. "But I have no intention of selling," Chun-Yi replied, grasping the crimson fire shovel and offering a faint smile. In the 2 days since entering the game, Chun-Yi had been coerced into completing tasks by NPCs and forced into labor by Yin Ran. The oppressive nature of these encounters was suffocating. Now, being pressured to sell his equipment was yet another strain, especially for someone with a hidden occupational identity. Fortunately, the four players before him lacked the formidable strength of the previous two, which prevented him from feeling utterly defeated. In this way, these four became a release valve for the frustration he had been enduring. At that moment, the octopus bully and his companions approached. Upon hearing Chun-Yi's response, Octopus Tianxia forcefully struck a rusted fire axe onto the hood of the car, menacingly declaring, "You will sell it, whether you like it or not. Be sensible and name your price, or else do not blame me for the consequences of my weapons." "How dare you speak so rudely?" he continued, addressing Chun-Yi. "My brother merely stated that he was not inclined to sell earlier. It does not imply he is unwilling now." After scolding Octopus Tianxia, he turned to Chun-Yi with a warm smile, saying, "My brother appears to be a man of understanding. There is no need for excessive words. Given the current market for refined iron weapons, your armament is likely worth around 800 yuan, as brothers brought together by fate. How about selling it to me for 200 yuan? Damn it, I've encountered swindlers before, but none as deceitful as you," Chun-Yi retorted, his tone particularly blunt. Despite the iron sword wielded by his opponent appearing as a decent weapon, it did not reach the level of refined iron. The other three companions were brandishing novice-grade white weapons, which left Chun-Yi unperturbed. Even without the lurking beginner zombie, he was confident in his ability to defeat the four before him one by one. How utterly ungrateful. Do not blame me for my wrath. Octopus Bully's expression darkened immediately as he unsheathed the iron sword from his waist. He had encountered many obstinate individuals like Chun-Yi, and the white iron sword in his possession had been borrowed from a particularly stubborn player. "I am but his servant." However, just as the words of the octopus tyrant fell, a sudden wail of a zombie echoed ominously from behind him. Chapter 20. Murder and pillage. The mournful wails of the primary zombies resonated with a deep and languid timbre, each time preceding the execution of Chun-Yi's commands. Thus, when Chun-Yi ordered the lurking primary zombie to eliminate the octopus tyrant, that hauntingly slow lamentation accompanied the act. "I am his slave." Just as the octopus tyrant and his cohorts prepared to unleash a collective assault on Chun-Yi, they were abruptly startled by the unexpected wail. Momentarily stunned, they realized that such a sound could only emanate from a zombie that had reached the fourth awakening stage, and the source seemed to be directly behind them. This implied the presence of a fourth-stage awakened zombie lurking at their backs, likely the progenitor. The octopus tyrant and his companions instinctively arrived at this conclusion, yet their assumptions diverged starkly from reality. As the octopus tyrant was the first to regain his senses and turn around, the primary zombie's ferocious double strike had already descended upon him. 130. 75. In an instant, two crimson damage indicators flared above the octopus tyrant's head. Given the HP value conferred by his rank within the Octopus clan, the damage output of 185 was sufficient to claim his life. Indeed, this proved true. As the Octopus tyrant fell, and the iron sword he had pilfered from 2 of his fallen brothers, along with some syringes, tumbled from his person. The remaining 3 members of the Octopus family were utterly astounded to witness their leader being vanquished in an instant. The equipment of the Octopus bully is undoubtedly among the finest. Yet even such prowess cannot shield one from the grim fate of being swiftly annihilated by an unexpectedly emerging zombie. Consequently, 2 individuals, shaken to their core, knowingly opted for flight. Only Octopus Tianxia, with a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, gazed imploringly at Qinyi, stammering, "Brother, now that our leader has perished, you are temporarily our commander. Let us first eliminate this low-level zombie before discussing anything further, shall we?" "Absolutely not," Qinyi replied, shouldering the diminutive crimson fire shovel with an air of indifference. "I am his servant." No sooner had Chunye's words left his lips than the low-level zombie emitted a chilling wail, and without a doubt, 2 crimson numbers of damage materialized above Octopus Tianxia's head. 75. 85. Octopus Tianxia cried out, collapsing beside the Octopus bully, his form transforming into a soul that slowly ascended into the ether. "You've got quite the audacity." The Octopus bully's spirit seethed, eyes glimmering with fury as he glared at Octopus Tianxia. "Just moments after our leader's demise, you choose the enemy as your new commander. Are you looking for a fight?" Startled by the sudden rise of his soul, Octopus Tianxia instinctively patted his own chest, swearing earnestly, "Leader, I swear by heaven and earth, my actions were solely for your sake." "For my sake?" the Octopus bully questioned, bewildered. "Unbeknownst to you, my leader, had I allied with that fellow just now, I would have taken advantage of the moment he struck down the low-level zombie to deliver a decisive blow." As Octopus World gestured at his neck with his hand, he continued, "Then, boss, wouldn't it be child's play for you to reclaim the fortune you just revealed? Truly, he is my Zhuge Liang." The Octopus bully pondered the causal relationship for a moment before bursting into laughter. Octopus World exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of relief. Unbeknownst to Chunyi, the expression of the Octopus bully in his ethereal state was lost on him. After dispatching Octopus World, he pursued the Octopus Kid. "Prepare to meet your end," Chunyi shouted from behind. "Boss, we have no grievances nor grudges. This business is purely transactional, wouldn't you agree?" The Octopus Kid pleaded as he desperately fled. Glancing back, upon hearing these words, Chunyi felt a sense of ease wash over him, and he halted, standing innocently as he remarked, "I do not slay the horse whisperer, yet the whisperer perishes because of me." Chunyi's tranquility was not a result of the Octopus Kid's plea for mercy, but rather from witnessing the Octopus Kid recklessly collide with a dilapidated lamp post in the greenbelt, followed by a wretched scream as a crimson emblem of demise materialized above his head. In an instant, only Octopus Run remained of the 4 members of the Octopus Bullies clan. Octopus Run had been the first to sense the danger and flee. Thus, by the time Chunyi dealt with the other 3, Octopus Run had already reached the end of the street, poised to turn a corner and disappear from Chunyi's sight. However, just as Chunyi was about to abandon the idea of eliminating the vanishing Octopus Run, he was taken aback to see the creature suddenly halt its steps and slowly retreat. Chunyi felt a sense of bewilderment. Why had Octopus Run returned? As the octopus withdrew less than 2 meters, a player wielding a pipa appeared, advancing towards it with an imposing demeanor and eyes filled with animosity. "Fat brother, it was my boss who instructed me to snatch your iron sword. I had no part in it." Octopus Run glanced back at Chunyi, seemingly confirming his position, before hastily turning back to address the pipa-wielding player. "Damn it, we agreed that the weapons obtained after defeating the boss together would belong to me. Yet you all chose to eliminate me after I vanquished the boss. How do you reckon we settle this score?" The chubby player exclaimed, fury etched on his face. "Our boss has already been defeated by him, and your weapon has dropped." Octopus Run quickly devised a plan, redirecting the blame towards Chunyi. Chapter 21. The Death Subway. Chunyi's heart sank as he realized that Octopus was turning the blame towards him. However, the chubby boy's subsequent words alleviated his unease. "Brother, may I borrow your zombie for a moment?" the chubby boy said with an endearing and innocent smile. Chunyi was well aware of the chubby boy's intentions. The initial zombies wouldn't incur any evil value upon killing players, which was precisely why he made such a request. Although the game system's penalties for evil value were not particularly harsh, they did impact the drop rates of equipment upon a player's death, the higher the evil value. The more equipment was dropped. Initially, Chen Yi had no intention of holding back, and now that another player had come to him with a request, he readily agreed. However, he replied, "You may borrow my zombie, but you must explain to me what the dungeon is all about." "Of course, no problem." The chubby boy chuckled. "I am his servant." Upon hearing the zombie's mournful wail for the fourth time, Octopus felt utterly despondent, abandoning any thoughts of escape or resistance. This street had only 2 exits, both of which were currently occupied by Chen Yi and the chubby boy. Unless he sprouted wings, escape was impossible. But could he sprout wings? The answer was, of course, number 75. 75. 10. 2 red damage numbers appeared in quick succession, and Octopus's health was instantly depleted. With a scream, he fell lifelessly onto the street. His final strike against the initial zombie inflicted a mere 10 points of damage, failing to even breach the zombie's defense. After vanquishing the Octopus family's entourage, Chen Yi was suddenly filled with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. The thrill of killing and looting was truly delightful. And the joy of slaying wicked individuals and acquiring their equipment was even more gratifying. "Thank you." The chubby boy discarded the pipa in his hand and hurried to the corpse of the octopus bully, joyfully picking up the iron sword. "You really don't consider yourself an outsider." Chen Yi mused inwardly, then shouted, "That equipment was dropped by me. That iron sword belongs to me. You can have everything else." As the chubby boy rummaged through the items dropped around the 4 corpses, he remarked with keen interest, Hey, I can't shake the feeling that all these items were dropped by you." Chen Yi, in a fit of frustration, tapped on the window of a decaying sedan with his miniature crimson fire shovel. "Aren't they all the same?" The chubby boy, after collecting the items dropped by the octopus, approached Chen Yi, his plump, thieving eyes reflecting confusion as he slowly said, "How can it be the same? You are you, and I am I. Hand over the goods." Chen Yi snatched the syringe from the chubby boy's hand and shot him a disapproving glance. "Let us not count. 3 basic health syringes, 2 adrenaline shots, and 1 basic MP recovery syringe." After finishing his inventory, the chubby boy sent a friend request to Chen Yi. "Ding. Fan Xiaopeng requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" "Accept." Chen Yi readily clicked to agree, primarily because he sought to gain insights into the dungeon. "Hey, you. What method did you use to control that low-level zombie?" After adding each other as friends, Fan Xiaopeng's first act was to impose a nickname upon Chen Yi. He then pointed at the nearby novice zombie and inquired. Chen Yi's expression twitched slightly, and he solemnly remarked, "I must say, Xiaopeng, are we that familiar? You give me a nickname upon our first meeting. Your character leaves much to be desired." To which Fan Xiaopeng, with innocent glee, simply smiled. Chen Yi cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "First, enlighten me about the dungeon, and I shall then reveal how to control the novice zombies." Fan Xiaopeng pondered for a moment before responding. "It is a level 5 dungeon named Death Subway, located at the 3rd subway station in this city, with specific coordinates XXXX, XXXX, XXXX. Have you completed the dungeon?" Chen Yi asked tentatively. "Of course." Fan Xiaopeng beamed with pride, albeit he had only succeeded once out of 3 attempts. The fact that he was so proud after just 1 completion suggested that the dungeon posed a certain level of difficulty. Chen Yi mused internally. "What level of dungeon is it?" "Difficult." "What did you say?" "Difficult?" Chen Yi exclaimed in astonishment. In Global Apostles, dungeons are categorized into 2 types, narrative dungeons and regular dungeons. Narrative dungeons do not have levels and can accommodate a vast number of participating players, covering the entire server. In contrast, regular dungeons lack the grandeur of narrative dungeons. They not only limit the number of participants, but also classify dungeons into 5 levels: simple, ordinary, difficult, abyssal, and king, in ascending order of difficulty. With each level ascended, the attributes of the mutated creatures within the dungeon are enhanced by 10, and correspondingly, the experience awarded to players escalates in multiples. For instance, when challenging a dungeon of formidable difficulty, the attributes of the mutated creatures increase by 30, resulting in players receiving thrice the experience compared to a simpler dungeon. What left Chen Yi astonished was that the mere 30 increase in attributes of the mutated creatures, as mentioned by Fan Xiaopeng, reduced their success rate to a mere 1/3. If it were a dungeon of abyssal difficulty, they might not succeed even once. Although they were equipped with only basic gear, they never imagined they would fall to such depths. In the early stages of the game, the attributes of mutated creatures are generally low, and a 30 increase shouldn't spawn an insurmountable foe. Yet, from Fan Xiaopeng's tone, It seemed there existed such a formidable adversary within the dungeon. The zombies in the Death Metro are relatively easy to dispatch, but the most challenging foe is the mother mutated rat. With a sudden 30 boost in speed, it becomes exceedingly difficult to catch a glimpse of its form, let alone inflict effective damage. Unless one can corner it in a confined space, traversing the dungeon would be a futile endeavor, Fan Xiaoping lamented. Mother mutated rat. Chen Yi paused momentarily, then inquired further, what types of mutated creatures reside within the dungeon? There are 50 ordinary zombies, 31st stage awakened zombies, 22nd stage awakened zombies, and 1/4 stage awakened mother mutated rat. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi developed a certain understanding of the death subway. According to Fan Xiaoping, the key to this instance lies in capturing the mutated mother rat. How to effectively ensnare the mutated mother rat depends on the circumstances within the scenario. At this moment, Chen Yi was already contemplating a journey to the death subway. The presence of 20 level 2 awakened zombies in the instance had become an indispensable prerequisite for his entry. He intended to collect the 10 heads required for the blood feud of the appraiser task from this group of zombies, which would be far easier than gathering them scattered across the biochemical battlefield. Moreover, the experience gained from the mutated creatures within the instance far surpassed that of the outside world, and he needed to elevate his military rank, striving towards the rank of corporal required for a sniper promotion. Thus, Chun Ye's expedition to the Death Subway instance became an undeniable necessity. I am about to embark on this instance. Would you care to join me? Chen Yi remarked as he pocketed the unexpected windfall. Of course, with your formidable DPS output and 3 solid teammates on board, I believe we can conquer even abyss-level instances, Fan Xiaoping exclaimed with enthusiasm. Suddenly noticing the low-level zombie trailing behind Chen Yi, he shouted, "Mouse, you still haven't revealed how you control that low-level zombie." Classified information. Chen Yi waved his hand nonchalantly in response. "How dare you deceive me? Take this," Fan Xiaoping exclaimed, feigning an attack. "I am its servant. Hey, get it away from me. It's absolutely revolting." Before the 5th-level Death Metro instance, a solitary player was desperately seeking companions. A level 1 officer was looking for a team to tackle the Abyssal Death Metro, equipped with a bird sniper and a USP-45 with ample ammunition. An invincible novice was also searching for allies, armed with a fire axe and a crowbar, willing to accept any meager offering. A Tier 3 awakened warrior sought a group, specializing in defense level 2 and attack level 1, wielding a super iron plate. Chen Yi approached with a low-level zombie. And before he could even cough, Fan Xiaoping stepped forward and proclaimed, "Preparatory soldier, summoner leading the team, wielding a blood-colored fire shovel. Guaranteed to conquer the king-level instance. Those in need, join." Upon hearing of someone capable of leading a king-level Death Metro, the once bustling station entrance fell into an eerie silence. Players turned to gaze at the speaker, and upon seeing Fan Xiaoping clutching a rusted iron sword, murmurs of disbelief erupted. Is this a joke? The global apostles do not possess a hidden class known as summoners, and yet he dares to claim he can lead a king-level instance. Surely, this is a deception. The brazen chubby fellow was an embarrassment wherever he went. That one who can summon zombies must be considered a summoner. Chen Yi could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to shield the aggrieved Fan Xiaoping, declaring, "I am his servant." As the lament of the low-level zombie echoed forth, silence enveloped the scene once more. All players' eyes fixated on the low-level zombie behind Chen Yi. Chapter 22. Entering the instance, although Chen Yi has always adhered to the philosophy that discretion is the better part of valor, such a philosophy does not imply that one should remain unassuming when those around him are wronged. Thus, upon witnessing the self-sacrificing Fan Xiaoping being ridiculed by other players, he opted for a more pronounced approach, stepping forward alongside the lowly zombie. Even if he had chosen not to intervene, the presence of the novice zombie trailing him would inevitably draw the attention of these players. It was merely a matter of time, a fact that Chen Yi understood better than anyone else. His initial display of boldness in the game world shattered the tranquility that enveloped the other players. That novice zombie truly appeared to be his thrall. Some players began to speculate quietly within their minds. Could it be the hidden class mentioned in yesterday's system announcement? Others pondered in confusion. Indeed, it is a hidden class. Why am I not the one? A few players cried out internally in despair. If we could recruit this individual into our guild, this novice village base would belong to us, painted in our crimson colors. We could only hope he hasn't already pledged allegiance to another guild, for that would be most unfortunate. Such clandestine speculation swirled within the minds of the players. A plethora of thoughts emerged, ranging from admiration to ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to Chunyi, the player's conjectures and thoughts were rampant. He merely observed as, after a brief spell of stunned silence, they turned to him with smiles imbued with an overwhelming sense of goodwill. It appears that, following a moment of silence, the players were convinced of Chunyi's capability to lead them through the elite dungeon. They eagerly sent him requests to form a party. The previously tranquil atmosphere of the level 5 dungeon was instantly revived with a cacophony of discussions, exclamations, and compliments. Not a single player was willing to forfeit this rare opportunity to conquer a king-level dungeon, nor the quintuple experience and additional rewards it promised. Thus, within merely a minute, Chunyi received an astonishing 69 party requests. The Death Subway was merely a small-scale level 5 dungeon, with a limit of 5 participants. Chunyi and Fan Xiaoping undoubtedly occupied 2 of these slots, leaving 3 spots to be filled from the pool of 69. He heeded Fan Xiaoping's earlier suggestion and swiftly selected 3 aspiring warriors, each having reached the 3rd level of awakening. In the realm of global apostles, the warrior class is the most accessible for players, allowing transitions upon achieving the rank of peasant. Consequently, many players opt for this class during their novice phase. Upon becoming a warrior, each rank advancement not only grants random attribute points as system rewards, but also confers corresponding specializations. For every level of awakening attained, an aspiring warrior earns a point in specialization, which can be freely allocated among the 4 warrior specializations: strength, speed, skill, and physical enhancement. Chunyi selected 3 novice warrior players, each with a physical enhancement specialization of over level 2. Among them, one had exceptionally allocated all 3 warrior specializations gained from reaching the 3rd awakening phase into physical enhancement specialization. Consequently, any mutated creatures below the 3rd awakening phase would find it impossible to breach this player's defenses, thus placing this player in the death metro. Apart from the mother mutant rat capable of overcoming their defenses, the remaining mutated creatures could only engage in harmless scratching. With such a formidable tank by his side, Chunyi's confidence in tackling the king-level dungeon surged. Once the team was fully assembled, Chunyi hurried to the teleportation NPC to initiate the Death Metro dungeon. As he felt the despondent gazes of the players behind him, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over him, prompting an internal vow to maintain a lower profile in the future. Survivors of the apocalypse, your courage to reminisce about the past is commendable. Lead your team and let us return to the day of the biochemical catastrophe. Please select the difficulty level for the Death Metro dungeon. The NPC, gripping a 95 automatic rifle, intoned gravely. King level, Chunyi asserted without hesitation. Upon witnessing Chunyi's choice of the king level dungeon, the other 4 members of the team, although somewhat prepared, could not help but swallow hard in unison. After all, the quartet had only encountered the 30 speed-enhanced mutant rat. The 50 speed-enhanced variant existed solely in their imaginations. Nonetheless, they were acutely aware that they were about to confront the elusive BT mutated creature. Whether they could vanquish it depended entirely on the individual who had chosen the level of this dungeon. Ding! The scene of the dungeon was shifting. The countdown commenced. As the countdown progressed, the surroundings began to gradually dissolve, and the other players around them faded into data, while the dungeon scene began to materialize. The entrance steps to the Death Subway slowly emerged, and simultaneously, a brief introduction to the dungeon came into Chunyi's view. Dungeon name: Death Subway. Difficulty level: King S level. Dungeon description: as humanity realized that an increasing number of their kind had turned into cannibalistic monsters, fear gradually usurped reason, leading the uninfected to flee in a frenzy. Among them, a group of frantic individuals attempted to escape via the subway, only to despairingly discover that it was infested with man-eating creatures. Dungeon completion requirement: eliminate all mutated beings. Additional rewards for King S level dungeon: 500 experience, 10 silver coins. Chunyi closed the dungeon introduction with a flick of his hand, silently admiring the grandiosity of the dungeon S design. He then cast a glance at Fan Xiaoping, only to find an unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face. Little fatty, have you lost your nerve? You are the one who seems timid. Fan Xiaoping cast a sidelong glance at Chunyi and solemnly addressed the other 3. Brother Yi Tian, you and the indomitable novice, along with young Master Xiao, will be responsible for diverting the concentrated horde of zombies. The remainder shall be entrusted to the mouse. Who is the mouse? The 3 inquired, puzzled, while Fan Xiaoping pointed towards Chunyi. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chun Yi shot a fierce glare at Fan Xiaoping and retorted with a smile. I am a disciple of Shu, not a mouse. Yi Tian, indomitable novice. Young Master Xiao, little fatty. After the five joyfully introduced themselves at the entrance of the subway stairs, the three apprentice iron plate warriors proceeded, following Fan Xiaoping's plan, to approach the five ordinary enhanced zombies gathered at the subway entrance. Chun Yi trailed behind the trio, with Fan Xiaoping bringing up the rear. With a swift motion, Yi Tian launched a crowbar at one of the ordinary zombies, the red damage number barely breaking through its defenses, promptly appearing above the creature's head. After successfully landing the blow, Yi Tian prudently retreated, while the zombie he struck let out a wail and began to pursue him. Seeing Yi Tian successfully lure the zombies, the indomitable novice and young Master Xiao, each wielding a baton, charged towards the remaining four zombies. As Chun Yi observed the diminishing attack power of the trio, he felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against a wall, reflecting that he should have included that player with the bird sniper. Then their team wouldn't be so woefully inadequate in strength. However, upon contemplating the trio's formidable identities, he felt a sense of relief. Confronting the mutated mother rat necessitated such unwavering strength. Xiaopongzi, you are in charge of support, Chun Yi declared without turning back, swiftly grasping the mini crimson fire shovel as he spoke. Simultaneously, with a flicker of his mind, the deep and slow wails of the primary zombie resonated in the air. I am his slave. At that moment, 3 of the 5 gathered ordinary enhanced zombies had been lured away, leaving the remaining 2 as Chun Yi's targets. A flawless crimson arc descended, and the zombie positioned ahead was immediately met with Chun Yi's thunderous assault. Thud! A fatal strike. Without a shadow of a doubt, the emblem of a mortal wound gradually ascended, accompanied by the head of the ordinary enhanced zombie being sent flying. Observing its companion's decapitation, the remaining zombie let out a wail directed at Chun Yi, who was less than half a meter away, while swiftly extending its withered yet powerful right arm to thrust at Chun Yi's abdomen. Bang! 50. 25. Roar. However, before the ordinary enhanced zombie's emaciated arm could fully extend, the primary zombie's attack had already arrived. After toppling its opponent to the ground, the primary zombie promptly raised its bloodthirsty hands and brought them crashing down. Black blood splattering as crimson damage numbers floated into view. In a mere 2 seconds, Chun Yi had dispatched both ordinary enhanced zombies, leaving the 3 formidable warriors still guiding the zombies, as well as the yet-to-act fatty Fan, momentarily stunned in place. Chapter 23. The Mutant Mouse. The formidable aggression exhibited by Chun Yi momentarily stunned the chubby companions. Yet such astonishment and bewilderment did not extend to the ordinary zombies they confronted. Thus, during the brief lapse of concentration experienced by the 3 novice warriors, the onslaught of the ordinary enhanced zombies persisted unabated. Fortunately, the assault was merely that of ordinary enhanced zombies, given the level of offensive output characteristic of such mutated beings. It was implausible for them to breach the physical defenses possessed by the novice warriors, who specialized in physical enhancement. Upon receiving the attacks, the 3 novice warriors swiftly regained their composure, retreating nimbly and narrowly evading the final strike of the ordinary enhanced zombies' consecutive blows. I am his servant. With a decisive strike, Chun Yi advanced without hesitation, wielding his halberd to confront the pursuing zombie. A crimson arc flashed, and the creature's head was severed in a fatal blow. Simultaneously, under his mental command, a junior zombie lunged at the ordinary enhanced zombie that was chasing the invincible rookie. In a mere second, the lethal hand of the junior zombie pierced through the chest of the ordinary enhanced zombie, its blood-soaked fingers appearing grotesquely terrifying from behind. In just 2 seconds, one ordinary enhanced zombie had its head cleaved off, while another was impaled through the chest, creating a shockwave of sheer ferocity. Receive my blade. However, Fan Xiaoping was not taken aback by Chun Yi's display of dominance. He seemed to have grown accustomed to Chun Yi's formidable assault. As he spoke, the iron sword in his hand swiftly lunged towards the zombie that was pursuing Yi Tian. With a sudden jolt, the ordinary zombie, caught off guard by Fan Xiaoping's strike, winced in pain, an unexpected reaction for a creature devoid of a pain system, and immediately abandoned its quarry, pivoting sharply. Observing this, Yi Tian swiftly altered his trajectory and leaped forward, the crowbar in his grasp slicing through the air as it struck with force against the zombie's back. With this decisive blow, the initial collaboration between Fan Xiaoping and Yi Tian concluded flawlessly. Within a mere 10 seconds, The 5 ordinary zombies at the subway station entrance were transformed into lifeless, bloodied corpses. At that moment, aside from Chun-Yi, the eyes of the other 4 individuals converged upon the diminutive, blood-stained fire shovel. Rat, the weapon in your possession cannot possibly be forged from refined iron, can it? Fan Xiaobang inquired, retracting his gaze filled with a hint of greed, astonished. Indeed, Chun-Yi affirmed without hesitation. Goodness, no wonder your attacks are so extraordinary. Gong Zhixiao remarked with a deep sense of admiration. Then, does this mean you have slain a mother zombie at the 9th level of awakening? Fan Xiaopeng responded, even more astounded. How did you know that? This time, it was Qin-Yi who was taken aback. Fan Xiaopeng shot a glance at Qin-Yi and remarked, it's merely a matter of common knowledge. Only zombies that have reached the 9th level awakening stage and above will drop refined iron equipment. This is a direct quote from the official website. It was sheer luck. Although Chun-Yi smiled outwardly, inwardly he felt deeply embarrassed. He had merely delivered a bullet to the mother body while it was coalescing from residual blood, and there remained a considerable gap between that and the notion of defeating a boss. Moreover, the most humiliating aspect was the origin of this refined iron weapon, which had come into his possession only as a result of someone else's abandonment. Impressive. Fan Xiaopeng and the others immediately cast admiring glances at him. Is this what you call impressive? Chun-Yi mused internally. That Reaper woman could easily be dubbed super overpowered. Had they witnessed her dispatch a 9th level awakened mother zombie with a single stroke, they would surely be astounded by her prowess. That, he thought, was true strength. Nevertheless, he relished the reverent gazes and accolades from the 4 of them. Casually slinging the miniature crimson fire axe over his shoulder, he calmly declared, let us move. The mutated mother rat awaits us up ahead. In the dim, foreboding subway tunnel, a faint scent of blood mingled with an indescribable stench. The abandoned, slightly decaying subway train lay coiled upon the tracks like a massive serpent, its former grandeur long since faded. A group of 2nd-level awakened enhanced zombies aimlessly prowled the edges of the platform. In the compartment near the front of the train, a sizable mutated female rat was engrossed in gnawing on a human corpse, the rhythmic crunching echoing through the desolate subway station, evoking an involuntary shiver of terror. At that moment, a figure abruptly emerged from one of the subway doors, gradually making its way towards the edge of the battleground. Halting 5 meters away from a group of level 2 awakened zombies. The figure then raised its right hand and, with a swift motion, hurled a dark object forward. With a resounding thud, the object traced a flickering trajectory through the dim air before striking the head of one zombie with a muffled impact. Instantly, the impacted zombie emitted a deep, mournful wail, its sudden cry swiftly drawing the attention of the surrounding undead, who began to shuffle towards the figure, hidden within the train. Chun-Yi anxiously observed Yi Tian's every move, fearing that a momentary lapse could awaken the mutated rat in the first compartment. As the final moments in the death subway approached, the objective was clear: silently eliminate the last group of zombies, rendering the mutated rat a solitary commander, significantly enhancing the odds from 6v1 to 6v10. At times, tactics proved more crucial than strategy. Yet, the tactical approach that Chun-Yi had consistently emphasized faltered at this critical juncture. The sound of chewing emanating from the front carriage abruptly ceased, followed by a slight tremor beneath the train, conveying a silent yet urgent message. The mutated mother rat had been disturbed. Chun-Yi inwardly cursed his misfortune and swiftly grabbed a fire shovel, dashing towards the edge of the platform, closely pursued by the primary zombie. The other 3 individuals in the carriage sensed the imminent danger as well, and as Chun-Yi stepped out through the door, they followed suit in haste. Yi Tian, attack! Chun-Yi commanded, confronting the 9 second-tier awakened zombies that approached with a slow, menacing gait, charging forward alongside the primary zombie. Yi Tian, as the vanguard and monster attractor, was acutely aware of the evolving situation. The massive head of the mutated mother rat had already protruded from the front carriage, its pair of glowing red eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement. Yi Tian understood that the infrared thermal images of himself and the other 4 would soon register in the mother rat's visual perception. Once the mother rat locked onto its target, the true slaughter would commence. Thus, upon hearing Chun-Yi's call, he comprehended the urgency of the situation. They needed to eliminate the 9 zombies before the mother rat could establish its focus. With a fierce determination, Chun-Yi unleashed his full offensive potential. The second-tier awakened zombie, enhanced by a 50 attribute boost, stood no chance against him and the primary zombie, falling swiftly as if it were merely an encounter of no consequence. Of course, this was partly due to the lower level of the mutated creatures and the insignificance of their attribute enhancements. Nevertheless, even so, the damage he inflicted upon the primary zombies surpassed that dealt by the combined efforts of the other four against a single zombie by more than half. However, it was evidently impossible to eliminate these 9 zombies before the mutant rat could lock onto its target and launch an attack. Thus, after dispatching one zombie, Chun-Yi decisively declared, "You 4 plump ones, divert the attention of the mutant rat. I shall handle these zombies." Yet, scarcely had Chen Ye's words echoed in the air when the mutant rat seemingly fixed its gaze upon a target, swiftly leaping out of the compartment and charging towards the 5. Chapter 24. The Maternal Mutant Rat, Part 2. Before them stood a mutant rat, its size comparable to that of an adult wild boar. The rat's enormous head was adorned with eyes that glowed ominously red, casting an eerie light in the dimly lit subway. Its elongated tail, reminiscent of a whip, swayed with an unsettling grace, the translucent spines at its tip serving as the ultimate weapon, the tail spike. As the maternal mutant rat charged forward, Fan Xiaoping and his companions immediately abandoned the remaining, barely alive zombie, rushing to confront the formidable creature. Concurrently, Chun-Yi swiftly cast an identification spell, and the attributes of the maternal mutant rat materialized before him. Monster name: Maternal Mutant Rat, Level 4 Awakening, Enhancement, 50 HP, 750 MP, 135 Attack, Defense, 65 Speed, 22 Jump, 1. 5 Skill, Tail Spike LV2 Description. Once a member of a family of hundreds of rats inhabiting the subway station, this creature underwent a transformation after inadvertently consuming the flesh of a human corpse that had fallen into the sewer, carrying a viral infection. As the human remains were gradually devoured, the rat's size expanded uncontrollably. The impressive speed attribute of the maternal mutant rat astonished Chun-Yi, reaching an astonishing 22 meters per second. This was no mere decorative trait. In an open area devoid of obstacles, players would find it exceedingly difficult to evade its relentless pursuit. Fortunately, the Death Subway instance is not an empty expanse. The vast, abandoned metro serves as the most effective barrier against the maternal mutated rat. Otherwise, Chun-Yi would have to rely solely on his own fortune. However, the maternal mutated rat is not Chun-Yi's primary target for elimination at present. The urgent matter is to deal with the remaining 8 zombies. Only by neutralizing the maternal mutated rat can all subsequent actions be executed smoothly. Thus, while Fan Xiaoping and his companions confront the maternal mutated rat, Chun-Yi immerses himself fully in the swift eradication of the remaining zombies. With strikes of 75, 85, and 80, a second-tier awakened zombie falls swiftly under the combined assault of Chun-Yi and the primary zombies, often succumbing within a single round and bestowing a generous reward of 500 experience points. At this moment, Chun-Yi truly experiences the exhilarating effect of the 5-fold experience boost from the King-level instance. The experience from second-tier awakened zombies in the Lost City is a mere 100 points, but here it skyrockets to 500 points, a doubling that is indeed delightful. Of course, this joy is predicated on possessing the combat prowess to relish it. Consequently, shortly after entering the instance, Chun-Yi's military rank elevated to that of a private. And with extraordinary fortune, the system rewarded him with 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all 5 points to his strength. Strength is paramount. This is Chun-Yi's conviction, whether in reality or within the virtual realm. Thus, from his novice beginnings, he dedicated all system-awarded attribute points entirely to strength, ensuring that the power of his melee weaponry was unleashed without reservation. Indeed, wielding a blood-red mini-fire shovel of superior iron quality, Chun-Yi exhibited unparalleled offensive prowess. Although he could not deliver fatal blows to the level 2 awakened zombies, breaching their defenses proved relatively effortless. Coupled with the auxiliary attacks from the primary zombies, the air was filled with the anguished cries of the undead collapsing to the ground almost every second. Within the span of 8 seconds, a horde of level 2 awakened enhanced zombies had no opportunity to retaliate, falling one by one at the hands of Chun-Yi and his primary zombies. Should such a feat be relayed back to the novice village base, it would undoubtedly incite an unprecedented wave of excitement. After dispatching the final zombie, Chun-Yi immediately scanned the depths of the subway tunnel. In the dim light, there was no sign of Fan Xiaoping or the others, nor any trace of the mutated mother rat. With no time to hesitate, he directed his primary zombies to sprint deeper into the subway tunnel. Deep within the deathly subway, There lay a concealed drainage pipe, situated at the very center of the tracks, which typically went unnoticed by players. This pipe served as the escape route for the mutated mother rat during the biochemical catastrophe. At that time, the size of the mother rat was just right to pass through this entrance. However, given its current dimensions, it was evidently impossible for it to traverse that pathway once more. This insight was gleaned by Fan Xiaoping after narrowly surviving in the death subway, and it was knowledge that Chun Yi acquired from him prior to entering the instance. The only place capable of containing the mutated mother rat was that very drainage pipe entrance. As Chun Yi sprinted past the front of the train, the struggling figure of the mutated maternal rat caught his eye, with the crimson numbers beneath 10 steadily rising above its head. "Little fatty, I never expected you to possess such prowess," Chun Yi silently praised upon witnessing the scene. Prior to entering the death subway, Chun Yi and Fan Xiaoping had delineated their roles clearly. Chun Yi and his junior zombies were tasked with delivering powerful attacks, while Fan Xiaoping was responsible for immobilizing the mutated maternal rat, thus placing the critical task firmly in Fan Xiaoping's hands. It was evident that Fan Xiaoping had secured the pivotal element, making the subsequent events all too predictable. However, during the struggle to pin down the mutated maternal rat, the avatars of Yi Tian and the invincible novice quietly dimmed. "Junior, go forth. I am his servant." Following a deep, mournful wail from the zombie, Chun Yi and the junior zombie simultaneously reached the thrashing form of the mutated maternal rat, launching a relentless onslaught upon it. 30. Despite showcasing formidable offensive capabilities before the level 2 awakened zombies, his strikes merely grazed the defenses of the mutated maternal rat. Nevertheless, even this paltry output surpassed the combined efforts of the two trapped in the sewer. 45. 55. Yet, the subsequent damage inflicted by the junior zombie left Chun Yi astounded. A single complete attack had managed to deplete approximately 1/7 of the mutated maternal rat's vitality, exceeding his own damage output by more than threefold. As Chun Yi reached this point, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a novice! From now on, I shall only follow your lead." However, despite his musings, the blood-colored mini fire shovel in his hand showed no signs of ceasing its relentless assault, striking the body of the enhanced mutant rat at an astonishing rate of 2 strikes per second, coupled with the formidable attack power of the novice zombies. The health bar above the mutant rat's head visibly dwindled. "Novice, this is the final blow. The equipment will soon be mine, and sustenance will follow," Chun Yi remarked with a hint of delight, noting the rat's health was now below 100 points. He also contemplated the aftermath of vanquishing the enhanced mutant rat. Consuming its brain may very well awaken his potential to a more advanced stage. However, just as Chun Yi's thoughts concluded, a blood-red inscription reading, "Tail Spike," suddenly emerged above the mutant rat's head. In that instant, he heard the sound of flesh being pierced, and a bloodied, crystalline spike abruptly manifested at his left side, precisely where the novice zombie had attacked. Another piercing sound followed, and in tandem with it, the glimmering spike vanished from his side. Thud. Immediately, Chun Yi heard the sound of a corpse collapsing. At that moment, he slowly turned his head toward the source of the noise. As he had anticipated, the low-level zombie had fallen, a gaping hole now present in its throat, dusted with a glimmering powder, from which a dark liquid began to seep. Was it killed instantly? Chun Yi murmured in disbelief. Just then, the crystalline spike that had pierced the zombie's throat, propelled by the tail of the rat, began to dart through the air, seemingly in search of its next target. Soon, it locked onto Chun Yi. "Damn it, seeking death." A roar erupted from Chun Yi's throat. In the next moment, the blood-red fire shovel in his right hand was hurled toward the crystalline spike. With lightning speed, his left hand drew a Type 92 pistol. The dark muzzle aimed squarely at the enormous body of the mutated rat. This entire sequence of actions took Chun Yi merely a second. Chapter 25. Retreat. The crimson fire shovel was hurled with remarkable precision towards the crystalline tip of the mutated mother rat's tail. However, just a heartbeat before the shovel could make contact, the mother rat unleashed its tail spike ability. In an instant, the crystalline tip, propelled by the rat's tail, recoiled sharply, its angle slightly elevated, and then it swiftly launched toward Chun Yi's chest. Yet, as the rat's tail coiled in preparation for its strike, the slightly misaligned crimson fire shovel and the crystalline tip whizzed past each other in a blur. With a splatter, blood erupted when the fire shovel severed the rat's tail. Akin to a showerhead suddenly turned on by a bathgoer, sending fine streams of liquid spraying through the air, though in this case, it was merely blood gushing from the severed tail of the mutated mother rat. Despite the fire shovel's severing of a segment of the rat's tail, it failed to impede the trajectory of the crystalline tip as it hurtled towards Chunyi, maintaining its course unaltered. 175. Fortunately, Chunyi reacted swiftly, evading a potentially fatal strike to his heart. Observing the crystalline tip embedded in his lung, accompanied by the ominous, weakened status that flared up in the aftermath, he hesitated not a moment longer. With a deft movement, his left index finger gently pressed the trigger. Bang! The bullet was unleashed. The dark muzzle of the gun gleaming briefly in the dim light of the space, followed by a flash of fire. As it swiftly penetrated the corpulent form of the mutated mother rat, a faint chirping sound echoed as the mutated mother rat in the king-level dungeon, having drained the life of 2 players, succumbed to its fate, leaving behind 2 flickering golden glows, one beneath the carcass of the mutated rat, and the other upon Chunyi's chest. Enduring the excruciating pain, Chunyi extracted the crystalline spike embedded in his lung, and with a swift motion, the attributes of the spike immediately revealed themselves before his eyes. Material name: Mid-Awakened Tail. Spike description: originating from the tail of a level 4 awakened mother mutated rat. This unique bony structure possesses a hardness comparable to ordinary alloy steel, making it an essential material for crafting new types of weaponry. It can be utilized in the creation of corresponding equipment at survivor bases of grade A and above, or exchanged for gold coins at NPCs. In the world of Global Apostles, there are 3 types of survivor camps. The first type, known as temporary shelters for survivors, was established by NPCs after the biochemical disaster, characterized by their relatively weak defenses. These shelters typically provide players with lodging and essential supplies such as food and medicine, allowing players to occupy and establish their own shelters. The second type of survivor camp resembles a novice village base, equipped with formidable armaments and various supply and entertainment facilities, fulfilling a multitude of player needs. Beyond the novice village base, there exist advanced survivor bases categorized as A, AA, AAA, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the level, the more potent the supplies available to players. These advanced bases are not subject to player occupation. The base, abandoned by both the noble and villainous NPCs, represents the final type of survivor camp, characterized by its formidable armament capabilities. Within such a base, one might discover an abundance of heavy equipment or light weaponry, as well as scientific apparatus that were left behind in haste. Alternatively, it is also possible that the base is entirely devoid of any remnants, entirely contingent upon the player's fortune. This type of establishment is referred to as the Forgotten Realm, available for players to claim. Of course, this presupposes that the player possesses the strength to expel the terrifying mutated creatures that instill fear in both factions of NPCs from the premises. Typically, these creatures do not appear individually. It seems I can only convert this into gold. Observing the mutated biological materials in his possession, Chunyi could only shake his head in resignation. He promptly placed them into his pack, and then retrieved a basic red syringe for HP restoration, injecting it into his right hand and administering the dose. 25, 25, 25. His health gradually increased at a rate of 25 points per second, while the weakened status above Chunyi's head dissipated. Soon, the syringe was fully administered, and he casually discarded it on the ground. After stretching his shins, he stood up and walked towards the nearby crimson fire shovel. "Hey, I think I just heard gunfire," said Fan Xiaoping, emerging from the pipe and gazing at Chunyi, who was picking up the fire shovel with mild surprise. Chunyi slightly raised the 92-style pistol in his left hand and replied nonchalantly, "The last bullet is for it." "Damn, you actually have a 92-style pistol, Shu Tu. You truly are impressive." The young master, following behind, revealed a hint of envy and spoke with a tone of excitement. "What a stroke of luck." Chunyi replied with a bittersweet smile. "I have another piece of equipment for you, Xiaoping. How can I accept that?" Fan Xiaoping responded with a bashful smile, quickly extending his hand. According to their agreement, all equipment dropped by the mutated mother rat would belong to Chunyi. However, he chose to reserve one piece for Fan Xiaoping, as he found him to be a commendable individual, quite astute. "That's not what I meant." The young master scoffed disdainfully at Fan Xiaoping. As the golden light from the corpse of the mutated mother rat faded away, a sword appeared in Fan Xiaoping's hand, looking significantly sharper than the iron sword he had previously equipped. "Finally, it has dropped," Fan Xiaoping exclaimed joyfully after examining the sword's attributes. Simultaneously, Chen Yi received the attribute chart of the iron sword sent by Fan Xiaoping. Weapon name: Rat Stabbing Sword, Subrefined Iron. Rank requirement: Resident Attack, 2243 Skill, Critical Strike Strength, 1 Durability, 100 Xiaoping. Your luck is truly remarkable, the young master exclaimed, cursing in disbelief. A subrefined iron weapon with a strength requirement of 1, quite impressive, Chen Yi remarked, following closely behind as he approached a damaged subway track and activated his basic summoning skill. Beep. Initiating basic zombie summon. Loading. Amidst the astonished gazes of Fan Xiaoping and Gongzi Xiao, a low-level zombie gradually emerged from the depths of the earth. After approximately 30 seconds, the entirety of the zombie's form came into view before the two. Consume it, Chen Yi commanded once more, prompting the low-level zombie to emit a mournful wail before lunging towards the corpse of the mutated rat. Ding. Your low-level zombie is devouring the corpse of the mutated rat, assimilating evolutionary energy. Ding. The low-level zombie has completed the acquisition of evolutionary energy, successfully elevating its level to the late stage of the third awakening. My goodness, this is simply magnificent, Fan Xiaoping exclaimed, captivated by the voraciousness of the low-level zombie. Oh, disciple, you truly excel. If you do not mind, I shall follow you from now on, he continued. Damn it, it's utterly exhausting to navigate this game alone, Gongzi Xiao lamented in agreement. I am currently aligned with the low-level zombie. You should not follow me. Chen Yi chuckled lightly. To be associated with a low-level zombie is exceedingly embarrassing. Fan Xiaoping resolutely shook his head. I am but its servant, he added, exclaiming in exasperation at the humiliation. Under the intimidating growls of the low-level zombie, Fan Xiaoping wore a resigned expression. The three exchanged glances, then burst into laughter, subsequently making their way towards the exit. Chapter 26. The Octopus Family. Before the daunting subway dungeon, players began to scatter in pursuit of the dusk, seeking their respective camping sites. It was universally acknowledged that, without night vision goggles and formidable weaponry, attempting to level up during the night was akin to a moth drawn to a flame. The mutated creatures that roamed the night were not limited to mere zombies and mutated dogs. They included swarms of night-dwelling beings such as mutated bats and feral cats, which could easily overwhelm an individual or a small team of fewer than 10, particularly in the initial stages of the game. Yi Tian and the invincible novice observed the hurried players dispersing, casting a glance towards the dungeon's exit, where Chun Yi and others had yet to emerge. Why haven't Shu Tu and the others come out yet? Didn't the dungeon already indicate completion? Yi Tian inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. He recalled the events of the previous night, when, having been preoccupied with finding a campsite after dark, he had been tragically ambushed by a swarm of suddenly appearing mutated bats, leaving him as a desiccated husk. The thought of such a demise sent chills down his spine, and he now yearned for Chen Yi and the others to exit swiftly so that he could claim the additional rewards for the king-level dungeon and make his escape. They'll be out shortly. There's no need for concern, the invincible novice replied calmly while squatting on the ground. He was unconcerned about the campsite, as the 10 silver coins from the king-level dungeon's extra rewards would afford him a luxurious night at the inn within the novice village, provided there were rooms available. How do you perceive Shu Tu? Yi Tian gradually regained his composure and asked. What do you mean by that? The invincible novice raised his head to look at Yi Tian, perplexed. I believe that to thrive in global apostles, it is exceedingly difficult for an individual. Just like when we were leveling up independently, encountering 2 zombies meant we had no choice but to flee. However, with him by my side, facing a horde of zombies no longer necessitates retreat. The Shutu and we are not on the same path. His backing is formidable, the Iron-Blooded Battle Soul Guild. Iron-Blooded Battle Soul, Yi Tian murmured, falling silent thereafter. Just then, an unfamiliar voice abruptly pierced the air. Have you encountered a player named Shutu? Yi Tian and the invincible novice simultaneously lifted their heads, fixating on the youth with green hair before them, and instinctively shook their heads in unison. Damn, you guys are putting on quite the act. I've never seen anyone so pretentious, the green-haired youth exclaimed with disdain. How dare you? You're the one being pretentious. The invincible novice sprang to his feet, brandishing his baton and ready to charge, but upon noticing the group surrounding the youth, 3 of whom wielded USP 45 handguns, he halted in his tracks, cursing under his breath. I don't know what you meant by that, but we truly do not know Shutu. Yi Tian gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Slap. The green-haired youth's hand descended like lightning, delivering a sharp strike, that left Yi Tian stunned. "Screw you," Yi Tian shouted, seizing the baton and lunging forward. As Chun Yi approached the exit of the dungeon, he clicked to leave, and the architectural elements of the dungeon swiftly transformed into data particles before dissipating entirely. Subsequently, new data particles emerged, and the structures in front of the Death Subway dungeon gradually materialized. No sooner had he stepped out of the dungeon than Chun Yi was met with the expletive-laden outburst of a stranger. "Kid, do you believe in me? I'll kill you right now." Chun Yi immediately turned towards the source of the voice, where he observed two players, indicated by the label, weak, slumped on the ground, surrounded by a group of players wielding steel pipes, crowbars, and police batons. In front of the two players crouched a youth with green hair, brandishing a bloody dagger, licking the blood from its tip with a sinister satisfaction. It was Yi Tian and the invincible rookie. Gong Zishao instantly recognized the two incapacitated players as his companions from the team. "Another encounter with the octopus family," exclaimed Fan Xiaoping with evident disgust. "I am his slave." After their respective utterances, the low, mournful wails of a low-level zombie echoed around them. And soon Fan Xiaoping and Gong Zishao witnessed the red text, "Rage Acceleration," flare above the zombie's head as it charged towards the encircled group. Chun Yi followed closely behind the low-level zombie, moving in lockstep with its advance. He wouldn't dare to challenge them alone, would he? Fan Xiaoping swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat. "Damn it, I'll kill you all," Gong Zishao shouted before also rushing forward. Fan Xiaoping observed the two individuals rushing forth, swiftly exchanging his refined iron weapon for an ordinary iron sword. With a steely resolve, he shouted as he charged forward. The green-haired youth, who was savoring the blood on the tip of his dagger, abruptly stood up upon hearing a deep, slow wail of a zombie. He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, revealing a level 3 awakened junior zombie, its head adorned with the rapidly flashing red words, "Frenzied Acceleration." Following closely behind was a player, stealthily lurking in the shadows, making it difficult to discern the presence of a lurking assassin. Two additional players, exuding an air of menace, accompanied them. The green-haired youth chuckled lightly, initially impressed by what he thought was a formidable assembly, only to realize it was merely a level 3 awakened zombie and 3 players lacking in awareness. He then laughed boisterously, urging his companions, "Brothers, let's eliminate them. Those with firearms, focus on that junior zombie. Beware of the player lurking behind it." As the wail of the junior zombie echoed, the octopus bully began to closely monitor Chun Yi's movements. It was only at this moment that he pinpointed Chun Yi's location, who had stealthily positioned himself behind the zombie. He called out loudly, but his voice was drowned out by the simultaneous gunfire. Bang! 35. Bang! 35. Bang! 35. The sound of the USP-45 reverberated, bullets erupting from the barrel, tracing fiery lines through the air before piercing the body of the junior zombie, each shot eliciting a cascade of red damage numbers. The junior zombie, impacted by the relentless barrage of bullets, experienced a sudden decrease in speed. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Chun Yi promptly unleashed his berserk acceleration skill. A wailing cry pierced the air as the lowly zombie surged forward with renewed vigor, charging towards the trio of players crouched and firing. Bang! 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 Another volley of gunfire rang out, and the zombie's health plummeted by an additional 105 points, leaving it with less than 300 points in a mere heartbeat. However, at that moment, the creature had already lunged toward a gunman from the Octopus clan, its arms crashing down with ferocity. 90. 120. Having swiftly dispatched one shooter, the zombie, under Chun Yi's mental command, pivoted to assault the gunman on its left. Concurrently, Chun Yi himself emerged unexpectedly from behind the zombie, making a beeline for the gunman on the right. Bang! Bang! The right-side shooter remained oblivious to Chun Yi's stealthy advance, redirecting his bullet toward the zombie instead. Upon noticing Chun Yi's sudden appearance, a flicker of panic ignited in his eyes, and his index finger instinctively squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet hurtling toward Chun Yi. Before the gunman could fully comprehend the unfolding events, the word "miss" materialized above his head, further heightening his alarm. He barely had time to pull the trigger again when a blood-stained mini-fire shovel loomed large in his vision, followed by a cascade of crimson. The 3 gunmen fell easily to Chun Yi's strategy, leaving the remaining 12 players of little concern. Yet, to Chun Yi's dismay, the fallen shooters yielded no USP-45. Instead, they dropped only a handful of basic syringes. Yet at that moment, Chun Yi's heart surged with fervor, devoid of the gunman's threat. The imminent clash would be a close-quarters knife fight, a domain in which he reigned supreme. I am but his vassal. The lowly zombie let out a mournful wail, reluctantly retreating from the battlefield under Chun Ye's command, its health nearly depleted. In the blink of an eye, the green-haired youth, having lost 3 of his gunmen, was consumed by a tempest of rage. Had it not been for the appearance of that zombie, those 3 gunmen would not have met their swift demise. Although he had lost 3 of his men, the green-haired youth remained confident in his ability to slay Chun Yi and his companions if he could first eliminate that zombie. The others would be mere fodder in his eyes. However, upon witnessing Chun Yi withdraw the zombie from the fray and approach alone, the green-haired youth found himself at a loss, his bewildered gaze fixed intently on Chun Yi as he questioned, "What does this mean? Will you face us one by one? Or shall we engage together?" Chun Yi offered no reply. Instead, he calmly retorted with a question of his own. Chapter 27. The green-haired youth. The green-haired youth stood there, utterly stunned for at least 2 minutes before regaining his composure. He then wore an expression of disbelief, fixating on Chun Yi as he hesitantly confirmed, "What you just said. Is it true?" Not only the green-haired youth, but everyone present was profoundly shaken upon hearing Chun Ye's provocative words. Fan Xiaoping and Gong Zishao, positioned on either side of Chun Yi, also bore expressions of astonishment, their eyes flickering with a mix of skepticism and a hint of affirmation regarding Chun Ye's audacious statement. Seated on the ground, Yi Tian and the invincible novice gazed at Chun Yi in bewilderment. Chun Ye's earlier actions had elicited an inexplicable camaraderie within them, particularly after he dealt with the 3 gunmen from the Octopus clan, making them feel that the humiliation inflicted by the clan had been avenged. However, Chun Ye's subsequent actions left many puzzled. He could have easily eradicated the group of octopuses using the strength of a low-level zombie. Yet he chose to engage in a one-on-one duel, taking on the entire Octopus clan single-handedly. Though the Crimson Fire Axe in his hands was formidable, his defensive capabilities remained at a novice's level, rendering him vulnerable to the onslaught of the Octopus clan members. Meanwhile, the Octopus bully chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Enjoy your bravado now. Soon enough, it will be your turn to weep." Chun Yi was blissfully unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling in the minds of the onlookers, gazing at him with expressions of astonishment. In response to their bewilderment, he slowly raised the crimson fire shovel, its sharp edge directed towards the green-haired youth, and reiterated with deliberate clarity, "Will you face me one by one, or will you come at me together? How arrogant of you." The green-haired youth, upon hearing Chun Yi's provocative words once more, cast aside any doubts he had about his previous misinterpretation. With an exclamation of fury, he turned to his companions, declaring, "In that case, brothers, let us eliminate him. Xiaopeng, you and young master shall go save them." Chun Yi uttered a brief command before swiftly retrieving a blood-replenishing syringe from his backpack. Without hesitation, he plunged it into his left arm and pushed forcefully, watching as his vitality gradually surged back to its peak. You cannot navigate the world of global apostles alone. If you are wise, align yourself with our octopus family. In the future, my brothers and I will ensure your prosperity. The octopus bully gestured dismissively to his eager companions, then flashed a warm smile, speaking earnestly in an attempt to recruit Chun Yi. "And if I refuse?" A faint smile graced Chun Yi's lips as he slightly bent his body, a glimmer of defiance flickering in his gray eyes, refusing a toast only to drink a punishment. The green-haired youth, having lost his patience, barked sharply. Just as his voice fell, Chun Yi withdrew the syringe and, with a swift motion, tossed it into the sky. The vial, still glistening with traces of blood, soared towards the setting sun, tracing a perfect arc before descending to the ground. After Chun Yi hurled the vial containing the blood-boosting serum, he swiftly grasped the crimson fire shovel and moved with urgency. By the time the vial struck the ground, he had already covered a distance of 2 meters. Observing this, the members of the octopus family sprang into action, emboldened by their numerical superiority, their faces adorned with expressions of disdain and contempt. However, this air of arrogance was swiftly dispelled when the first family member fell victim to a decisive blow. Although the crowd had been informed of the formidable prowess of the Shu disciples through the words of the octopus bully, it was evident that the absence of that zombie did not diminish the disciples' strength. In a mere encounter, one could slay a member of the family, an unmistakable mark of exceptional prowess during the novice phase. After eliminating the player at the forefront, Chun Yi promptly halted, standing still as he awaited the rapid approach of the other 2 individuals, both of whom had attained the 3rd tier of awakening. These martial artists had specialized in physical enhancement to level 3. Given Chun Ye's current offensive capability, he could breach their defenses. Yet he was unable to deliver a fatal blow, which was precisely why he chose to pause. I do not believe your skulls can withstand the impact of a bullet. Chun Yi mused, raising his left hand to brandish a Type 92 pistol, the dark muzzle aimed at the two charging towards him. The two martial artists were immediately intimidated. Their advance stymied, for they understood that to endure the impact of a standard handgun's bullet, their physical enhancement specialization would need to be at least level 5 or higher. Otherwise, a shot to the head would be tantamount to a fatal wound. At this moment, the green-haired youth suddenly realized the reason behind the Shuda's arrogance. It was due to the powerful trump card he possessed. His own marksman had already been dealt with by him and that zombie, leaving only 2 sturdy individuals among the remaining group. The rest, in the face of the 92-style pistol, were akin to mere fodder, awaiting the fate of being pierced by bullets. Even those 2 sturdy individuals could not escape death if struck in the head, leading the green-haired youth to accept his grim fate. Although he felt a sense of injustice, under the overwhelming force of his opponent, he had no choice but to endure. Thus, it became clear, as Yi Tian, currently injecting himself with a blood-replenishing serum, and the invincible novice observed the 92-style pistol in Chun Ye's hands. They immediately understood his previous actions. It appeared that the Shutu was not acting recklessly. Rather, he had resources and confidence at his disposal. Only Fan Xiaoping and Gong Zishao were left puzzled, recalling his earlier claim that the pistol was devoid of bullets. Let us discuss this, the green-haired youth said, swallowing hard while eyeing the 92-style pistol. Discuss what nonsense. Yu Tian, having regained his composure, rose from the ground, cursing as he strode towards the green-haired youth. The slap he had received earlier from him lingered vividly in his memory. Smack. Before Chun Yi could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Tian's palm had already struck the green-haired youth's right cheek, leaving behind 5 crimson fingerprints on his fair face. Damn it! The green-haired youth cursed vehemently before lunging forward with a dagger. Smack. 35. The green-haired youth's speed was astonishing, yet Yi Tian's control over the descending baton was swifter still. The baton struck precisely at the youth's wrist, and the force derived from a martial artist with a specialization in strength was sufficient to disarm him of the dagger he held. Indeed, this proved to be the case. You're courting death. Gong Zishao charged forward from behind Yi Tian, wielding the crowbar with unreserved ferocity against the green-haired youth's crown. The high damage numbers flared up, accompanied by the ominous, weakened status effect. The other members of the Octopus clan, witnessing their leader's humiliation, yearned to rush to his aid, yet were paralyzed by the threat of Chun Ye's darkened firearm and the ghastly wails of the zombie, relegating them to a state of impotent fury. Stomping their feet in frustration. Mark my words, today's events are far from over, spat the weakened green-haired youth, a mouthful of blood foaming at his lips. How brazen! Yi Tian delivered a decisive blow with the baton, thereby earning himself a notorious reputation. Damn it, Shu Tu, you will pay for this. The octopus bully, sensing the tides of battle shifting unfavorably, uttered a menacing proclamation before hoisting his leader's lifeless body, declaring, "Let us depart. We await your return at any time." Chen Yi remarked with a faint smile as he observed the retreating figures of the Octopus clan. Chapter 28. A-class urban combat attire, a military Humvee raced through the streets. Illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun, its presence exuding an aura of terror that sent all mutated creatures into a frenzied retreat long before the vehicle arrived. Chun Yi and his companions, who had just collected their additional rewards from an NPC for completing a king-level quest and were heading towards the novice village, found themselves momentarily halted by the thunderous roar of the engine echoing from the distance. Instinctively, Chen Yi considered the possibility that it might be the vengeful kin of the Octopus clan. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that during the early stages of the game, players could not possibly possess personal vehicles, let alone a roaring off-road vehicle. Approximately a minute later, the military Humvee came into view, screeching to a halt before Chun Yi and his companions, who gazed upon it with covetous eyes. The vehicle's door swung open, and out stepped a stunning woman clad in camouflage military attire, her figure strikingly alluring. Chen Yi, who preferred to appraise a person from bottom to top, first noticed her fierce-looking high-heeled military boots. The black stockings clung to her enticing legs, accentuating their beauty. Following the alluring temptation of the black stockings, Chun Ye's gaze lingered upon the enticing expanse of the right thigh, where he discerned a tightly bound camouflage holster. The exposed grip silently proclaimed to any observer that it contained a formidable caliber revolver. In swift succession, a delicate right hand, wrapped in white bandages, descended upon the gun's handle, promptly drawing forth the revolver, its muzzle now aimed directly at Chunyi. A chill of apprehension coursed through Chunyi. Though this fierce and violent female NPC was not targeting him, he was acutely aware that the primary zombie lurking behind him was in imminent danger, as the gun was trained precisely in its direction. Just as he contemplated invoking the flesh and bone sacrifice skill, the thunderous crack of the revolver echoed through the air. He witnessed a bullet, trailing a blue flame, dart past him with lightning speed, hurtling towards the unsuspecting zombie behind. Bang! Following the gunfire, the system's notification chimed in, exactly as Chunyi had anticipated. Ding! The primary zombie you summoned has been slain by the NPC messenger, Medusa. Damn it! Chunyi could only curse inwardly. Given his current abilities, he found himself utterly defenseless against the formidable NPCs within the game. Noticing the arrival of the messenger, the two armed NPCs responsible for the Death Subway quest hastened to Medusa's side, saluting in unison. Report, esteemed messenger. A player has successfully navigated the king-level quest. Please advise. Close the Death Subway. Medusa cast a cold glance at Chunyi, retorting briefly before turning and slipping into her vehicle. She promptly closed the door, ignited the engine, and with a swift press on the accelerator, the rugged Hummer began to reverse at an astonishing speed. In a breathtaking display, it executed a 180-degree maneuver, the front of the vehicle pivoting sharply as it sped towards the setting sun on the horizon. Goodness, what a fierce NPC! Fan Xiaopeng was the first to snap back from his astonishment, marveling at the rising dust. With melancholic eyes, golden curls, and alluring attire. Goodness, absolutely captivating. Gongzi Xiao was left entranced, unable to contain his emotions. Chunyi, with a look of disdain, surveyed the four individuals lost in their expressions, shook his head, and approached the two armed NPCs, inquiring, if we successfully navigate the king-level dungeon, does that mean this dungeon faces the fate of closure? One of the armed NPCs elucidated. Indeed, all dungeons in Global Apostle adhere to this stipulation. Once players conquer all difficulty levels, the dungeon will be sealed. After this explanation, he complimented them, saying, well done, survivors. The other armed NPC, however, offered a note of caution. You should return. Darkness has fallen, and the mutated creatures will soon emerge. Oh, understood, Chunyi replied, then turned to the few infatuated men still gazing at the horizon, saying, you lot, the person has already left. Why are you still lingering? As Chunyi returned to the novice village base, the night had fully descended. After bidding farewell to Fan Xiaopeng and the others, he made his way towards the identification office, which remained eerily quiet. Master, I have brought you the zombie head you requested. Chunyi approached respectfully. Hee, young man. I indeed did not misjudge you. You are the most formidable survivor I have ever encountered. The appraiser looked up, his face alight with joy. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the appraiser's blood revenge quest. You have gained 1,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, and 1 piece of identified equipment. Ding. Congratulations on advancing your military rank to soldier. The system has randomly rewarded you with 5 attribute points. Chunyi gazed at the 5 attribute points and the unidentified equipment bestowed by the system. His joy was indescribable. He then placed the unidentified item on the identification table and cheerfully declared, identify this piece of equipment. 1 gold coin. The appraiser responded with a professional smile, extending a finger. Isn't that a bit steep? Chunyi reluctantly fished out a gold coin and tossed it onto the identification table, sneering. Quality is worth the price. The appraiser replied with a radiant smile. Equipment name, A-Class Urban Combat Suit, Refined Iron. Rank requirement, Private Defense, 55 Physique, 1 Enhancement, Defense Specialization 1 Durability, 130 Description, 1 of the A-Class Urban Combat Set, consisting of combat boots, combat pants, combat vest, and combat hat. Once the complete set is assembled, additional attributes can be activated. Chunyi equipped the item without hesitation, allocating all 5 attribute points awarded by the system to strength. He then pulled up the attribute interface. ID, Shu 2 rank, Soldier HP, 260 MP, 55 attack, 84104 defense, 100 speed, 10, 1 jump, 1, 0 stamina, 150 fatigue, 78 additional, defense enhancement specialization 1. Both attack and defense had surpassed the formidable threshold of 100, supplemented by a defense enhancement specialization of level 1. Although it was merely a level 1 specialization during the novice phase, only players with a martial artist specialization of level 1 or higher could breach defenses. The remaining players, who were still wielding basic weapons while awaiting their transition to gunner, could only gaze in astonishment. Huh, not bad, Chinyi exclaimed with joy, and then turned to the appraiser. Master, do you have any more tasks? The appraiser, rolling his eyes at Chinyi, retorted, do you think tasks are handed out like candy? If you want one, go on. Hurry up, we're about to close. Well then, remember to prioritize me for future tasks. Chinyi stood there, a smile plastered on his face, showing no intention of leaving. All right then. The appraiser, having lost his patience, realized that if he didn't acquiesce to this player, he might very well linger indefinitely. A sense of resignation washed over the appraiser. He had encountered many exasperating situations, but none quite like the exquisite absurdity before him. In truth, Chinyi's predicament was not entirely one of despair. The 2 gold coins he had painstakingly acquired from his recent endeavors were swiftly diminished by half at the hands of the appraiser. The thought of the exorbitant fees required to transition to a sharpshooter left him with a throbbing headache. It felt utterly extortionate. If he did not undertake additional quests to recuperate his losses, his situation would be dire. Upon exiting the appraisal office, Chinyi made his way directly to the Mutated Biological Material Research Institute, his objective still the acquisition of gold coins to meet the steep transition costs. Arriving at counter number 7, he was greeted by the enchanting visage of a beautiful NPC. From his backpack, he produced the mid-stage awakening stinger he had obtained from a mutated mother rat. I wish to exchange this for gold coins, he declared. The lovely NPC glanced at the shimmering object in Chunye's hand and, with a sweet smile, instructed, please place it there. Following her gesture, Chunye's gaze fell upon a metallic apparatus resembling a laptop, resting quietly on the left side of the counter. Aside from the keyboard, which had transformed into a sleek silver surface, the device bore a striking resemblance to a conventional laptop. With careful steps, Chinyi placed the mid-stage awakening stinger upon the metallic surface. Almost immediately, he heard the system's prompt chime. Beep. Biomat scanning in progress. As the system's notification appeared, the LCD screen of the metallic device flickered to life, displaying a progress bar. Simultaneously, a beam of light emanated from the video port above the screen, casting a luminous veil that enveloped the awakening stinger. After a tense 10 seconds, the completion chime resonated through Chun-Ye's eager anticipation. Beep. The scanning of the biomaterial has been completed. The mid-stage tail spike exhibits a hardness of 1, a toughness of 1, and a purity of 65. It is possible to extract 35, yielding an exchange of 5 gold coins. Chapter 29. Epiphany emerging from the realm of mutated biological materials. Chinyi found his backpack enriched with an additional 5 gold coins. Coupled with the 10 silver coins garnered from the exceptional rewards of a king-level dungeon and the single gold coin received upon returning the appraiser's quest, his wealth had ascended to a substantial 6 gold coins, an amount that, during the novice phase, could be considered the hallmark of a modestly affluent individual. Chinyi promptly accessed the currency exchange interface to ascertain the current conversion rate between gold coins and real-world currency. To his astonishment, he discovered that the exchange rate was astonishingly skewed, standing at an extraordinary 1,300. In essence, 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 300 units of real currency, a notion so remarkable that it left him in disbelief. Such inflation of gold coins is a common affliction during the initial stages of online game launches. Certain players with deep pockets, or consortiums, often invest substantial sums during this period for various reasons, converting them into in-game currency. Without gold coins, one cannot procure equipment, weaponry, ammunition, job transfers, or various consumables. It is precisely due to the significant investments made by these affluent players and organizations that gold coins have reached their current valuation. However, this status is destined to plummet sharply with the passage of time. Once the game system activates the feature for exchanging real currency for gold coins, a 1-1 conversion rate is expected to dominate the game, as promised by the official website of Global Apostles. As of today, there remain 12 days until that conversion becomes a reality. Chinyi stood still, contemplating the fleeting nature of the gold coin's fervor, aware that a sudden plummet in value could occur at any moment. Though he ardently yearned to transition into a sharpshooter as swiftly as possible, He understood that the fervor of the gold would not wait for him. After much reflection, Chunyi resolved to place all 6 gold coins on the trading platform. Clicking confirm. To his astonishment, within the next second, a notification from the system chimed, indicating a successful transaction. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully sold 6 gold coins. Based on a 1-300 exchange rate, you have received 1,080 yuan. After deducting a 20 transaction fee, your actual earnings amount to 864 yuan, which has been deposited into your real-world bank account. Chunyi found it hard to believe. In the blink of an eye, his salary for half a month had landed in his bank account, a sensation that induced a paradox of ecstasy and despair. At that moment, a message from Yunanzi suddenly arrived. Yezi, I finally snagged the last 3 gold coins. I can soon equip the exceptional iron-grade AK-47. The mention of the AK-47, a weapon of exceptional quality, left Chunyi in awe. He marveled at the fact that merely 2 days into the game, he still wielded discarded melee iron-grade weapons, while Zhao Yan had already acquired a firearm-grade iron weapon. What thoughts must occupy the minds of the tireless laborers? What a thrill! Today, I ventured with the Aoshui Guild to explore the forsaken military base, where we have cleared all mutated creatures from the surface works. Tomorrow, I plan to prepare for an incursion into the underground facilities, setting my sights on the legendary RPG rocket launcher. Zhao Yan animatedly spoke with great excitement. I urged him to maintain his composure. Although Chun Ye's words were calm, his heart raced with the same urgency as Zhao Yan's. The RPG rocket launcher was undoubtedly a significant enhancement for the Iron Blood Guild. All right, I will remain composed. By the way, do you remember what I mentioned to you a few days ago? What did you say? Damn. Have you found the coordinates for the biochemical research facility in our base? Chunyi suddenly recalled the conversation with Zhao Yan, where the biochemical research facility had indeed been mentioned. However, he had been too fatigued at the time to take it seriously, and upon awakening, he had completely forgotten about it until Zhao Yan brought it up again. I will go find it tomorrow. All right, that has settled then. I'm hanging up. The mere thought of the biochemical research facility made Chunyi wish to slap himself. It likely concealed specialized biochemical weapons designed to combat mutated creatures. It was said that such weapons were immensely powerful compared to conventional arms, akin to the pulse weapon wielded by the Predator in the American blockbuster Predator vs. Alien, where a single pulse laser could take down an alien. Although the weapons abandoned in the biochemical research facility near the novice village were not as advanced, they were still leagues ahead of standard weaponry. With a resolute determination, Chunyi turned back to the mutated biological material laboratory. Retrieving the evolution nucleus he had prepared for his class change and placing it on the material scanner at counter number 7. Ding. Scanning for biological material. Ding. Biological material scan complete. Level 1 tuberculosis, quality, 4 stars, redeemable for 5 gold coins. Chunyi did not dwell on the gold coin exchange for the level 1 tuberculosis. After receiving the coins from the beautiful NPC, he departed the materials area and made his way towards the Survivor Inn. He lavishly spent 10 silver coins to occupy the last room and then logged off. Upon returning to reality, he removed his headset, gazing at the dawn on the horizon and breathing in the crisp morning air. Chunyi felt revitalized as he grabbed his bank card, donned his white sportswear, and dashed out of his home. An hour later, he returned, glistening with sweat, holding a bag of fried dough sticks and soy milk, a look of joy on his face. With over 800 yuan added to his bank card, Chunyi felt a sense of brightness in the game world. As he savored the fried dough sticks and sipped the soy milk, he envisioned the abundant wealth that the hidden profession of zombie summoner would bring, to the point where he bit his finger, mistaking it for a fried dough stick. After a quick wash-up, he set the alarm for dinner time and went to bed. In the midst of his dreamy slumber, reminiscent of Zhuang Zhou dreaming of butterflies, the alarm rang promptly. The routine of waking up, eating, and entering the game for 3 consecutive days suddenly left Chunyi with a feeling of disorientation. As if he had lost direction in life, the dream extinguished, leaving him dazed and bewildered. When Chunyi beheld that brick-level helmet once more, he was momentarily transported back to his senior year of high school, where days were spent dozing in the classroom and nights were consumed in internet cafes. When funds were scarce, he would retreat to his dormitory, secluding himself in the restroom while smoking 4 yuan and 50 cents red gold dragons, subsequently descending into an inexplicable melancholy. His companions referred to it as a downfall, yet he shook his head, asserting it was more akin to moral decay. In truth, It was merely a state of confusion. Sighing helplessly, Chunyi donned the gaming helmet. Exiting the survivor's inn, Chunyi made his way directly to the ammunition supply depot, where he expended a single gold coin to procure a quarter of a base of 92 type pistol ammunition. In the game, one base equals the capacity of 4 magazines. He then purchased a map of the fallen city, valued at 30 silver coins, and subsequently acquired 10 silver coins worth of MP syringes from another player. In the blink of an eye, 1. For gold coins had been squandered, and observing the day's exchange rate of 1,265 for gold coins, Chunyi felt a pang of regret for his extravagance. However, this seemed trivial in comparison to the biochemical weapons within the biochemical research lab. Standing before the triple-layered defenses of the novice village base, Chunyi unfurled the map and fixed his gaze upon the city zoo sector, which was marked with mutated creatures ranging from levels 4 to 7 of their awakening phase. This area represented the highest distribution of awakened mutated beings in the fallen city. And most importantly, the primary zombies required the brain cores of these mutated animals for their evolution. Chapter 30. The War of Mutated Beings. Before the ticket window of the Lost City Zoo, a level 3 awakened zombie languidly stood, clad in tattered work attire, with an employee badge that had fallen upon his chest, revealing his former identity as Wang Hao, an animal caretaker. The gentle dawn light serenely illuminated the decaying form of this peculiar zombie. The term peculiar is employed here primarily because there is not a single companion of its kind in the vicinity, amidst the vast expanse of the zoo's entrance plaza. Besides abandoned vehicles and scattered refuse, this solitary figure appeared strikingly out of place. Chunyi quietly observed this extraordinary zombie from around the corner of the street, the unusual atmosphere of the zoo plaza compelling him to exercise caution, while a basic zombie trailed behind him in a dejected manner. Basic up. I am his slave. The basic zombie would emit a low, drawn-out wail before executing any command. Initially, Chunyi found this wail to be powerful and compelling, but after encountering the octopus family, he began to ponder how advantageous it would be if the basic zombie could stealthily approach the enemy without announcing its presence, catching them off guard. Yet, there always exists a gap between reality and fantasy, even within the confines of virtual reality. Chunyi, accompanied by the basic zombie, had journeyed from the novice village base, striving to enable the basic zombie to eliminate mutated beings silently. However, the outcome remained consistent. The basic zombie exhibited no understanding of subtlety, always announcing its intent with a loud wail before confronting any foe. As it stands, Chunyi commanded the creature to eliminate the zombie in the square, yet it still let out a loud wail before dashing forward. Chunyi could only watch helplessly, observing the low-level zombie maneuver around several abandoned cars. He was on the verge of issuing the command for frenzied acceleration when suddenly, a shadow burst forth from the animal enclosure. It leapt with agility, soaring over the meter-high aluminum alloy gate, and then precisely pounced upon the third-tier awakened zombie. A piercing roar erupted, followed by the sight of the mutated leopard sinking its fangs into the zombie, a gruesome scene unfolding without restraint. In disbelief, Chunyi stood frozen, astonished by the revelation that even mutated creatures were embroiled in conflict. However, by the time he regained his composure, the mutated leopard had already concluded the battle. The head of the particular zombie was nowhere to be found, leaving behind a headless corpse, its neck gushing blood in a shocking display. Prior to the public testing, Global Apostle had informed players that the virtual realm pursued an unyielding realism, showcasing brutality when necessary without a hint of gentleness. The target demographic consisted of males aged 16 to 45. Yet, Chunyi was astonished to discover that women constituted a third of the population in the novice village base, prompting him to ponder the increasing inclination of women towards a more aggressive path. Suddenly, another fierce roar snapped Chunyi back to reality, and he witnessed the mutated leopard charging toward the low-level zombie. With a curse, Chunyi grasped the blood-red fire shovel and charged forward. Simultaneously, a silent command was issued to the junior zombie: retreat. Accelerate wildly. As the junior zombie fled for its life, it did not forget to utter, "I am its slave," before racing back toward Chunyi. However, in stark contrast to their sluggish pace, the mutated leopard moved with terrifying speed, leaping to position itself behind the junior zombie, ready to unleash a deadly bite. Bang! 188. At that moment, Chunyi drew his Type 92 pistol. Although the value of a single bullet had soared to 18 yuan in real currency, the worth of a life, particularly that of the junior zombie, far surpassed the price of a bullet. Chun Yi understood that if the mutated leopard were to eliminate the junior zombie in an instant, his own survival would be jeopardized. This realization compelled him to press the trigger with a heavy heart. In Chun Yi's eyes, one bullet equated to 18 yuan. Thus, when the bullet penetrated the mutated leopard's skull, inflicting double damage, he felt a sense of triumph, envisioning the beast's lifeless body collapsing. Struck by the bullet, the agile form of the mutated leopard immediately faltered. Concurrently, under Chun Yi's command, the junior zombie swiftly altered its course, executing a furious acceleration skill. Its decaying body hurtling forward. 75, 85, 75. A series of crimson damage numbers erupted above the mutated leopard, as the robust form of the junior zombie engaged in fierce combat with it. Mutated creatures such as the agile mutant leopard exhibit an attack power in the attribute compendium that merely serves as a reference for players. Their true offensive capability lies in the addition of physical inertia impact to their inherent attribute attacks. This is akin to the earlier charge of a low-level zombie, where the frenzied acceleration results in a significant inertia impact against the mutant leopard. The sole determinant of this inertia impact is speed. The greater the velocity, the more pronounced the inertia damage becomes. This principle elucidates why firearms consistently deliver double damage, as they possess a 100 probability of augmenting their base attack power with inertia impact, coupled with the lethal slicing effect generated by rapidly rotating bullets. The resultant trifold attack enhancement yields formidable power. At this moment, Chun Yi also entered the fray. He leapt from the roof of an abandoned sedan, wielding a blood-red fire axe that sliced through the air as it descended upon the head of the mutant leopard. A critical strike. The mutant leopard let out a mournful cry and collapsed, while a low-level zombie pounced upon the still-falling carcass, eager to feast. Meanwhile, Chun Yi seized the opportunity to examine the mutant leopard's attribute compendium. Creature name: Elite Mutant Leopard, Level 4 Awakening. HP: 500 MP, 60 Attack, 70 to 105 Defense, 85 Speed, 32 Jump, 3 Additional, Inertia Impact 90 Goodness. No wonder he was able to dispatch that Level 3 Awakened zombie with a single leap. Gazing at the exceedingly high inertia impact damage stacked in the attributes of the mutated leopard elite, Chun Yi couldn't help but exclaim. The fact that a Level 4 awakened mutated creature could annihilate beings merely one level beneath it solely based on its additional attributes filled him with a sudden yearning for weapons of refined iron caliber. Such weaponry would not lack additional attributes like the white version 92 pistol currently in his possession. Typically, these formidable weapons boast two fundamental additional attributes: inertia impact and high-speed rotational slaughter attack. With a stroke of fortune, there could be even more than those two. The mere thought of Zhao Yan already outfitted with a refined iron caliber AK-47 left Chun Yi feeling somewhat despondent. Despite possessing the trump card of a low-level zombie, he had yet to acquire a weapon of refined iron caliber. Even his blood-red fire axe and 92 pistol were merely the fruits of luck. A thought that brought him embarrassment. Let's go, find the biochemical laboratory. Chun Yi resolved to hasten his search for the laboratory, even if it did not house biochemical weaponry. Conventional firearms were indispensable. I am his servant. The low-level zombie continued to conspicuously assist him. Chapter 31. Awakening of the Zombie Elite. The elite creature at the 4th level of awakening failed to elevate the primary zombies even after consumption. And Chun Yi was not the least bit surprised. It was only a reinforced 4th level awakened mother variant rat that could propel a primary zombie from the early stages of evolution to the later stages. If a creature of the same caliber could allow a primary zombie to awaken directly from the late stages of evolution, that would truly astonish him. Nevertheless, Chun Yi harbored a premonition that the path for primary zombies to awaken to the 4th level was not far off. Perhaps after devouring a few elite-class mutated beings, they could successfully advance. However, upon his arrival at the zoo, he found not a single elite mutated creature, nor even the shadow of an ordinary zombie. In the once captive animal exhibition, apart from the dense vegetation, there was nothing else to behold. The iron fences, ravaged by mutated animals, bore gaping holes, vividly depicting the struggle of the mutated creatures as they broke free. Chun Yi shook his head in resignation and proceeded towards the next animal exhibit. What the hell? Is this still a zoo? Observing a scene identical to the previous exhibition, Chun Yi could not restrain his expletives. He had initially envisioned the city zoo teeming with various awakened mutated animals, where primary zombies could achieve their awakening most swiftly. undoubtedly aiding future explorations of the legendary biochemical research facility. Yet, it now appeared that even awakening posed a challenge for primary zombies in this place, let alone the prospect of assisting in the discovery of the biochemical research facility. Chen Yi, feeling quite powerless, led the novice zombies through several scenic parks once more. Yet the scenery remained unchanged. This compelled him to pause and ponder the whereabouts of the mutated animals in the city zoo. Had they ventured out to hunt? The mere thought of hunting naturally recalled the scene when the mutated leopard effortlessly dispatched a zombie. The brutal law of survival among mutated creatures suggested that the likelihood of these animals foraging outside the zoo had indeed increased. Novice, let us proceed to the artificial lake over there and await their return. With this notion firmly established in his mind, Chen Yi devised a plan of passive anticipation. At this moment, it was 9 o'clock in the morning in the virtual realm of global apostles. Gentle sunlight poured down, casting a warm glow upon the sandy beach by the artificial lake, where the shimmering blue surface sparkled beautifully under the sun's rays. Chen Yi found a relatively clean patch of sand, reclined upon it, and began to relish this rare moment of leisure. It truly feels like the seaside, Chen Yi murmured to himself. Though he appeared outwardly relaxed, his auditory senses were exceptionally attuned at that moment. The whispers of the wind and the rustling grass transmitted through the vibrations of his eardrums to his brain, which began to fervently compute and analyze the sounds. In the end, however, only one word emerged: silence. Time swiftly slipped away in this tranquil atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Chen Yi rose from his leisurely reverie, gazing vacantly at the lake's surface. Could it be that there exists an ultimate boss here? One that has vanquished all other mutated creatures? This thought suddenly crossed Chen Yi's mind during a moment of leisure. After vocalizing it, he began to survey his surroundings meticulously, lingering over the scene for quite some time. The ambience enveloped him like a secluded paradise, steeped in a tranquil isolation from the world. Yet, the more serene it appeared, the more apprehensive Chen Yi became, for the environment bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment he encountered the liquid aggregated corpses in the skyscraper. At that precise moment, a sound emerged from the artificial lake, reminiscent of water being disturbed. Chen Yi's heart raced. Could it be that the ultimate boss had made its entrance? He swiftly turned around, only to behold a massive shadow gliding slowly across the surface of the water, trailed by a striking crimson hue. It was a red streak, seemingly composed of blood, which grew increasingly vivid as it approached the shadowy figure. As the shadow entered the range of his detection, Chen Yi wasted no time in casting an identification spell upon it. Monster name: Maternal Green-Haired Turtle, Level 4 Awakening, HP 800 MP, 100 Attack, 65-85 Defense, 200 Speed, 6 Jump, 0 Skill. Turtle Speed Frenzy Enhancement, Defense Fortification Specialization 2 Description: an ornamental green-haired turtle from the South China Sea, concealed beneath the water, yet unable to escape the onslaught of the bioweapon virus, resulting in a drastic transformation upon infection. If the mother green-haired turtle were to appear before Chen Yi in a fully equipped state, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by its formidable defenses. Enhanced by an additional specialization that boosts its defensive capabilities, it would be impossible for him, or even a low-level zombie, to breach its extraordinary resilience. However, in reality, this mother green-haired turtle emerged in a weakened state, resolutely swimming towards his direction. Goodness, the heavens have eyes. The half-hour wait was not in vain. Chen Yi, brimming with excitement, rose from the beach, tightening his grip on the fire shovel. Before long, the mother green-haired turtle approached the shore under Chen Yi's eager gaze. Merely 7 meters away, he stood frozen in place, terrified that any sudden movement might send this coveted prize back into the depths. His eyes sparkled with determination as he watched the mother green-haired turtle dragging a crimson trail behind it, drawing closer. 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. Now, with a fierce determination, Chen Yi commanded the low-level zombie to charge forward. As the mother green-haired turtle closed the distance to 2 meters, he sprang into action, the low-level zombie following suit with a loud growl. The crimson fire shovel struck simultaneously with the zombie's hands, landing blows that elicited 3 minor red damage numbers above the turtle's head. Clearly, neither Chen Yi nor the low-level zombie could penetrate the turtle's formidable defenses. Nevertheless, Chen Yi remained undeterred. The mother green-haired turtle was left with just over 50 hit points. In 2 more rounds, he would claim its life. Ultimately, Chun Yi managed to slay the mother green-hair turtle after delivering 2 decisive blows with the fire shovel. The creature appeared to possess an eerie foreknowledge of its impending demise. It remained motionless amid Chun Yi's assault and that of the low-level zombies, turning its head towards the lake in its final moments, revealing a pair of exceptionally terrified eyes. Chun Yi, however, remained oblivious to the terror reflected in the turtle's gaze. His focus was solely on the 2 shimmering golden lights beneath its body. "If I consume it, I shall awaken," he declared, advancing toward the luminous glimmers. Material name: Mid-Awakening Turtle Shell Description: an extraordinarily resilient defensive material, primarily utilized in the crafting of enhanced warrior armor, highly valuable and rare. Equipment name: Superior Combat Gloves, Subrefined Iron, Defense, 10 Durability, 120 without hesitation. Chun Yi donned the Superior Combat Gloves, the black texture bringing him immense comfort. Although the mid-awakening material he placed in his backpack felt somewhat weighty, it instilled in him a profound sense of security. "Fortune has favored me." Just as Chun Yi's jubilant words left his lips, the system's prompt echoed insistently, signaling the low-level zombies awakening once more. Ding! The low-level zombie has completed the acquisition of evolution energy, successfully elevating its level to the 4th stage of awakening. Ding! Due to its successful awakening to the 4th stage, the low-level zombie has attained the title of Zombie Elite. Chapter 32. The Fire Family. The title of Elite is indeed remarkable. Could it be that the primary zombie has awakened this time? Chun Yi felt a surge of excitement, and before he could finish his thoughts, he eagerly summoned the attribute chart of the primary zombie. Monster name: Elite Zombie, Level 4 Awakening. HP: 700 MP, 100 Attack, 100 to 130 Defense, 100 Speed, 6-0 Jump, 1. For skills: Berserk Acceleration LV2. Recalling the attributes of the mother body, the green-haired turtle, Chun Yi could not help but take a sharp breath, exclaiming, "Goodness!" An elite at the mere level 4 awakening possesses attributes comparable to those of a mutated creature of the same level. The title of elite is truly formidable. If only I could attain the title of the mother body, it would be extraordinary. Just then, a cacophony of voices reached his ears from a distance, indicating that a group of players was approaching the artificial lake. Chun Yi's heart sank at the thought that they might be seeking retribution for having taken their green-haired turtle. He was acutely aware of the principle that one is outnumbered in such situations, especially when the strength of the opponents remains unknown. Recklessness would only lead to disaster. His eyes swiftly scanned the area around the artificial lake in search of a suitable hiding place. The golden sands and open terrain offered no cover whatsoever. Ultimately, he was compelled to retreat to a dilapidated boat that was beyond repair. The primary zombie, now it should be referred to as the elite zombie, followed him onto the boat. The already decaying vessel was suddenly burdened by the weight of a human and a zombie, causing it to sink rapidly. Chun Yi was eager to unleash the flesh and bone sacrifice skill to sacrifice the recently awakened zombie elite, thereby alleviating the burden of the boat. However, the thought of a group of unknown players approaching impelled him to momentarily set aside the idea of the sacrifice, for the zombie elite was undeniably a valuable trump card. Consequently, he could only watch helplessly as the boat sank, feeling the icy lake water surge around him. Fortunately, when the water reached his waist, it abruptly halted. Observing the bewildered zombie elite, Chun Yi exhaled softly, relieved that the shore's water was not too deep, as the boat had only submerged halfway. At that moment, the group of players arrived at the beach, maintaining a distance of at least 10 meters from the decaying vessel. Upon seeing their formation, Chun Yi nearly choked with disbelief, silently thanking his prudent decision from before. This group consisted of 10 individuals, bearing the name Feihua family above their heads, followed by their respective ID names. The true cause of Chun Yi's distress was that half of them wielded identical 92-type handguns, while among the remaining members, 3 were martial artists with defense specialization at level 4, 1 specialized in speed at level 4, and the last one boasted an attack specialization of level 4. With such a formidable lineup, Chun Yi realized that even with the zombie elite as his trump card, he stood no chance against them and could easily be trampled underfoot. Just then, the voices of the newcomers drifted towards him from a distance. "Wu Shuang, are you certain you spotted a level 6 awakened mother boss here?" Feihua Chutian inquired first. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi felt a sense of relief. Their discussion seemed to revolve around a level 6 awakening maternal boss. Yet the maternal green-hair turtle was only at level 4 awakening. Could it be that they were not targeting him? Indeed. Feihua Wushuang nodded and continued, Boss. The maternal boss is not a single entity. It is a creature of considerable size. After hearing this, Chen Ye's previously anxious heart settled completely. Clearly, the other party was not after him, so there was no need for him to conceal himself. However, the notion that the other's objective was a level 6 awakening maternal boss sparked a sense of urgency within Chen Yi. Even if he could not partake in the spoils, he could allow the zombie elites to feast upon it, thus acquiring evolution energy. At present, the awakening of the zombie elites had become an urgent matter for him. The higher the awakening level of the zombie elites, the greater the assurance for his eventual journey to the biochemical research facility. Although he remained unaware of the precise location of the biochemical research facility, it was wise to prepare in advance, sharpening his skills and fortifying his resolve. What could a level 6 awakening maternal boss be? Why describe it as a creature of considerable size? Just as he had begun to relax, Chen Yi was suddenly reminded of the earlier conversation among the Feihua family, prompting him to murmur in confusion to himself. With this perplexity lingering in his mind, Chen Yi began to recall the scenes he had witnessed when passing by the animal observation park, where each iron fence bore an aluminum plaque inscribed with the names of the animals on display. Among the various plaques, the only one that embodies the concept of one is the Burmese python. In other words, the Flying Fire family is discussing a matriarchal Burmese python that has reached the 6th level of awakening. How long is it? At this moment, exclamations of astonishment arose from the Flying Fire family. It is at least 20 meters long. When I first saw it, it was gracefully gliding on the surface of the artificial lake, its elongated body occupying 1/5 of the lake's expanse. With unwavering determination, Feihua Wushuang stated, Damn, it seems we need to gather more manpower. Feihua Bawang gazed at the solitary boat on the artificial lake. Suddenly, his expression shifted, as if he had made a significant discovery, and he proceeded towards the boat. Bawang, what are you doing? Feihua Shui quickly inquired. Feihua Shui was the only woman among this group of men, and she had captivated Chen Ye's keen gaze the moment the Flying Fire family appeared. With her pure appearance, clad in a black camouflage outfit and wielding a Type 92 pistol, she exuded an air of elegance and bravery. However, Chen Yi had now buried his head within the ship, too preoccupied to further assess Feihua Shui's figure. The zombie elite had also been instructed to crouch down, revealing only a decayed head that appeared to float on the water's surface. I have spotted the matriarch. Feihua Bawang's declaration resonated loudly, clear enough for Chen Yi, even from within the boat, to hear, not to mention the other members of the Flying Fire family. This incited a wave of unease within Chen Yi. He could not shake the feeling that the matriarch Bawang referred to was himself. Had he been discovered? Elite, prepare yourself, Chen Yuping said, turning to the junior zombie. Although he adhered to the principle of non-aggression, believing that if one did not provoke him, he would not retaliate, he understood that vigilance was the foundation of this principle. However, that seemingly innocuous turn of his head momentarily left him stunned within the confines of the narrow boat. His mind rapidly processed the words spoken by the fiery tyrant. The term mother body did not refer to himself, but rather to an actual colossal Burmese python. At that moment, the massive head of the python, with its flickering tongue, loomed less than a meter behind the zombie elite, its incomprehensibly long body disappearing into the lake from the rear of the vessel. Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, profoundly shaken by the python's sudden appearance. He had never anticipated that such a monstrous creature could stealthily approach him without his knowledge, lurking behind the zombie elite. Had it not been for the presence of the zombie elite, he would undoubtedly have been the target of this ambush. Chapter 33. The kiss of the python. Before Chen Yi could even react, the maternal Burmese python launched an aggressive strangulation assault on the elite zombie. Its elongated body swiftly coiled around the zombie's form, tightening with ferocity as the crimson numbers indicating damage began to rise ominously above the zombie's head. 100, 150, 200, 250. In a mere few seconds, the elite zombie's life force was utterly extinguished. It was precisely at this moment that gunfire from the Feihua family echoed outside the vessel. 50, 50, 120. A subtle scent of gunpowder began to permeate the air, and a sudden burst of gunfire flickered briefly before vanishing into the coiled body of the maternal Burmese python. Ouch! The python let out a pained hiss, releasing its ensnared prey and turning its attention toward the Feihua family. Chen Yi, quick-witted and agile, cast an identification spell towards the retreating maternal Burmese python. Monster name: Maternal Burmese Python, Level 6 Awakening. HP: 2000 MP, 450 attack, 145 to 190 defense, 110 speed, 15 jump, 0 skill. Kiss of the Python LV 4 additional. Strangulation attack, 120 description. The ultimate boss of the urban zoo. Lurking beneath the artificial lake, preying on mutated creatures that come to quench their thirst. Damn. It possesses a staggering 2000 HP. What a formidable tank. Chen Yi could not contain the tumultuous emotions surging within him, and he cursed aloud. Amidst the tumultuous echoes of gunfire surrounding the pleasure boat, the members of the Feihua clan were oblivious to the cacophony of insults emanating from within. At that moment, they had successfully lured the maternal Burmese python beyond the shoreline. With 3 ironclad warriors engaging in close combat against its elongated form, while the agile warriors at the forefront were skillfully managing the creature's aggro. Meanwhile, 5 sharpshooters and aggressive fighters intermittently launched their assaults, ensuring their threat levels remained beneath that of the agile warriors. In Shinya's eyes, the coordination exhibited by the Feihua clan was nothing short of flawless. However, this seemingly perfect synergy was abruptly shattered 30 seconds later as the maternal Burmese python unleashed its formidable ability. Kiss of the Python. Kiss of the Python. Kiss of the Python. Kiss of the Python. The creature's skill had ascended to level 4, allowing it to release its abilities consecutively 4 times, provided it possessed sufficient mana to sustain such a barrage. As the ominous kiss of the python erupted from above the maternal Burmese python, Chen Yi initially anticipated a solitary occurrence of this skill. To his astonishment, it manifested consecutively 4 times. The agile warrior, engaged in the delicate dance of aggro management, was the first to fall, honorably joining the ranks of the Feihua clan's casualties. Following suit, 3 sharpshooters met the same fate, leaving the members of the clan reeling in the wake of this sudden calamity. Among the remaining 6, 3 were left paralyzed by shock, while 2 sharpshooters and an aggressive fighter hesitated, daunted by the imposing behemoth before them. Among the remaining few, the enmity levels of the 3 individuals were the highest. Should their enmity levels increase further, they would undoubtedly become the primary targets of the matriarch Burmese python's wrath. Only 3 warriors, clad in iron, desperately wielded their fire axes, constantly vying to adjust their enmity levels. They understood that even in their absence, the team could not afford to lose powerful DPS output. Firstly, their attacks on the matriarch Burmese python lacked the capability to breach its defenses. Secondly, should the formidable DPS fall, the opportunity to defeat the matriarch would be irretrievably lost. Before long, one of the ironclad warriors surpassed the enmity levels of the 3 powerful DPS. The moment the words enmity appeared above his head, the matriarch Burmese python initiated a strangulation assault, its lengthy form contracting into a tight coil, ensnaring the warrior and swiftly engulfing him. Bang! 120. Bang! 50. 75. The 3 stunned DPS, witnessing this, immediately unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks. Once their assault concluded, they stood frozen, awaiting the matriarch's next target among the ironclad warriors. A life for a life. Chen Yi aboard the vessel was utterly astounded by the selfless coordination exhibited by the members of the Feihua family. Meanwhile, the matriarch Burmese python had already released the deceased ironclad warrior and was now gliding toward the next enmity warrior. Bang! 50. Bang! 120. 65. As the matriarch unleashed its strangulation assault on the enmity warrior, the 3 powerful DPS launched their attack in response. However, just as the assault-type warrior successfully landed a strike and prepared to retreat, the massive form of the maternal Burmese python, coiled in an intricate embrace, suddenly stirred. Its serpentine neck lunged toward the departing warrior. A chilling 300. A fatal blow. The crimson damage numbers floated ominously above the warrior's head, eliciting a gasp of astonishment from Chen Yi. This 300 points of damage was merely the result of a straightforward charge from the maternal Burmese python, indicating one alarming truth. The speed of its assault had reached an astonishing level. Equally astonished were the 3 remaining members of the Feihua clan, who, in the blink of an eye, had lost 2 of their own. Most critically, the maternal Burmese python still boasted over 500 health points, even with their combined might. The remaining 2 powerful DPS would require each to fire 3 rounds from their pistols to stand a chance, and assuming perfect accuracy, this would take at least 3 seconds. Yet, 3 seconds was ample time for the maternal Burmese python to eliminate the remaining 3 warriors. Nevertheless, the 2 remaining DPS chose to unleash their full firepower. For the maternal Burmese python had abandoned its previous target and was now bearing down upon them. Bang! 120. Bang! 50. The first bullet struck true from both, while the second saw 1 hit, registering a 120 in crimson. However, the third bullet missed entirely for both, as the looming threat of the colossal beast incited palpable panic. Such trepidation could severely impair a marksman's judgment and aim. Dodge. Fei Hua Chutian forcefully pushed aside Fei Hua Shui, braving the onslaught of the maternal Burmese python alone. A splatter of crimson erupted from his mouth as he soared momentarily through the air, only to crash onto the soft sands below. Upon vanquishing Fei Hua Chutian, the maternal Burmese python swiftly turned its head towards Fei Hua Shui, intent on delivering the final blow. Just as she believed her fate was sealed, she felt a sudden force propel her backward, landing her onto the beach. Open fire! Roared Fei Hua Kaitutu after shoving the bewildered Fei Hua Shui aside. We're out of bullets. Fei Hua Shui's voice trembled with despair, sending a chill through Fei Hua Kaitutu. Was the Fei Hua family's quest for advancement destined to fail? No, that was utterly unacceptable. With a final surge of defiance, Fei Hua Kaitutu unleashed a desperate counterattack, dealing double damage. Yet to Fei Hua Shui, it seemed hardly significant. The maternal Burmese python still possessed over 100 points of vitality, a mere 100 remaining. Tears welled in Fei Hua Shui's heart. Victory was within reach, but for the sake of the Fei Hua family's mission, Fei Hua Chutian had invested everything, pooling the entire gaming studio's resources to acquire the finest equipment from the newest headquarters. Yet now, it appeared that all his sacrifices would dissolve into mere illusions with his impending demise. No, that was absolutely intolerable. With newfound resolve, Fei Hua Shui sprang to her feet, swiftly donning a fire axe of superior quality, prepared to fight to the bitter end, hoping against hope for a miracle to manifest. Delivering triple damage, only then could she hope to slay the maternal Burmese python. The pioneers of the Firefly family, transformed into ethereal beings, hovered above their own lifeless bodies, silently observing the final strike of Firefly snow. Everyone harbored the understanding that Firefly snow could not possibly inflict triple damage, yet an air of anticipation filled their hearts, yearning for the moment a miracle might unfold. If miracles do not manifest, who shall be the harbinger of wonder? Just as the members of the Firefly family brimmed with hope for the advent of a miracle, the tranquil surface of the artificial lake was suddenly pierced by the sharp crack of a gunshot. A sudden flash of fire raced toward the head of the colossal Burmese python, swiftly vanishing into its depths. 98. Chapter 34. A-Class Mercenary Corps. When Fei Hua Shui heard the sudden gunfire behind her, she momentarily froze, a flicker of surprise coursing through her heart. Could it be that a miracle had manifested? Before she could turn around, the whistle of the bullet swiftly passed by her ear, and in the blink of an eye, the fiery line of light plunged into the right eye of the maternal Burmese python, leaving behind a glaring red numeral of injury. The python, once possessing over 100 health points, was abruptly reduced to a mere 19 by this unforeseen projectile. In that instant, Fei Hua Shui's heart brimmed with gratitude, for the heavens, in their benevolence, had bestowed a miracle upon the Fei family at this critical juncture. However, this feeling of gratitude was fleeting, soon overshadowed by a wave of apprehension. She feared that another miracle might befall the maternal Burmese python, allowing it to evade her final blow. If that were to occur, the family's transformation would remain unaccomplished. Thus, Fei Hua Shui suppressed her curiosity regarding the sudden gunfire and gripped her fire axe, aiming it at the now motionless maternal Burmese python. With a decisive strike, the axe delivered the expected blow, achieving double damage in this climactic moment, snuffing out the python's last vestiges of defiance. Simultaneously, the notification of successful family transfer echoed through the inboxes of every family member, igniting joy among those in a spectral state. They hastily clicked to revive themselves, eager to race from the novice village's resurrection chamber, leaving behind thoughts of the miracle's creator. After slaying the mother Burmese python, Fei Hua Shui exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her, as if a great burden had been lifted. With a smile gracing her face, she turned to seek out the miracle worker who had aided the Fei Hua family in their final moments. In the shallows of the artificial lake, she spotted a young man clad in a black combat uniform, wearing gloves and sporting novice camouflage pants, wading through the water towards the shore. In his right hand, he wielded a blood-stained fire shovel, while his left gripped a Type 92 pistol. At first glance, his appearance conveyed an impression of utter harmlessness, though he was undeniably handsome. He seemed well-suited for the Feihua lineage. Chen Yi, observing Feihua Shue's smiling scrutiny, quickly reciprocated with an innocuous grin. He then emerged from the shallow waters, dragging his damp lower half to stand before the carcass of the mother Burmese python. Earlier, he had no need to intervene, as he could have simply awaited the opportunity to reap the rewards after the python had dispatched Feihua Shue. The sixth-tier awakened mother python would undoubtedly yield an abundance of equipment, and indeed, after Feihua Shue's victory, for items had dropped. Yet, for reasons unknown, an intangible force compelled him to step forward and pull the trigger, without a hint of regret for the costly ammunition. Congratulations on obtaining 4 pieces of equipment. Chen Yi found himself uttering, puzzled by his own words. Thank you. Feihua Shue replied with a slight smile. Is that all? Let me see what equipment I can offer you. After Feihua Shue spoke, she extended her hand to collect 4 beams of golden light. Upon careful examination, 2 task materials were placed into her backpack, while the other 2 pieces of equipment were crafted into attribute illustrations and sent to Chen Yi. Material name: Mid-Awakening Fangs. Material description: fangs of a mutated python infused with A-grade anesthetic, from which the liquid can be extracted to produce corresponding anesthetic products. The material is of moderate quality and holds considerable value. Equipment name: A-grade urban combat pants, refined iron. Rank requirement: Private Defense, 35 Stamina, 10 Enhancement. Defense Specialization 1 Durability, 120 Description: 1 component of the A-grade urban combat ensemble, which includes combat boots, combat vests, combat suits, and combat caps. When the complete set is assembled, hidden attributes can be activated. Feihua Shue observed Chen Yi's calm demeanor and hesitated for a moment before stating, "To express my gratitude, the A-grade urban combat pants are yours." In truth, Chen Yi's heart surged with fervor at the thought of an incomplete A-grade urban combat set. Hearing Feihua Shue's words, he felt a mix of excitement and confusion, but the excitement dominated at 98. "It is precisely because this is a set that I am giving it to you," Feihua Shue asserted firmly. "Why?" Chen Yi feigned further confusion, though his heart raced with exhilaration. The most troublesome equipment for global apostles is indeed the sets, as they do not drop from a single boss, making it exceedingly difficult to complete a set. Furthermore, the attributes of individual pieces are not as high as those of equipment of the same level. Only when a complete set is assembled can its unparalleled potential be realized. In a game studio like ours, we seldom possess the energy to engage in extravagant armor collection, sighed Feihua Shue, relaxing his shoulders in resignation. "Well then," Chen Yi exclaimed joyfully as he eagerly accepted the armor set, almost bursting with the desire to don it. Noticing the astonished gaze of Feihua Shue, he chuckled and said, "Please, turn around. You seem quite excited." Feihua Shue remarked before turning his back, although Feihua Shue did not witness the scene of Chen Yi changing into battle pants. The other members of the Feihua family, currently in a spectral state, happened to observe the moment. The 9 ethereal beings exchanged glances, nodded in unison, and selected the option to resurrect. 3 minutes later, "You cannot treat your savior in such a manner." Chen Yi found himself pinned down by 4 members of the Feihua family, while the formidable Feihua Bawang sat atop the makeshift fortress, his presence exuding a palpable aura of menace directed towards the despicable rogue player below. "Have you gathered the python skins?" Feihua Chutian crouched before Chen Yi, addressing those behind him. Meanwhile, Feihua Shue, the only one capable of vindicating Chen Yi, disregarded him at that moment, focusing instead on collecting the skin of the mother Burmese python alongside the other 3. "What purpose do you have in collecting python skins?" Chen Yi ceased his resistance, recognizing that the members of the Feihua family bore him no ill will. It was merely the imposing figure of Feihua Bawang that subdued him, for the lad's physique clearly seemed crafted for wielding a Gatling gun. "Family class change." "Change to what?" Chen Yi inquired, stifling his breath. "An A-class mercenary group." Feihua Chutian gazed at Chen Yi and slowly remarked, "These python skins can be fashioned into the wild python assault team uniforms." "An elite mercenary corps." Chen Yi echoed softly. "In global apostles, mercenaries belong to a unique occupational system that requires more than a dozen players with emerging capabilities to register with a mercenary guild. The guild assigns corresponding mercenary missions to the applying teams, and upon completion, they can establish their own mercenary group." Chun Yi had vaguely noted two primary benefits while browsing the official website. First, each mercenary under the banner would receive random mercenary skills. Second, they could accept missions from NPCs, engaging in acts of assassination and looting for reward. Your marksmanship is impressive. Would you be interested in joining us? The compensation is a complete Wild Python assault team uniform, continued Fei Huachu Tian. Chun Yi immediately shook his head, as the Iron Blood War Soul organization awaited his return. Balong, apply some pressure on him. Brother, why are you burying our savior in the sand? Fei Huashui approached slowly, speaking deliberately. Sister, you claim he is our savior? Fei Huachu Tian feigned a look of confusion. Chun Yi helplessly observed the two's theatrics, feeling an inexplicable absence of disdain. Rather, their overacting struck him as so ridiculous that it elicited laughter. What are you laughing at? Fei Huashui and Fei Huachu Tian inquired, noticing Chun Yi's sudden mirth. Release me, and I shall divulge. Chun Yi replied with a radiant smile. Enough, Balong. Let them be free. Without a moment's hesitation, Fei Huachu Tian waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 35, The Worldview of the Deduction Game. After amicably bidding farewell to the Fiery Fire family, Chun Yi hastily summoned the elite zombies. Anxious that the corpse of the mother Burmese python might be reclaimed by the system, thereby squandering a precious opportunity to devour a 6th-level awakened entity. With a swift command, the elite zombies rushed towards the corpse, indulging in a gruesome feast. As for the earlier incident where he was coerced by the members of the Fiery Fire family due to his inadequate explanations, Chun Yi could only inwardly curse them as a band of ruffians, among whom was even a female brigand. Nevertheless, in a gesture of goodwill, the members of the Fiery Fire family unanimously decided to present Chun Yi with A-grade combat trousers as a token of gratitude, leaving him with an uncomfortable sense of being patronized. Had it not been for the promise of a favor from Fei Huachu Tian, Chun Yi would certainly have regretted his decision not to play the opportunist. Fei Huashui, the Reaper Yinji. Suddenly, these two names surfaced quietly from the depths of his heart, causing Chun Yi to pause in surprise. When had these individuals taken residence within his thoughts? Shaking his head, he dismissed these unrealistic notions. Meanwhile, the elite zombies had completed their feast, and a notification from the system chimed in. Ding! The elite zombies have successfully acquired evolution energy and evolved to the early stage of the 4th-level awakening. Gazing at the system notification, Chun Yi let out a resigned sigh, remarking, the energy required for the elite zombies' evolution is increasing exponentially. It seems that only a 6th-level awakened entity can provide enough energy for a mere third of a level's evolution. I shudder to think of the formidable challenges that lie ahead on this evolution journey. Taking the map of the fallen city from his backpack, Chun Yi unfurled it upon a flat expanse of ground. With a marker, he inscribed a vast crimson circle over the section designated for the city zoo. Having completed this task, his gaze shifted towards the southern region, marked by the emblem of a biochemistry research laboratory, where the mutated creatures range from level 4 to 6 in their awakening phase, ranking them as the 2nd tier of mutated beings in the Lost City, just after the city zoo. Currently, the majority of players congregated in the western and northern areas, where the mutated creatures exhibited lower awakening levels. Players like Chun Yi, who boldly ventured into the higher-level zones without regard for their safety, were indeed a rarity. In the novice village base he inhabited, it would be a challenge to find even 5 such individuals. Elite, let us go? Chun Yi declared. 20 minutes later, he and the elite zombie arrived in the southern region. As they fought their way through, Chun Yi was perplexed by an astonishing observation. The ordinary zombies on the streets were becoming increasingly scarce. Most had reached the 1st level of awakening, with a select few having surpassed it to attain the 3rd level. Logically, given the distance from the novice village base, there should not be many players training in this area. Yet, the levels of the zombies suggested they had recently feasted on a bounteous meal and collectively awakened. However, the sheer number of zombies that had collectively evolved could not possibly be attributed to only a handful of players. Thus, there must be another medium facilitating their evolution. What could that medium be? As the crimson fire shovel soared past the cranium of a 1st-tier awakened zombie, Chun Yi paused, standing still to contemplate the medium that could facilitate the evolution of zombies. Behind him, the elite zombie stared vacantly at Chun Yi, a flicker of contemplative light shimmering in its bloodshot eyes. Having reached the 4th tier of awakening, it possessed a nascent consciousness and began to ponder. Albeit its primary curiosity revolved around deciphering the thoughts of its master. Immersed in his own reflections, Chun-Yi remained oblivious to the elite zombie's transformation. Should he become aware that the awakened elite zombie had developed rudimentary cognitive abilities, it would undoubtedly plunge him into despair. For all he desired was a relentless instrument of slaughter to execute his commands. Could it be the biochemical virus lingering in the air? As this thought crossed his mind, Chun-Yi promptly summoned the evolution energy bar of the elite zombie. Much like an experience gauge, the energy evolution bar indicated that the elite zombie was currently in the initial stages of awakening, with its energy points remaining static, seemingly devoid of any upward momentum. Nevertheless, Chun-Yi was resolute in his belief that he could discern the medium that promotes zombie evolution within the energy bar. Thus, he fixated his gaze intently upon it. Just 5 minutes later, the energy points of the elite zombie surged by a single unit. Although the increment was minuscule, it did not escape Chun-Yi's keen perception. This solitary increase in energy points undoubtedly validated his earlier hypothesis. There existed a medium in the air that indeed catalyzed the evolution of zombies. And this medium was likely the elusive biochemical virus. Once Chun-Yi's thoughts were firmly established, the system emitted the chime indicating the activation of a task. Ding dong. As you have identified one of the other reasons for the evolution of zombies, the system graciously rewards you with the coordinates of an NPC to accept the triggered task. Located at XXXX, XXXX, XXXX. What a surprise. Such a reward truly astonished Chun-Yi. Upon reading the system's notification, he felt an overwhelming joy. He had deeply appreciated the design of the triggered task rewards within the virtual game world of Global Apostles when he first encountered it on the official website. This not only stimulated players' cognitive abilities, but also infused a sense of enjoyment into the traditionally mundane routine of leveling up and battling monsters. However, Chun-Yi had never anticipated that his rudimentary deductive reasoning skills would allow him to glean insights into the game as lore, thus earning the reward of a triggered task. If he were to express a sentiment at this moment, he would surely say that he must first thank the Sherlock Holmes stories that accompanied his upbringing, then the local masters of the detective genre, and finally, the ever-elusive Detective Conan, whose tale remains unresolved to this day. Gazing at the coordinates of the NPC for the triggered task, Chun-Yi hesitated not a moment, calling out for the elite zombies as he jogged toward the designated location. Typically, such system rewards for triggered tasks involve NPCs located nearby. Chun-Yi had initially assumed he would need to return to the novice village base to seek a task from the appraiser, yet to his surprise, the coordinates provided by the system were situated within the southern region of the city and not too far from his current position. Chun-Yi jogged down a street, paying no heed to the low-level awakened zombies lingering about. Soon, he spotted the task location, Iron Bar High School. The school could be deemed a densely populated area, particularly in the aftermath of the biochemical disaster, which had naturally transformed it into a haven for zombies. The NPC Chun-Yi sought was situated in Room 1 on the 5th floor of Building D. To reach this destination, he would have to traverse the zombie-infested school plaza. Fortunately, the zombies congregating in the plaza were of a relatively low awakening level, allowing Chun-Yi and his elite zombies to carve a bloody path through them. However, upon arriving at Building D, the elite zombie ultimately succumbed to its fate, and Chun-Yi had expended 4 bullets from his Type 92 handgun just to fortuitously reach a relatively safe area. A miscalculation, Chun-Yi mused, injecting himself with the MP serum while watching the encroaching horde of zombies. As soon as the serum was administered, he summoned an elite zombie from the flower bed, leading the charge towards the 5th floor. The density of zombies in the stairwell was significantly less than that in the school plaza, enabling Chun-Yi and the elite zombie to reach the closed door of Room 1 with relative ease. Through the thick iron security door, the sounds of the NPC's terror could still be heard emanating from within. "Don't come any closer, you wretched mutated lizard. Get away." Chapter 36, The Hunt for the Maternal Lizard, Part 1. As Chun-Yi listened to the terrified sounds emanating from the room, a wave of confusion washed over him. The NPCs he had encountered before were formidable characters. However, this particular NPC appeared noticeably timid. He couldn't help but reminisce about his encounter with the NPC Major Niechang during his class transition to a hidden profession, who had effortlessly dispatched a level 9 awakened maternal zombie with a single shot from a Barrett sniper rifle. He also recalled the beautiful NPC envoy they had chanced upon after emerging from the Death Metro, who had similarly eliminated a level 3 awakened basic zombie with just 1 round from a revolver. The impact of these 2 NPCs had profoundly impressed Chun-Yi. leading him to mistakenly believe that all NPCs in Global Apostles were powerful assassins. Thus, encountering this terrified NPC created a stark contrast, revealing that not all NPCs were equally formidable. Open the door. Open the door. Shenyi banged on the iron security door with a fire axe, his tone somewhat brazen. Are you human or a ghost? Came the NPC's bewildered voice from the other side of the door. Damn it. Of course, I'm human. Shenyi finally allowed himself to be audacious in front of the NPC, remembering the helplessness he felt when forced to transition by the NPC. And witnessing the NPC effortlessly dispatch a basic zombie right before his eyes, he felt a sense of vindication and his mood lightened. If you don't open the door, I'm leaving. I'll tell the organization that you wouldn't let me rescue you. Wait, let me think. The NPC paused momentarily, then anxiously exclaimed, Unless you can eliminate the mutated lizard in the school's laboratory, I shall not emerge. A surge of excitement coursed through Chunye's heart. Realizing there was indeed a task hinted at, he promptly responded, No problem. Immediately, a notification chimed, signaling the arrival of the task prompt. Ding. You have accepted the biology teacher Yin Guang's commission task. Hunt the mutated lizard. Task title. Hunt the mutated lizard. Task description. A laboratory lizard in the school's biology lab has unwittingly become infected with a biochemical virus, resulting in a frenzied mutation and subsequent escape from the laboratory. Consequently, the school has begun to experience mysterious cases of missing persons. Amateur detective Yin Guang, after police investigations yielded no results, took it upon himself to delve into the bizarre disappearances, ultimately locating the perpetrator within the abandoned biology laboratory. Task requirements: eliminate the mutated lizard, the perpetrator. Task rewards: 1,500 experience points, 2 gold coins, 1 identification protective suit. Task difficulty: advanced upon receiving the task. Shenyi dashed towards the designated location, with the zombie elite excitedly trailing behind him. The zombies wandering in the hallway outside the classrooms were merely moving targets. Shenyi effortlessly dealt fatal blows to these animated targets. With the assistance of the zombie elite, dispatching the zombies in the corridor proved to be exceedingly simple. Before long, he arrived at a stairwell, his attire stained with blood, though not his own. Peering through the ventilation shaft in the corridor, Shenyi felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight of the densely packed zombies on the playground. He was not afraid of facing them alone, rather. It was the fear of a swarm tactic that unsettled him, for the sheer number of zombies on the field could easily form a tide capable of overwhelming him. To prepare for any eventuality, he retrieved his HP and MP recovery syringes, restoring his status to its maximum. Afterward, he injected adrenaline to enhance his speed by 20% before dashing down the stairs. The abandoned biology laboratory of Iron Bar High School stood to the south of the playground, directly opposite Building D. With a speed reaching 12 meters per second, Shenyi sprinted across the schoolyard, skillfully weaving around the zombies that blocked his path. As he arrived at the southern end of the playground, the effects of the adrenaline boost began to wane. An elite has arrived, has it? Shenyi gasped, bending over to catch his breath. I am but his servant. However, the high-pitched wails he expected did not echo beside him, but rather emanated from the center of the playground. Turning his gaze, he was taken aback to see the elite zombie surrounded by a horde, desperately attempting to break free. Elite, go ahead and report to the King of Hell. I shall follow shortly, Chunyi jested, yet before his words could fully escape his lips, a notification appeared, indicating that the elite zombie had been slain. With a resigned shake of his head, he activated the basic summoning skill, and soon the elite zombie emerged slowly from the earth. Elite, let us go, Chunyi exclaimed with a smile, observing the resurrected elite zombie. With such an infinitely usable card of slaughter in hand, it seemed that nothing could pose a challenge anymore. The abandoned biological laboratory of Tai Lon High School exudes an eerie atmosphere, its empty hall enveloped in a layer of dust that time has accumulated. A chaotic heap of human skeletons is haphazardly piled around the teaching podium, evoking a sense of dread and foreboding. Yet, the most chilling sight is the grotesquely oversized mutated lizard perched upon the podium. Its ashen skin is marred by grotesque, toad-like growths, while its elongated tail coils around the entire structure. The creature's maw, lined with yellow fangs, drips with thick, dark viscous fluid, hanging ominously from its teeth. Shenyi stands silently before the shattered window of the laboratory, scrutinizing the mutated lizard before casting an identification spell. Monster name: Maternal Lizard, Level 5 Awakening. HP: 1000 MP. 150 attack, 120 to 145 defense, 95 speed, 7 jump, 2 skill, Lizard's Tongue LV2 additional, venomous saliva damage 120 description. Once a mere laboratory guinea pig for human experimentation, it has transformed into a high-level mutated predator capable of hunting humans due to the infection of a biochemical virus. It now embarks on a path of vengeance for its kin, including those unfortunate humans who have succumbed to zombification, now part of its prey list. I am its slave. The elite zombie howls as it bursts through the door, charging directly at the maternal lizard. 50. 65. Red damage numbers rise in succession, and Chinyi leaps into action. His blood-red fire axe slicing through the air towards the head of the maternal lizard with a deafening whoosh. Puff. 150. With a single strike that breached defenses and dealt double damage, Chinyi swiftly withdrew his form. The suddenly attacked maternal lizard retaliated in kind. Its massive jaws filled with fangs gaping wide as its crimson tongue shot forth like lightning, piercing the body of the zombie elite in an instant. Lizard's Tongue. 400. 50. 65. 65. The zombie elite, impaled by the red tongue, leaned back slightly before quickly regaining its footing, recklessly launching its lethal strikes towards the maternal lizard. Chinyi, having retreated, was inwardly astonished by the formidable skill attack of the maternal lizard. Yet, despite his surprise, the frequency of his counterattacks remained unchanged. As the lizard's tongue skill erupted above the maternal lizard's head, he charged forward once more, bringing down a blood-red fire shovel upon it with great force. 75. Within mere seconds, the maternal lizard's health bar was reduced to just over half. However, as the zombie elite fell with honor during the maternal lizard's swift retraction of its crimson tongue, Chinyi turned on his heels and fled upon witnessing the maternal lizard open its gaping maw in his direction. A clear indication that it was preparing to unleash the lizard's tongue skill once more. Chinyi was acutely aware that a single skill release from the maternal lizard could strike him down with pinpoint accuracy. Thus, he opted for retreat, casting aside any fleeting thoughts of a fortunate miss. Judging from the intensity of the maternal lizard's attacks, he preferred to hope that its tongue was insufficiently long rather than cling to the minuscule possibility of luck. As Chinyi turned to flee, the maternal lizard once again opened its massive jaws. The crimson, elongated tongue concealed within its orifice was suddenly drawn into its throat, and then, with astonishing speed, it was propelled outward, darting towards the fleeing figure's back. Chapter 37. The Hunt for the Maternal Lizard, Part 2. At times, Chinyi felt that distance was not always a blessing, reminiscent of the timeless confession, the farthest distance in the world is not life and death. But when I stand before you, and you do not know the depth of my love. However, when he heard a faint sound slicing through the air behind him and turned to see the maternal lizard's crimson tongue poised a mere inch from his chest, he was struck by the realization that distance could indeed create beauty. Damn it, Chinyi exclaimed, narrowly escaping the lizard's piercing tongue. Without hesitation, he swung the blood-red fire shovel in his hand with ferocity. 150. The maternal lizard's crimson tongue was swiftly severed, and to Chunye's astonishment, a red damage number appeared above the lizard's head. Could this be considered a critical hit? Having suffered Chunye's assault, the maternal lizard leaped from the podium, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. With a jump of 2 meters, enhanced by the height of the podium, it executed a projectile motion that concluded with a resounding thud as its massive, grotesque form landed right before Chinyi. Lost in contemplation, Chinyi was abruptly jolted back to reality by the sound of the lizard's landing. Yet, before he could evade, the maternal lizard's long tail struck swiftly, wrapping around his body in an instant. As the lizard's tail ensnared him, red damage numbers began to appear above Chunye's head. 12. 25. As he observed his rapidly depleting vitality, Chinyi felt a surge of urgency. The 92-style pistol materialized silently in his left hand, and he soon witnessed the dark muzzle emitting several flickering flames. The gunfire ceased, yet its echoes reverberated through the desolate laboratory. At that moment, Chinyi was left with but a sliver of health, teetering on the brink of weakness. Had he not swiftly drawn the 92-style pistol and pulled the trigger, he surely would have been devoured by the maternal lizard. After cautiously extracting 2 HP recovery syringes and administering them, he turned his attention to the 2 piles of golden light that the maternal lizard had dropped. Equipment name: Lizard Bracers, Substandard Ironware. Rank requirement: Private Defense, 15 durability, 120. Without lingering hesitation, He equipped them and proceeded to examine the next item. Material name: Lizard Venom X5. Material description: after simple processing, it can serve as an auxiliary coating or be exchanged for corresponding items. Upon reading this description, Chen Ye's eyes brightened. The lizard venom, once processed, could be transformed into an auxiliary coating, capable of being applied to melee weapons or bullets to enhance their destructive potential. It was akin to the primitive hunters of the tropical rainforest, who would often anoint their arrowheads with lethal toxins to ensure a successful hunt. Indeed, splendid. Chen Yi jubilantly added it to his inventory and then retrieved the final MP recovery syringe to inject. Subsequently, he exited the biological laboratory and, standing before the verdant altar, intoned, "Rebirth, my servant, I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you. I am your servant." After the elite zombie consumed the cranium of the mother lizard, it bestowed upon Chen Yi a delightful surprise, unexpectedly advancing to the mid-stage of the 4th level of awakening evolution. Overjoyed, it led him back to the office door on the 5th floor of Building D. Perhaps due to its evolution, this time the elite zombie was fortunate enough to escape the clutches of the zombies on the playground, albeit returning with diminished health. Ahem, I have returned. Chen Yi coughed twice and calmly announced, "Brave survivor, you have given me the courage to face this world through your strength. As a token of gratitude, here is your task reward." The iron security door slowly creaked open, revealing a disheveled NPC with stubble, who spoke with delight. "Ding! Congratulations on completing Hunt the Mother Lizard. Earning 1,500 experience points, 2 gold coins, and 1 equipment identification. Uncle, you need not be so courteous. This is merely a test from the organization." Chen Yi thought inwardly with satisfaction, while outwardly maintaining a serious demeanor. "Then I shall not be so polite," the uncle remarked, observing the sense of justice in the player before him. "How about you return it to the organization?" "Absolutely." Chen Yi, still basking in his triumph, spoke without a second thought. Refusing a task would be pure folly. "Ding! You have accepted the commission of the biology teacher, Yan Guang, for the task titled Super Bodyguard. Task name: Super Bodyguard. Task description: the NPC survivor, Yan Guang, has been surviving alone in a world ravaged by mutated creatures for 2 years. Now, the food he had scavenged before the catastrophe has been completely consumed. Task requirements: safely escort NPC Yan Guang to the novice village base. Task rewards: 2,000 experience points, 3 gold coins, and 1 equipment identification. Task difficulty: top tier. Task remarks: it is advisable to seek assistance from friends. Upon seeing that the task's difficulty was rated as top tier and that the system recommended forming a party, Chen Ye's heart sank, accompanied by a sense of bewilderment. Wasn't it merely escorting an NPC survivor? The southern region was just an hour's journey from the novice base, and there were hardly any formidable monsters along the way. Why then was the task rated so highly? However, judging by the rewards, they were indeed superior to the previous task, hinting at a deeper complexity. With a puzzled expression, Chen Yi turned to the NPC elder before him and inquired, "Isn't the difficulty of this task a bit outrageous?" The NPC elder grinned foolishly and raised his right hand, pointing to the words above his head. "Look here, the King of Hatred." Chen Yi slowly read the red Chinese characters above the NPC elder's head. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, you must be kidding. Brave survivor, consider the rewards for your task, if not for me." The NPC elder replied with a lewd grin. "Forget it." Chen Yi cursed once more. "Very well, you may abandon this task. I shall await the arrival of the next survivor," the NPC elder declared as he made his way toward the office. "All right then. I suppose I shall call upon a few others," Chen Yi ultimately conceded, suppressing his reluctance. Although the experience and gold rewards from the mission would be shared among the players who came to assist, the unidentified equipment would still belong to him. The mere thought of having to share this hard-earned triggered quest with others filled him with discontent. King of Hatred. Chen Yi glared at the crimson text hovering above the NPC elder's head, feeling a surge of irritation once more. His animosity towards this title stemmed primarily from the fact that players or NPCs bearing the King of Hatred epithet would attract all mutated creatures within a 100-meter radius, activating their latent berserk state. The attributes of these enraged mutated beings could increase by anywhere from 20 to 40. In the early stages of the game, a 20 to 40 enhancement in the attributes of awakened creatures was not particularly daunting for Chen Yi. His primary concern was that the densely packed zombies in the playground would coalesce into a horde, drawn by the King of Hatred. Once such a horde formed, Given his and the basic zombies' combat capabilities, they would be left with no choice but to await their demise. Chapter 38. The Tide of Corpses. The current situation has transcended the control of Chun-Yi and his elite zombies. Escorting the NPC to the novice village base will require at least an hour, during which he must contend not only with the low-level awakened zombies on the streets, but also with the possibility of encountering hidden, boss-level mutated creatures lurking within buildings. Clearly, this is a task beyond his solitary capabilities. Hence, he pulled up his friends list, meticulously reviewing the scant few acquaintances he had. In the southern region, coordinates have discovered the ultimate boss. Bring ample war supplies. Immediate assistance is required. Chun-Yi broadcasted this message through the friend channel. Hold on, brother. I'm on my way, was the prompt response from Yinshin. Upon seeing the name Yinshin, Chun-Yi felt a flicker of familiarity, and after a moment's reflection, he exclaimed with delight. Isn't this the player who provided me with the coordinates to the novice village base? Haha. The opportunity for revenge has arrived. Boss, we'll be there shortly, replied Fan Xiaoping. Bring more people. This boss is quite formidable, Chun-Yi remarked with calm assurance. Rest assured, we'll have ample manpower. We could rally half of the novice village base as players for you. Yinshin sent a mischievous smile in response. Yinshin, I haven't forgotten the last incident regarding the novice village base coordinates. This time, I expect you to handle it, Chun-Yi swiftly replied. In truth, he harbored a wicked hope that Yinshin would indeed summon half of the novice village base as players for when they arrived. If they failed to encounter the ultimate boss, they would surely turn their ire upon Yinshin instead. The leader, the quartet of life and death, is ever ready to heed your command, declared Fan Xiaoping with unwavering conviction. The quartet of life and death. This is no mere path of survival. Chun-Yi, perplexed, replied, I am not your leader. Enough of this. I must commence my work. Departing from the French channel, Chun-Yi grasped the crimson fire axe and advanced towards the approaching ordinary zombie, which bore the ominous, raging state above its head. Meanwhile, the elite zombie he had stationed in the adjacent classroom had fully restored its health. With a commanding order, it emerged with a thunderous wail. The NPC elder was taken aback by the awakened level 4 mutated creature, exclaiming, Survivor, boss. Boss, just as Chun-Yi dispatched the third ordinary zombie. He heard the NPC's frantic cry and swiftly turned to inquire, where is the boss? Where? Damn it, fool. After cursing, Chun-Yi turned back, resolutely continuing to slay the ceaseless stream of zombies. The so-called boss mentioned by the NPC was, of course, the elite zombie lurking behind. The extraordinary title of King of Hatred began to exhibit its grotesque ability to draw aggro, instantly driving the zombies concealed within the classrooms into a frenzy. In an instant, the sound of the iron gate being battered reverberated throughout the floor, echoing in Chun-Yi's ears from all directions. As he sensed the zombies' frenzied passion, an inexplicable fear began to rise within him. Bang! Bang! Soon enough, the iron security door was breached by the frenzied zombies, followed closely by a horde of them staggering out lethargically. Fortunately, the speed of these zombies while running is mostly below 3 meters, and their walking pace generally hovers around 1 meter per second. This provides Chun-Yi with ample reaction time to eliminate them. Had these zombies possessed a speed comparable to that of humans, Chun-Yi would undoubtedly have refrained from undertaking this task. With a swift flourish, the crimson fire shovel danced in Chun-Yi's grasp, each arc of blood resulting in the thud of a fallen zombie, until eventually, silence enveloped the scene, as they collapsed atop the bodies of their predecessors. In contrast to Chun-Yi, the elite zombies behind him demonstrated a far more lethal efficiency in dispatching their ordinary counterparts, with their murderous hands either piercing through flesh or delivering brutal blows that splattered blood. Thus, their lethal assaults appeared significantly more gruesome than Chun-Yi's own. As time progressed, the corpses that fell before Chun-Yi gradually formed a human barricade, 1 meter high and 2 meters wide. These fallen bodies would be processed by the system within 5 minutes. However, since Chun-Yi began his onslaught with the first zombie, a mere 3 minutes had elapsed, suggesting that the human barricade would likely grow even larger before the system intervened. Amidst the alternating sounds of carnage, time flowed slowly, and the zombies on the upper floors were gradually being eradicated. Yet, just as Chun-Yi believed he could pause for a brief respite after dispatching the last ordinary zombie, a cacophony of impacts against the iron doors erupted from the 3rd and 4th floors. Chun-Yi turned around, gazing at the bewildered NPC elder. Just as he was about to reprimand him, The NPC elder preempted with, "It's none of my doing. It's all the fault of that damn title above my head. Does it concern you?" Chun-Yi retorted disdainfully, producing a stamina recovery syringe. Heh. The NPC elder chuckled foolishly, then feigned enlightenment, exclaiming in surprise, "How could I have forgotten that?" With a crack, the needle of the stamina syringe snapped, interrupting the injection process. Watching the remaining half of the syringe's contents, Chun-Yi felt a pang of regret. Damn it, could you not be so startling? By the time Chun-Yi finished his outburst, the NPC elder had exited the office, now holding a military canteen. Heh, I'm truly sorry. I forgot to give you this. What is it? Chun-Yi inquired, taking the canteen and scrutinizing the grinning NPC elder. You'll see for yourself. Item name, Wanderer's Canteen. Item description, an essential for marching, battling, and looting. It contains 800 instant stamina points, capable of swiftly replenishing a player's stamina. Affectionately dubbed Little Stamina Treasure by the Wanderers. Item status, 800. Good heavens, why didn't you bring this out sooner? Chun-Yi's face lit up with excitement. Feeling an increased fondness for the NPC elder, with such an item at hand, he need not worry about stamina any longer. Hee. This is merely a reward for repelling the first wave of the undead. In the future, for each wave you fend off, I shall present you with an additional reward. Survivors, brace yourselves. Prepare for the second onslaught of the undead. As the passionate speech of the NPC elder resonated, two large hordes of zombies emerged from the corridors on either side. Chun-Yi twisted open his canteen, taking a sip that instantly restored his stamina to full. Feeling the invigorating rush of energy, he emulated the elder's fervent tone and shouted at the advancing zombies. Tremble, mutated creatures. Welcome the blood-soaked fire shovel of your master. I am but his servant. The elite zombies roared in unison. In the novice village base, the player, Smoke Dust, stood elegantly on the path through the triple defense structures, gazed upon by fellow players adorned with various family insignias, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Sensing their admiration, Smoke Dust's previously weak spirit surged to its zenith. He cleared his throat and declared, I shall not say much. But there is one thing. My younger brother has discovered the ultimate boss in a certain location. He claims it has reached the first stage of evolution and is of the aberrant type. Clearly, he cannot confront it alone and has sought my aid. As the elder brother, I cannot stand idly by. At this juncture, Smoke Dust paused momentarily, then continued. However, due to the constraints of my own strength, I must seek your assistance. One can only imagine the treasures an evolved aberrant might yield. Surely, you understand this. Surely, it cannot be a deception. Someone questioned. The evolution stage of the heteromorphic entity. I have only encountered the highest level of mutated beings at the second awakening phase, a player lamented. The players nearby scoffed at this remark. Observing the chaos that ensued among the players, Yenshin awkwardly cleared his throat and declared, Brothers, let us set forth. We march towards the evolution stage heteromorphic boss. Chapter 39, RPG Rocket Launcher. In a corridor somewhere in the southern region of the city, the last wave of monsters on this floor has been repelled by you. Well done. The NPC uncle retrieved a long-handled grenade from his backpack and remarked, Finally, the ultimate weapon has been revealed. Leaning against the wall, Chun-Yi was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing such a lethal weapon in the NPC's possession. The sight of the grenade stirred a deep emotional response in him, bringing him to the brink of tears. His waist was already adorned with 4 canteens, 2 small stamina potions, a minor health potion, and a small mana potion, rewards bestowed by the NPC uncle after each wave of zombies was vanquished. Except for the small stamina potion, which he had consumed most of, the other supplies remained unopened. As he faced the increasingly potent awakened zombies, he found himself becoming increasingly overwhelmed. Just moments ago, the appearance of merely 2 second-level awakened zombies had thrown him into a state of disarray. Had it not been for the Zombie Elite card, which allowed him to hold his ground while managing multiple threats, he might have very well been overwhelmed by the horde. At this moment, the NPC uncle ceased providing him with mere supplies and instead presented him with a genuine area of effect weapon, the long-handled grenade. To him, this was nothing short of a lifeline. Swiftly grasping the grenade from the NPC uncle's hands, he eagerly examined its properties. Item name, long-handled grenade, beginner, throwing requirement, soldier damage description, capable of inflicting 200 points of damage to targets within a 10-meter radius, with an additional 25 points of fire burn. Note, task using items. Upon reading this, Chen Ye's heart suddenly illuminated, akin to a weary traveler in an endless desert who, parched and desperate, unexpectedly discovers an oasis, igniting a flicker of hope for survival. His aspiration lay in utilizing this long-handled grenade to vanquish the final wave of the undead, thus reuniting with his four companions. Should he succeed in this endeavor, the remainder of their plight would become manageable. So, survivor, are you feeling lucky now? The NPC elder remarked, observing Chun Ye's elation with a teasing tone. In response, Chun Ye's expression shifted, maintaining his composure as he replied, "What other treasures do you possess? Feel free to reveal them. That depends on whether you possess the capability to eliminate this horde." The NPC elder raised his right hand, gesturing towards the area behind Chun Yi. After uttering this, he swiftly darted into the office, seemingly aware of Chun Ye's impending use of the long-handled grenade. Indeed, following the elder's hasty retreat, Chun Yi sheathed his crimson fire axe, a devilish smirk gracing his lips as he cast his gaze upon the approaching tide of corpses. Simultaneously, a resonant thought stirred within him. 1 level 3 awakened, 5 level 2 awakened, and the remainder being level 1 awakened. The assembly was undeniably formidable. However, bang! Chun Yi slowly twisted open the protective cap of the long-handled grenade, which then launched forth. The cap soaring briefly through the air before striking the wall with a crisp clang. The long-handled grenade's fuse wire hung down effortlessly, the metal pull ring at its end swaying immediately. Without hesitation, Chun Yi inserted his index finger into the metal ring, then lowered it, causing the wire to detach. A wisp of azure smoke erupted forth, accompanied by a hissing sound. Chun Ye's grip suddenly relaxed, and as the long-handled grenade struck the ground, he swiftly retreated, a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalant demeanor. Just a second after Chun Yi had evaded, a third-tier awakened zombie lunged forward, occupying the spot he had just vacated. The misshapen creature stared blankly at the iron security door before it, instinctively aware that its prey had slipped inside. Roar! Roar! This leader-class zombie howled mournfully at the iron door, poised to charge it when a more intense sound unexpectedly erupted from beneath its feet. Instantly, the zombie felt an immense pain radiating through its legs, and its body involuntarily flew backward, soon soaring out of the hallway as protective walls. The sudden turn of events baffled it. However, in that fleeting moment of elevation, it beheld the corridor engulfed in flames, the figures of its fellow zombies entirely absent. Shortly after Chun Yi entered the office, a violent explosion reverberated, and he witnessed the iron security door he had casually closed being violently thrust from its frame by the powerful shockwave, hurtling towards the desk. The entire floor began to tremble violently, and just as he feared the building was on the verge of collapse, the NPC elder surprisingly stepped forward with remarkable composure, calmly stating, "This educational building is designed to withstand earthquakes of up to a magnitude of 9. The explosive power of a hand grenade cannot possibly shake it." Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Chun Yi exclaimed, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust, still haunted by the earlier fright. "I never imagined you could use a single grenade to eliminate a horde of over 100 zombies." "Impressive indeed," the NPC elder praised. "It was merely luck." Chun Yi chuckled lightly. "Your prowess continues to astonish me. Here, this is a task assistance item for you." As he spoke, the NPC elder produced a long cylindrical object as if performing a magic trick, its front adorned with a missile-like warhead, a RPG rocket launcher. Chun Yi gasped in awe, his expression one of sheer astonishment. A RPG rocket launcher. Soon after, similar exclamations echoed from outside the door, led by Fan Xiaobang and the other members of the Life and Death Quartet, who had rushed to provide reinforcements. Upon receiving Chun Yi's ultimate boss alert, the quartet had returned to the novice village base for a brief resupply before hastening to the coordinates Chun Yi provided. Within half an hour, they arrived at the exterior of Iron Bar High School, traversed the schoolyard, and reached Building D. Just as they reached the 3rd floor, they were suddenly met with the thunderous sound of explosions from above, followed by the floor shaking beneath them. After a few seconds, the 4 comrades noticed a slight calming of the tremors and promptly sprang into action, fearing that the ultimate boss might eliminate Chun Yi in an instant. Upon arriving at the explosion site, they found no trace of the ultimate boss's corpse, nor did they see Chun Yi or his low-level zombie. They were only met with a gasp of astonishment. Soon after, they witnessed Chun Yi receiving an RPG rocket launcher from an NPC, followed by his exclamation of delight. "At last, you have arrived." Chun Yi, cradling the rocket launcher, turned to face four familiar faces upon hearing their well-known voices. "First, let us see the attributes of the rocket launcher," exclaimed Fan Xiaoping, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he fixated on the RPG in Xinye's grasp. "Did you vanquish the ultimate boss?" The invincible novice inquired directly. Xinye gestured towards the NPC elder and replied, "The King of Hatred is present. The ultimate boss will come." He then proceeded to disseminate the attributes of the RPG rocket launcher in the form of an illustrated guide to his companions. Weapon name: RPG rocket launcher, refined iron equipment, weapon description, an essential tool for launching rockets. A refined iron-grade rocket launcher can fire intermediate-level rockets and below. Weapon status: equipped with a low-level rocket. Low-level rocket description: inflicts 400 points of damage to targets within a 15-meter radius, with shrapnel damage of 50 and fire damage of 50. Effective range: 100 meters. Note: a supplementary item for various uses. Chapter 40. Chaos as Chunyi. Bearing the RPG rocket launcher and accompanied by the NPC uncle, arrived at the school playground under the protection of the 4 members of the Life and Death Squad. A horde of zombies, numbering 1,000, wailed and surged forth from all directions. "Goodness, the aggro ability of the King of Hatred is truly terrifying," Fang Xiaoping gasped, staring at the densely packed swarm of zombies. "Shu Tu, why haven't we seen the ultimate boss?" The seemingly invincible novice appeared unfazed by the imminent crisis, gazing into the distance. "What the hell? Can't you see there are so many zombies?" Yi Tian tightened his grip on the exquisite fire axe, his expression grave as he cursed. Young Master Shao smiled slightly, his gleaming dagger shining brilliantly under the sunlight. "I am his slave," the zombie elite wailed beside Xinye. "Survivors, look at yourselves." The disheveled NPC uncle yawned, positioned at the center of the 5. Upon hearing this, Xinye and the others simultaneously turned their heads to glare at the NPC uncle, exclaiming in unison, "Where the hell have you gone?" On a street outside the Iron Rail High School's walls, a large group of players advanced with fierce determination, led by Yin Chun, who had rallied players from the novice village base. As he sprinted at full speed, he turned to shout to the followers behind him, "Brothers, we are almost there. The evolving boss awaits us. The ultimate boss is at the school playground." As the voice of smoke dust faded, an unknown player suddenly shouted, prompting all the running players to come to an abrupt halt. They hurriedly gathered around the wall, eager to scale it. Observing this, smoke dust swiftly joined them, peering through the gaps towards the schoolyard. In the expansive playground, a throng of zombies, marked by a frenzy status above their heads, seemed to be besieging a few players. The battle raging fiercely. Could it be the summoning of a maternal variant lord? Smoke Dust murmured to himself upon witnessing the scene. The summoning he referred to was a unique skill exclusive to maternal variant bosses, granting them the ability to enslave all mutated creatures within a 100-meter radius, compelling them to fight in unison. The enslaved creatures would also activate their frenzy attributes. Indeed, a high-level maternal variant boss has appeared, Smoke Dust thought joyfully. As he watched the players climbing over the wall, he couldn't help but shout, "Brothers, help me deal with that horde of zombies, and the maternal variant boss will emerge." His voice was impassioned, yet no players responded. Their attention was entirely fixated on the RPG rocket launcher in Chunye's possession. "Brother, I've brought half a team for you." He sent a message to Chunye, feeling a sense of futility. Spitting into his hands and rubbing them together, he joined the throng scaling the wall. Ding dong. Player Smoke Dust has sent you a message. As the sound of a friend's message notification echoed, Chunye, amidst the bloodied battle, casually opened the message. Yet his crimson fire shovel did not waver, swiftly soaring towards the head of a zombie. "Brother, I brought half a squad for you." With a splatter, the black blood and smoke erupting from the zombie's shattered skull coincided with the friend's message entering Chunye's view. He paused momentarily and gazed towards the perimeter of the zombie horde. There, atop a school wall, a multitude of players had gathered, some already leaping over, brandishing an array of melee weapons with fierce intent. Unintentionally, the silhouette of Yin Shen standing on the wall caught Chunye's eye, stirring an inexplicable feeling within him. He found himself pondering whether Yin Shen was a good person, a villain, or perhaps a morally ambiguous figure caught between the two. "Boss, when did you recruit so many underlings?" Fan Xiaoping inquired, as he pierced the chest of a common zombie with his sword. "They are not my underlings. They must belong to Yin Shen," Xinye replied after dispatching another zombie. Just as Yi Tian was about to interject, he suddenly heard a shout from the outer players, instantly changing his expression. Brothers, let us deal with this horde of zombies first before taking down the player with the rocket launcher. Fan Xiaopeng's face turned ashen at those words, lamenting, damn it. These are not Yin Chen's underlings. Don't worry. Chun Yi smiled faintly, continuing to clear the relentless tide of zombies. Thus, a chaotic battle erupted on the playground of Iron Bar High School as a horde of zombies, drawn by the ominous presence of the King of Hatred, surged relentlessly towards the NPC elder. Chun Yi and his companions resolutely vowed to protect the NPC. Meanwhile, another faction of players, lured by the swirling dust, began to disperse, encircling the zombie throng and promptly plunging into a brutal melee. The zombies, suddenly under attack from behind, swiftly redirected their aggro, retaliating against their assailants. Damn it, it's all gone awry. Dust observed from the periphery of the fray. At this moment, over 100 newcomers he had rallied from the novice village joined the fray, brandishing an array of melee weapons, fire axes, farmer's hoes, sickles, and more, swinging them with abandon. The schoolyard quickly transformed into a hellscape, drenched in blood and strewn with dismembered limbs. The pandemonium lasted a mere 10 minutes before it reached a grim conclusion. The low-level awakened zombies ultimately emerged as the vanquished in this skirmish, while a zombie elite fell victim to the misjudgment of a certain clan leader, who mistook it for a mutated creature. On the now bloodied playground, a stark divide emerged between two groups of players. The larger faction, brimming with fighting spirit, radiated an insatiable thirst for slaughter from their eyes. What is the meaning of this? Chun Yi inquired, his left shoulder bearing a rocket launcher and his right hand gripping a blood-stained fire shovel. Although he was aware that these players were drawn by the rocket launcher resting on his shoulder, he nonetheless posed the question. Stop pretending to be tough. Today, I'm going to blow up your gear. One player retorted arrogantly. Chun Yi initially intended to create a compendium illustrating the attributes of the rocket launcher on his shoulder, to inform the leaders of each family that it was merely a task assistance tool. However, upon hearing an exceedingly arrogant remark, he altered his course of action. Yet, before he could make his move, a bloody dagger shot forth like lightning towards the player, followed by the enraged exclamations of Gongzi Xiao. Swish. Thud. A headshot. You bastard. Brothers, let us take him down. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the family members immediately clamored, but none dared to advance a single step. All due to the ominous words that Chun Yi uttered next. Beginner RPG rocket. Attack range 15 meters. Damage 400. Shrapnel damage 50. Flame damage 50. Certainly, this description of weapon attributes was not inherently intimidating. Yet every individual present felt an inexplicable sense of peril, a menace akin to that of a suicide threat. Gongzi Xiao observed as Chun Yi aimed the rocket launcher at the ground, momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the gravity of the situation. Then, amid the furious gazes of the crowd, he slowly approached the player's corpse, extracting the dagger embedded in his skull, and chuckled, "Are you all frightened?" He bore a forged iron-grade rocket launcher. At that moment, a subtle tremor coursed through the ground, accompanied by a thunderous wail. Everyone present, including Chun Yi, was stunned in place by the overwhelming wails. Subsequently, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the lamentation. Before Chun Yi could discern the identity of the newcomer, the players surrounding him began to flee in a state of panic, and the atmosphere grew increasingly frenzied. Chapter 41. The Zombie Giant. The sudden turn of events left Chun Yi utterly astonished, rooted to the spot as he gazed in disbelief at the colossal zombie charging toward the high school gate. The frantic cries of players fleeing in all directions filled the air, and in that moment, it seemed as though everyone had momentarily forgotten their purpose of confronting the ultimate boss or acquiring its coveted loot. Indeed, it was nearly impossible for anyone to maintain composure in the face of the oncoming behemoth. Even the ground trembled slightly beneath the giant's imposing footsteps. What was most alarming was the zombie giant's nearly 3-meter stature, composed entirely of grotesquely massive muscle. Its skin shimmered with a terrifying shade of blue, evoking images of the Hulk from American blockbuster films from a distance. However, the other players did not share this interpretation. Fan Xiaopeng was the first to exclaim beside Chun Yi, "Tank," an enhanced version of the Green Goblin. This was soon followed by the astonished voices of Yi Tian and Invincible Rookie. Chun Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This was neither the tank from Left 4 Dead nor the Green Goblin from Crossfire, but merely a type of violent mutant creature that had emerged in Global Apostles. Smile. Provide me with the attribute chart of the zombie giant, Chun Yi said, attempting to steady his emotions, his tone calm and unperturbed. Why must I? The young master initially pondered why he should assist when the other could manage on their own. But upon observing Chun-Yi with both hands poised on the RPG rocket launcher in a targeting stance, he swiftly reconciled with the situation. In such a state, employing the identification technique was utterly futile, so he cast an identification spell towards the oncoming giant zombie. Monster name: Giant Zombie Elite, Level 7 Awakening, HP 1000 MP, 200 attack, 200 to 300 defense, 150 speed, 18 jump, 3 additional, impact damage 200. Description: a violent type of zombie that has escaped from a biochemical laboratory. Possessing terrifying strength, particularly its inertia-driven impact force after charging, which is sufficient to send a light armored vehicle flying. After a brief moment of astonishment, the young master swiftly compiled the attributes of the giant zombie elite into a visual guide and sent it to Chun-Yi. At that moment, all Chun-Yi could perceive was a blood-red targeting crosshair. The attribute guide sent by the young master merely flashed before his eyes. He did not pause to marvel at the formidable impact damage of the giant zombie elite, instead immersing himself entirely in the act of aiming. The ground trembled slightly with the giant zombie's thunderous charge, causing the blood-red crosshair to oscillate in response to the quivering earth, at times disconnecting from the head of the giant zombie, and at other times aligning perfectly once more. Just as the blood-red crosshair drifted away from the giant zombie's head for the 5th time, Chun-Yi gradually squeezed the trigger of the RPG launcher. Instantly, he felt a powerful recoil surge from his shoulder, as the launched rocket emitted a piercing wail that sliced through the air. "Watch out, RPG!" The system's warning echoed ominously, halting all players in their tracks. Suddenly, they beheld a rocket, trailing a long white plume, hurtling toward the giant zombie. The approaching behemoth, unable to evade, met the speeding projectile head-on, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Boom! The sound reverberated across the empty schoolyard as the giant's skull shattered under the point-blank detonation of the basic RPG rocket. Its green form was consumed by the ferocious flames, charred beyond recognition. Remarkably, a mere basic rocket could annihilate a zombie giant at the 7th awakening stage in an instant. Had it not been witnessed by all present, he would have believed that a rocket capable of inflicting only 500 points of area damage could vanquish a mutated creature with 1,000 health points. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the rarity of individuals capable of inflicting double damage with an RPG rocket. Such talents were as rare as phoenix feathers. Among the onlookers, only Chun-Yi claimed not to possess this extraordinary ability, for it was evident to everyone that such prowess required exceptional skills in control, unparalleled precision in aiming, and remarkable psychological fortitude, qualities that were clearly beyond their reach. The quartet of life and death beside Chun-Yi, the NPC elder, and even those players who had just been challenging him gazed at him with astonishment. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly tranquil novice village concealed a remarkable champion of competition. Yet, some players still believed that Chun-Yi's earlier shot was merely a stroke of luck. However, Chun-Yi had no inclination to observe the expressions of others. After eliminating the giant zombie, he promptly approached the NPC elder, extending his hand and requesting, "There are 3 more giant zombies. Do you have any basic rocket ammunition left?" The NPC elder was momentarily taken aback, but soon joyfully retrieved a basic RPG rocket from his backpack and presented it to Chun-Yi, exclaiming, "This is the 7th to last." "Oh," Chun-Yi replied as he accepted the rocket. "Be cautious, RPG." Once again, a basic rocket was swiftly launched by Chun-Yi towards the head of a giant zombie under siege by players. The besieging players suddenly received a system warning and immediately dropped to the ground. Yet the explosion's deafening roar and the searing flames above them still caused non-lethal red damage numbers to appear. Bang! A critical headshot. Another critical headshot. If any player still considered Chun-Yi's second rocket shot a mere fluke at this moment, it could only mean that their vision had begun to wane. Be cautious, RPG. Bang! A critical headshot. This marks the 3rd RPG rocket fired by Chun-Yi, a strike that was once again a precise headshot. The scene of the zombie giant's demise mirrored the previous ones. Its cranium shattered, its azure form engulfed in flames, charred to a crisp. Yet, a scant few players still perceived Chun-Yi's success as mere fortune. These few, who had arrogantly challenged him, now found themselves awestruck by his formidable prowess, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming dread. "Watch out, RPG!" The sound of an explosion rang out, a headshot executed flawlessly, as Chun-Yi launched a second RPG. Delivering yet another fatal blow to the giant zombie, a hush fell over all present. They were compelled to observe Chun-Yi's every move. As he received a rocket from the NPC elder, methodically affixing it to the launcher, he then hoisted the apparatus, took aim with deliberate precision, and gently pressed the trigger, resulting in yet another headshot that flickered into existence. When the last zombie giant succumbed to Chun-Yi's rocket, spectators assumed the display had concluded, with the leaders of various factions eager to intervene. However, the spectacle was far from over. Chun-Yi continued to accept another RPG from the NPC elder, swiftly installing it and preparing to aim once more, ready to pull the trigger. This unexpected action left most onlookers bewildered. Hadn't he already vanquished the 4 giant zombies? What was he aiming at now, amidst the crowd of players? Those with a modicum of intelligence immediately realized that the throng of players was none other than the notorious Shark Clan, who had previously boasted about their intent to acquire equipment through force. The quartet known as the Life and Death Team understood Chun-Yi's intentions the moment he raised the rocket launcher, and they keenly observed the members of the Shark Clan with great interest. "Brothers, scatter!" someone from the Shark Clan shouted as they sensed the impending danger. Yet, not a single individual moved, for within their hearts, they believed that the player named Shutu would never resort to killing while undertaking a task. At most, he would merely aim to intimidate. To flee in that moment would be to tarnish the reputation of the Shark Clan and dishonor their recently fallen leader. However, Chun-Yi's mindset was not aligned with the assumptions of the Shark Clan. His intentions extended far beyond mere intimidation. Chapter 42. The Mercenaries of Flames. Everyone stay put. Whoever dares to flee is nothing but a coward. I shall see how they can still engage in battle. The second in command of the Shark Clan thundered, delivering a stinging slap to the face of a player who had just urged the others to scatter. However, just as his furious proclamation subsided, a warning from the system echoed ominously, "Beware." RPG. Accompanied by this alarming announcement, a rocket, trailing a white plume, pierced through the air with a shrill whistle, hurtling towards the Shark Clan amidst the horrified gazes of all players. A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing the members of the Shark Clan in a searing blaze, followed by a chorus of anguished screams. "Damn, this fellow is ruthless." Players present gasped in shock, utterly taken aback by Chun-Yi's merciless actions. Thankfully, they had refrained from taunting the Shark Clan moments prior. Otherwise, the leader of a certain faction silently rejoiced. "Boss, you are truly formidable," Fan Xiaoping exclaimed, his eyes brimming with unbounded admiration. Observing the impact of his intimidation taking effect, Chun-Yi exhaled slowly and approached the NPC, an elderly man. "Give me another basic rocket." "No way." Although using auxiliary items against players that inflict fatal damage is classified as a miskill by the system, I cannot be complicit in such cruelty. The NPC, filled with righteous indignation, reluctantly added, "Damn it. Using my ammunition for self-preservation to kill others. What does it mean to aid the oppressor?" Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi expressed his displeasure with a sharp retort. "They've left me in the lurch. Who will escort you to the novice village base? If you wish to return alive, be swift about it. You certainly are ruthless." Joy surged through him as he accepted a stunning rocket launcher. Turning to face the quartet of Life and Death, he remarked, "I must extend my gratitude for the path ahead." "Boss, you're being too formal." Yi Tian chuckled. "Indeed, indeed," chimed in the other 3 in agreement. To this, Chun-Yi merely smiled faintly before escorting the NPC bearing the title King of Hatred out of the school square. It was only then that the players, still in shock and clinging to the hope of looting equipment, regained their senses. A few, almost instinctively, began to follow suit, while those with ulterior motives hastily retreated in another direction, glancing back occasionally to monitor Chun-Yi's movements, anxious that the rocket launcher perched upon his shoulder might be turned against them. In the spacious schoolyard, in the blink of an eye, the area was emptied, leaving behind a blood-soaked battlefield that testified to the violent encounter that had just transpired. Observing the players who followed him with expressions of reverence, diligently clearing the surrounding mutated creatures, Chun-Yi felt a flicker of emotion within him, his once anxious heart finally easing. He understood that these players sought merely a powerful ally, hoping to establish a supply base in this virtual world, rife with mutated beasts. As they progressed further into the game, at this moment, the hearts of the 4 companions were filled with contradictions. Although the envious gazes of the surrounding players inflated their vanity, They were acutely aware that all of this was merely a byproduct of Chun Ye's formidable aura. The internal conflict they experienced stemmed from this realization. Chun Yi did not seem like an ordinary individual. He possessed his own organization and led the prestigious gaming guild. Iron Blood Warriors, ranked third on the leaderboard. A dragon would never remain in a deep ravine. As the zombie tide approached, everyone fought with fervor. Shu Tu is my boss. I will certainly recommend you, declared Yin Chun, who hoisted a hoe 10 meters in front of Chun Yi, his expression electrified by an inexplicable allure. However, it was disheartening to see that many were indeed swayed, following Yin Chun to confront the slowly advancing horde of zombies. Engaging in a fierce battle and completely forgetting the events that had transpired before at the novice village's base, where Yin Chun had referred to Shu Tu merely as one of his subordinates. A new round of bloody combat erupted with the arrival of the zombie tide. This particular wave consisted of approximately 200 low-level awakened zombies within a 100-meter radius of the street, most of which were only at the third awakening level, posing almost no threat to Chun Yi and his companions. Coupled with the 30 or so blindly adoring followers led by Yin Chun, they swiftly dispatched the horde, leaving behind a gruesome battlefield. Chun Yi refrained from summoning the elite undead, opting instead for a continued low profile, should his fervent admirers discover his concealed occupational identity. It could incite a commotion and lead to undesirable consequences. He was particularly wary of promises of devotion, especially those exchanged between men. The journey ahead was destined to be smooth, bolstered by a formidable cadre of diligent laborers. Chun Yi harbored no concerns about reaching the novice village base without incident. However, midway through their expedition, an unexpected encounter arose. A colossal mutated dog emerged, claiming the lives of several players before being swiftly obliterated by Chun Ye's rocket launcher. This act further intensified the blind adoration of the crowd. Aside from the sudden appearance of the mutated canine, the path was devoid of any other mutated creatures warranting the use of a rocket launcher. Moreover, as they drew nearer to the novice village base, the awakening levels of the mutated beings diminished, making their extermination increasingly effortless. During this journey, Chun Yi also elevated his military rank to a first-class sergeant, now merely 10 gold coins away from the costly transition to a sniper. However, even if Chun Yi possessed those 10 gold coins at this moment, he would not hasten to transition to a sniper, for the current market for gold had captivated him. Although the exchange rate was trending downward, the allure of 230 remained enticing, especially for someone like Chun Yi, who was encumbered by substantial debts. Time flew by amidst countless confrontations with the zombie tide, and after a prolonged 2 hours, Chun Yi and his companions finally arrived at a street near the novice village base. However, before the crowd could behold the formidable triple defenses of the novice village base, the sharp sound of gunfire resonated from within. Upon hearing the gunshot, Chun Yi felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart, a surge of uncontrollable thoughts flooding his mind. Could it be that the novice village base was under siege by mutated creatures so soon? With this thought in mind, Chun Yi hastily turned off the street, and the triple defensive fortifications of the novice village base came into view. Before these defenses, an extraordinarily gigantic mutated elephant was assaulting the first line of defense, a wall of mixed cement and earth. Its colossal tusks relentlessly battered against the wall, causing it to tremble and its durability to plummet rapidly. On top of the wall, 12 players, bearing the title of Beacon Fire Warriors, were firing their pistols at the mutated elephant, eliciting a flurry of red damage numbers. Chun Ye's eyes brightened at the sight of these 12 players. Were they not members of the Firefly clan? After their transition to mercenaries, they had even changed their names. Nonetheless, the title Beacon Fire certainly carried a more formidable air than Firefly, evoking the essence of professional mercenaries. Observing the unusually grave expressions on the faces of the Beacon Fire Warriors, Chun Yi surmised that this might be a trial mission for the Beacon Mercenary Corps. Upon successful completion, they would receive the mercenary insignia and basic warrior weapons issued by the Mercenary Guild, marking their transformation into true bloodthirsty mercenaries. Should he lend them a hand? Chun Yi glanced at the RPG rocket launcher resting on his shoulder, contemplating. He then looked back at the mutated elephant, which still had a substantial portion of its health bar remaining, lost in thought. The Beacon Mercenary Corps appears to be struggling. Within the novice village base, the scattered players exhibit a palpable excitement, as the inaugural mercenary group of this base is on the verge of being officially established. Their eyes are fixated on the outermost defensive fortifications of the base, for it is there that the members of the first mercenary group engage in combat against the maternal aberration. Should they succeed in vanquishing the maternal aberration and completing their mercenary trial, the emblem of the Beacon Mercenary Corps will soon adorn the defensive structures of the base, thereby allowing them to apply for membership in the Beacon Mercenaries. For these scattered players, becoming a mercenary represents the most fervent aspiration, as it entails the acquisition of exclusive mercenary skills, the acceptance of quests bestowed by the system, and the opportunity to partake in battles that advance the narrative between NPCs. Most crucially, it signifies that in the future, you will not be alone in battle. This phrase resonates deeply within the hearts of countless solitary players. For within the realm of global apostles, it is exceedingly challenging to withstand a horde of over 200 ordinary zombies or a pack of mutated wolves that employ flawless hunting tactics, not to mention a swarm of bloodthirsty bats descending upon one. Much like the biochemical modes prevalent in most competitive online games, an individual cannot hope to combat several maternal zombies alone, even if one seeks refuge within a ventilation duct or must navigate a narrow platform that permits only a single zombie to pass at a time. Facing a relentless tide of the undead is a daunting prospect. Unless armed with a weapon that boasts infinite ammunition, evading death becomes an arduous challenge. However, it is evident that the virtual realm does not harbor firearms with infinite ammunition. Even the formidable MG3, boasting an extensive magazine capacity, holds but 200 rounds. Thus, the essence of competitive online gaming lies predominantly in collaboration, a principle that remains true in global apostles, where teamwork reigns supreme, complemented by individual prowess. In this game, the embodiment of teamwork is first manifested in the mercenaries. A perfectly synchronized mercenary team can contend against foes numbering tenfold or even 100-fold, including mutated beasts. Consequently, mercenaries play a pivotal role in the early stages of the game, which explains the keen interest of scattered players in the Fire Beacon Mercenary Corps at the Novice Village base. Should the Fire Beacon mercenaries successfully eliminate the mutated elephants assaulting their base, the inaugural mercenary team in the Novice Village will be officially established, enabling them to apply for membership in the Mercenary Corps, thus no longer standing alone. Yet, the situation on the ground is decidedly unfavorable for the Fire Beacon mercenaries. Lacking formidable firepower, relying solely on 12 subpar 92-style handguns appears insufficient to vanquish the heavily armored and resilient mutated matriarch. You dare to act tough with mere handguns, thinking you can be mercenaries? Know your limits, scoffed Shark Breakthrough, the leader of the Shark clan, reveling in their misfortune. Initially, he had aspired to transform his clan into mercenaries as well, but the mercenary tasks issued by the system every 2 days were swiftly claimed by the Fire clan, allowing them to successfully transition into Fire Beacon mercenaries. Now, they even wish to establish a formal mercenary corps to recruit players, truly a case of insatiable greed, akin to swallowing an elephant whole. His words instantly drew the ire and disdain of countless scattered players. What are you staring at? Do you believe I want to gouge out your eyes? The followers of Sharkbreaker, emboldened by their numbers, displayed an audacious arrogance. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from beneath the third defensive fortification. The scattered players confronting the Shark family had not yet turned to see what was amiss when they heard Sharkbreaker's cold sneer. Foolish ones. Outsiders cannot participate in the mercenary trial. Should they do so, the Grim Reaper will silently emerge to deliver judgment. Once again, the specter of the Grim Reaper loomed. The hearts of the scattered players grew colder. If the trial mission of the Fire Mercenary Corps were to fail, it would signify that no second mercenary team would appear in the Novice Village within 2 days. They would be left to hastily assemble a team to explore the Lost City, a process that would consume considerable time and still fail to guarantee cohesion or trust among members. In a place fraught with peril and lurking assassins, a single misstep could spell doom for the entire group. Thus, the risks of an impromptu team far outweighed those of a familial unit. Disappointed, the scattered players turned their gazes towards the third defensive fortification. Before the corpse of the fallen player stood the ominous figure clad in a black cloak, the blood-drenched scythe of the Grim Reaper dripping ominously. Everyone recognized it as the insignia of the Reaper's judgment. 10 players had already perished. The scattered players silently calculated in their hearts. Among those players wielding firearms, many yearned to advance and assist the Fire Beacon Mercenary Corps. However, the thought of facing the retribution of the Grim Reaper, which would demote them to mere farmers and cause them to lose their primary weapons, restrained their steps. while the desire to vanquish the Grim Reaper lingered in the hearts of many. Those who had acted upon such thoughts warned them that the outcome would invariably be the same: retribution from the Grim Reaper. At this moment, the durability of the third defensive fortification had already dwindled to below 50%, yet the health of the maternal aberration remained at more than half. What was most distressing was that the damage inflicted by the Fire Beacon Mercenary Corps on the maternal aberration was lamentably meager, averaging a paltry 10 to 20 points per pistol shot, even with double damage. To slay the maternal aberration before the fortification's durability reached zero seemed utterly impossible. Were they destined to fail? The scattered players could not help but ponder this grim thought. Some envious factions cursed inwardly, a bunch of fools. Even the resolve of the Fire Beacon Mercenary Corps members began to waver. Feng Huashui was suddenly overwhelmed by the helplessness she had felt when slaying the maternal Burmese python. This time, she did not pray for a miracle, for she believed that miracles could not occur consecutively, and the one who had once wrought miracles would not appear again. Yet, for reasons unknown, she still gazed with a glimmer of hope, her gaze soaring beyond the colossal form of the maternal aberration towards the streets of the lost city. Not far off, a group of onlooking players congregated, yet his figure was conspicuously absent. However, she perceptively noted that these observing players seemed to be directing their attention not towards the base, but rather to another location entirely. A sudden, inexplicable tremor surged through Feng Huashui's heart, prompting her gaze to follow the direction of the player's eyes. She stood transfixed, ceasing her fire, sensing her abrupt stillness. Feng Huachutian quickly inquired, "Shuer, what is the matter?" The other members of the Feng Hua mercenary group, hearing their leader's concern, turned their attention to Feng Huashui. "It's him." Feng Huashui did not respond to Feng Huachutian's question. Instead, she murmured to herself, just as her words lingered in the air. The other members of the Feng Hua family simultaneously received a warning from the system. Caution. RPG. Chapter 44. It stands in my way. A rocket, trailing a white flame, swiftly soared toward the colossal head of the maternal mutant amidst the diverse gazes of the players, before erupting in a magnificent explosion, accompanied by a cacophony of anticipation and urgency. Boom. 1000. A substantial crimson numeral ascended abruptly, causing the maternal mutant's health bar to plummet by half. The hearts of the scattered players in the novice village base, which had grown increasingly cold, were suddenly ignited by the drastic reduction of the health bar, akin to parched earth rejuvenated by a sudden downpour, breathing life anew. At that moment, a collective hope blossomed within them, yearning for the arrival of the next rocket to obliterate the remaining quarter of the maternal mutant's health bar. Simultaneously, their anxious eyes darted across the novice village base, searching desperately, yet failing to find the figure of the Grim Reaper. How could this be? That was an RPG rocket. Sharkbreaker was astonished beyond measure. He currently possessed nothing more than a common automatic rifle, let alone the fearsome, destructive power of an RPG rocket. His mind raced with questions. Could someone have discovered the biochemical laboratory? Boss, that rocket launcher just sent our family back to the base. Recalled the second in command of the Shark family, vividly remembering the sound when the rocket was fired. Useless. Sharkbreaker spat coldly. Then his thoughts turned to the player wielding the rocket launcher, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Boy, prepare to accept the Grim Reaper's judgment. Chun Yi gazed upon the horrifying blood pit on the head of the mutated creature, a slight tremor rippling through his heart. With such a grievous injury, a collision against the defensive fortifications would undoubtedly yield a retaliatory effect. He exhaled slowly, intending to return to the King of Hatred, NPC, when suddenly, a dark figure materialized before him, cloaked in shadows, wielding a scythe dripping with blood. These two almost eerily familiar images instantly conjured a singular name in his mind: the Grim Reaper, Yanran Yan. However, before he could utter a greeting, the Grim Reaper's scythe swung toward him, and a notification of judgment appeared above her head. Miss. To the astonishment of all, a red mist flashed above Chun Ye's head, indicating that he had evaded the Grim Reaper's judgment. Perhaps only those who had narrowly escaped could comprehend that she had shown him mercy. In truth, I am also on a mission, escorting the King of Hatred NPC back to the base, and that mutated creature obstructed my path. Chun Yi articulated this explanation at a rapid pace, compressing his words into a mere 3 seconds. His words bore fruit. The Grim Reaper's scythe, poised to strike again, halted mere centimeters from his neck. Do not force my hand. I too am engaged in the task of ascending to judgment, Yanran Yan retorted, swiftly retracting her scythe, her tone frosty. With that, she turned and departed, leaving behind an aura of chilling detachment. This Grim Reaper was anything but cold. Chenyi contemplated silently before returning to the side of the quartet, entwined in life and death. You actually missed the Grim Reaper's judgment just now, Gongzi exclaimed, astonished. It was merely luck. Chenyi scratched his head and chuckled. No, it is said that the Grim Reaper at our base is a stunning beauty. Could it be that you and she? Fan Xiaopeng remarked with a knowing glance. It's purely platonic, devoid of any ambiguity, Chenyi replied. Upon hearing this, the others feigned sudden enlightenment and subsequently redirected their gazes back to the third defensive fortification, as Chenyi had predicted. When the severely damaged Mother Aberration charged at the defensive structure, the retaliatory damage figures between 100 and 200 emerged. However, what took Chenyi by surprise was the astonishingly high retaliatory damage inflicted by the Mother Aberration. This demonstrated the formidable impact of the Mother Aberration. Yet, this was not the most critical aspect. The combined retaliatory damage from the Mother Aberration and the precise shots from the Firelight Mercenaries' handguns left no room for doubt as they drained the fortification's durability entirely. Bang. 15. Bang. 20. Countless bullets flashed across the head of the Mother Aberration, and with a deafening wail, it finally collapsed under the eager gazes of scattered players. Its massive form slowly toppled to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Ding. Global announcement. The Firelight Mercenary Corps has officially been established in the novice village of the Chinese region. To date, a total of 360 mercenary groups have been formed worldwide, and the battlefield for mercenaries will undoubtedly become more intense with the establishment of Firelight. Once again, a series of global announcements resonated, and it seemed that this barrage of notifications would persist for another half hour. Chenyi, recognizing the inevitability of the outcome, summoned the Quartet of Life and Death to escort the King of Hatred, NPC, toward the novice village base, with the blind devotees, including Yin Shun, trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the base, all members of the Blaze Mercenary Corps had descended from the city walls. Feng Huachutian led the way, followed by Feng Huashui and others, as they approached Chenyi. Thank you. The doors of the Blaze Mercenary Corps have always been open to you. Feng Huachutian expressed first. Thank me for what? Chenyi replied, a hint of perplexity evident on his face. You assisted us in slaying the mutated mother elephant. Feng Huashui stepped forward, her delicate lips biting down as she spoke. Chenyi chuckled softly. It appears you have misunderstood. I did not aid you in vanquishing that aberrant elephant. It merely obstructed my path. This statement instantly bewildered all members of the Blaze Mercenary Corps, and even the eager players yearning to join the mercenary group were left puzzled, questioning the wisdom of someone so cavalierly disregarding such a fortuitous opportunity. However, Feng Huachutian understood, as did Yi Tian from the Quartet of Life and Death, that Chenyi simply had no intention of aligning himself with this guild. But Feng Huashui wished to articulate further, yet she was halted by a wave of Feng Huachutian's hand. Given this, I owe you a couple of favors, he conceded. Only one. Chenyi extended a finger, deftly shifting the conversation. This favor can now be repaid. Grant a mercenary slot to these individuals beside me. I owe them a debt of gratitude. I trust that accommodating over 30 members within an A-class mercenary group should pose no challenge. Deal, we're square. Feng Huachutian readily agreed. Come over, add me as a friend, and proceed with the application. Boss, you actually sold us out. Fan Xiaopeng exclaimed with a wailing tone, hastening toward Feng Huachutian. Damn it, do you truly appear to be sold out? Yi Tian retorted, casting a scornful glance at the fickle Fan Xiaopeng, before turning back to Chenyi. Thank you. Chenyi waved his hand dismissively. Go on. You all are quite commendable. As Yin Chen passed in front of Chenyi, he paused momentarily, casting a meaningful glance, yet uttering not a word. If you do not leave, I shall revoke your status, Chenyi remarked with a faint smile. Yin Chen chuckled, shrugging in resignation, yet expressing a measure of gratitude. The fervent admirers, as they traversed past Chenyi, nodded in acknowledgement, conveying their appreciation. Officer, let us move, urged the NPC uncle who awaited nearby. Why not call them survivors? Chenyi inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at the NPC uncle in confusion. This is the base. The NPC uncle chuckled. Subsequently, the two of them made their way toward the Survivors Alliance military camp. Upon transferring the King of Hatred to the military personnel, Chenyi received a corresponding task reward, an unidentified piece of equipment, along with an additional 92 style pistol, which astonishingly remained unidentified as well. It was highly likely that the pistol was forged from exquisite iron. In the words of that senior officer, Chun Yi was the first to locate the king of hatred and successfully return with it, a distinction that merited the title of pioneer. This accolade filled Chun Yi with exhilaration, prompting him to dash towards the identification office with fervor, eager to unveil the secrets of his newfound arsenal. Chapter 45. Fully armed in the identification center of the novice village, an elderly appraiser, his hair streaked with gray, was diligently assessing the equipment presented by eager players. The atmosphere was electric. "Is that truly a fine iron item?" "A fine iron item," exclaimed one player, overwhelmed with excitement at the revelation of their equipment's quality. "What? You claim it's a fine iron item? I'll offer 500 for it." "500? Are you jesting? I'll offer 1,000. Blast it. That's merely a fine iron item. I'm at a loss here. If that gentleman wants to buy it, I'll part with it for 200. Another piece of equipment was evaluated. "Will you sell it for 100? Deal." Chun Yi stood amidst the cacophony of the identification center, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, reflecting on the rapid transformation that had occurred in just 2 days. The once quiet establishment had now come alive, with the old appraiser busily attending to the throngs of players. The most frustrating aspect was the necessity of waiting in line to have 1's equipment appraised. By the time it was Chun Yi's turn, 10 minutes had elapsed. "Business has been thriving lately?" he inquired as he placed 2 unidentified pieces of equipment and the unassessed 92 style pistol onto the appraisal table. "Where have you been recently?" The appraiser's eyes gleamed with anticipation, clearly impressed by the offerings. "What is the appraisal fee?" Chun Yi reached into his bag, feeling the weight of 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins. Goodness, that seems rather exorbitant. Chun Yi thought to himself, taken aback by the cost. Fortunately, after Fan Xiaoping and others assisted in completing the super bodyguard mission, they refused to share the gold coins. Otherwise, only 6 coins would remain in his bag. "Next," the appraiser scoffed. "What a snob." Chun Yi tossed out 5 gold coins and provided the appraiser with a remark. The appraisal began with the 92 style pistol, and a flash of golden light appeared in the appraiser's hands, followed by the attributes of the 92 style pistol materializing in Chun Yi's view. Weapon name: 92 style pistol, fine iron. Rank requirement: soldier attack, 90 to 120 strength, 2 additional. Inertia impact 60. Rotational strangulation attack 60 magazine capacity, 15 rate of fire, 160 effective range, 60 fine iron A-class urban combat vest. Appraisal fee: 1 gold coin. "Could you refrain from shouting?" Chun Yi whispered hurriedly into the appraiser's ear, glancing at the envious eyes of surrounding players. "I'm used to it," the appraiser chuckled, presenting the attributes of the A-class urban combat vest. At this point, Chun Yi had already acquired 3 pieces of the A-class urban combat set, needing just 2 more to complete the ensemble. Equipment name: A-class urban combat vest, fine iron. Rank requirement: soldier defense, 65 stamina, 10 enhancement, defense specialization 1 durability, 150 description. "This one will cost you half a gold coin," the appraiser murmured as he handed over the final piece of equipment. Equipment name: traveler's leggings, sub-refined iron. Rank requirement: resident defense, 25 durability, 100. Chun Yi donned the 3 pieces of equipment with a remarkable sense of calm, subsequently pulling up the attributes list. ID: Shu2 rank, 1st Lieutenant HP, 275 MP, 60 attack, 120150, secondary weapon, type 92 pistol, defense, 230 speed, 10. 1 jump, 1. 0 stamina, 170 fatigue, 70 enhancement. Defense specialization 2. The defense of a level 3 iron plate warrior is sharp enough to annihilate the attacks of level 3 awakened zombies with ease. Oh, what a delightful surprise. Chun Yi felt an overwhelming joy within, as he was now fully equipped. He stood in place for a full 2 minutes, lost in thought, until the frustrated voice of a waiting player at the identification station finally prompted him to reluctantly depart. "Brother, I noticed you just identified a few pieces of equipment. Would you consider selling any of the ones you're not using?" A player approached Chun Yi as he stepped away from the identification station, inquiring. "Who are you?" Chun Yi asked, regarding the seemingly harmless player, who bore a friendly smile, with curiosity. "I am Alpha, an equipment buyer." "Oh, I happen to have a Type 92 pistol here, of white-grade quality. What price can you offer?" Alpha pondered for a moment, then replied, 220 yuan. Deal. Chen Yi responded promptly. Although the current market price for the Type 92 pistol may be slightly higher than the quoted figure, the price offered by Alpha remains reasonable, placing it among the more generous offers from equipment procurement merchants. Chen Yi promptly sent the pistol via postal service to Alpha's designated mailbox, incurring a nominal fee of 5 yuan. In a fleeting moment, his bank account reflected a deposit of 220 yuan. Should you acquire any future equipment, do remember to message me. The prices I offer are undoubtedly fair, and I guarantee swift transactions, Alpha remarked after adding Chen Yi as a friend. Absolutely, Chen Yi replied, clicking to confirm. He sensed that this individual was not a mere opportunist, and he had no desire to sell his future equipment at a meager stall to him. Unnecessarily wasting time that could be spent leveling up was utterly disgraceful. Upon exiting the appraisal center, Chen Yi promptly listed all remaining 1.5 gold coins for trade, which swiftly resulted in a transaction amounting to 390 yuan. Gazing at the over 2,000 yuan in his bank account, he felt an exhilarating rush. His collegiate extracurricular life was now assured. With a light-hearted tune, he exited the novice village base and ventured into the lost city. As the day in the gaming realm drew to a close, the sun sank quietly on the horizon, heralding the arrival of the night and its dominion over various formidable, nocturnal, mutated creatures. Chen Yi summoned his elite zombie, bathing in the twilight glow as he made his way toward the 5-star hotel marked on the map. The hotel was not far from the novice village base, and the mutated creatures along the route were generally of lower levels. Even as Chen Yi and his elite zombie dispatched them along their path, they required merely half an hour to reach their destination. Gazing at the nightfall sweeping across the horizon, Chen Yi paused momentarily before stepping into the opulent 5-star hotel, closely followed by the elite zombies. Approximately an hour later, he found himself alongside the elite zombies in the presidential suite on the top floor. Looking down through the shattered glass at the desolate city below, the battle of the night was about to commence. Yin, why are you still offline? Chen Yi settled into the plush sofa and opened his friend list to send a message to Yun Nanzi. Don't mention it. I'm still negotiating the division of spoils with the AO Shui Guild. A reply swiftly appeared in the friend chat. Oh, is there even a need for negotiation? There's only one RPG rocket launcher, and both sides want it. It would be odd not to discuss it. Your military base has been compromised. Chen Yi expressed mild surprise. That's only natural. With 2 major guilds united, it would be strange if it hadn't been breached. By the way, have you made any progress with your base's biochemical laboratory? Only encountered mutated creatures that fled from there, but I have an approximate location in mind. I plan to take it for an upgrade tonight. Chen Yi spoke with an air of nonchalance, only realizing the gravity of his words after they had escaped his lips. Kid, you'd better be leveling up properly instead of daydreaming about girls. Confess, have you been causing trouble for some girl again? The message from Yun Nanzi left Chen Yi utterly speechless. The it he referred to was the elite zombie, yet Zhao Yin misconstrued it as, all right, enough said. If the negotiations fail, both sides will go to war. Zhao Yin quickly sent another message. The AO Shui Guild is said to be composed entirely of women. Yet according to the information sent by Zhao Yin, disagreements lead to outright brawls. This hardly resembles a group of ladies. It is clearly a collection of fierce women.